Check test. Check test. Test the mic. Hello. Check test. 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 Check test. Check. Check. Check test. Check. Check test. Test the mic. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Third World Local Production Forum. We have our session, plenary panel 3. I am honored to introduce our chair for this morning's plenary, Dr. Yukiko Nakatani. Assistant Director General of the Access to Medicines and Health Products Division in the World Health Organization. Dr. Nakatani, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed the first day on this forum, actually yesterday. There are a lot of the discussion going on around the local production, including the broader the area of the stakeholders together. But I wish you enjoyed some of this cultural experience in the United Arab Emirates. So first of all, I deeply appreciate of the hospitality of the United Arab Emirates on this forum. So I'm great pleasure to welcome all of you. This is the pivotal plenary session as the first session of the day 2, focus on the fostering innovation, technology transfer, and the production along the value chain. Then we all know the current situation to facing the very challenging on the public health area. And this public health crisis have starkly illustrated the urgent need for robust local production and essential health product. And then we recognize that the resilient local production ecosystem is not just advantageous. This is the fundamental safeguarding of the health and the well-being of the communities in particularly low and middle income countries. So this panel is the focus sharpness of the cornerstones of this ecosystem, including the innovation, health product manufacturing, is the technology transfer, sharing the knowledge, and also the vital research and development on the health products, and also including the intellectual property rights, which is the crucial component on the discussion of the pandemic agreement, which going on this week in Geneva, Switzerland. So we only have the 45 minutes. So first, I'd like to introduce my esteemed speaker, and then when I introduce you, so please come up on the stage. The first speaker, Dr. Luis Pizarro, Executive Director, Drug and Neglected Disease Initiative. Please welcome on the stage. Please come up and then take a seat. And the second speaker is Dr. Asma Manel, Executive Director, Research and Innovation Center, Department of Health, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. And the third speaker, Mr. Roberto Matteo, Director of Program of the UNITAID. Please welcome. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Rajna Suri, Chief Executive Officer, Developing Countries Vaccine Manufacturing Network. And then Mr. Guillaume Sintra, Director of the Innovation Policy Intellectual Federation of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations. Please welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, now. Thank you very much for joining this panel. So today I'd like to give the two-round floor, all of the speakers, with the questions relevant of this theme of panel. And lastly, I would like to give the last floor as the final comments from all of you. So as you know, how important we focus on the value chains and also the holistic approach to ensure for the access to medicines, including the local production. Then today I would like to have some of your thoughts and the concrete example and the suggestion on the activities. So I would like to give the first question to the Dr. Pizarro. So how we could build the end-to-end R&D capacity in the endemic region, accelerate local production. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much again to WHO for the invitation to this panel. So I'm Luis Pizarro, Director of DNDI, an international organization working on R&D and focus on the needs of neglected populations all around the world. Our aim is to try to develop alternative models of R&D, bringing together stakeholders from the public and the private sector in order to have an equitable access to those drugs. So from this perspective, and being, I think, very humble, because 2 years ago when we were in The Hague, we will never expect the world being what it is today, and we, I think, all agree we need to be looking for innovative ways of promoting this equitable access today in this very, very difficult and challenging environment. The 3 points I would like to share with you would be, first of all, the more we are able to engage the R&D ecosystem in the local manufacturing world and local manufacturing environment, the more we will be able to stick and to address the needs of those populations. If we think from the beginning, at the moment we design the target product profile we would like to bring to the patients, we will have in mind what is the needs in terms of course, science, but also logistics, in terms of economic model, and we will have something that is very, very relevant for the local population. So that would be my first point. The second one is that the more we invest in R&D capacities in countries, the more we will be autonomous in terms of technological transfer in the future. We're all talking about technological transfer, tech transfer all the time, but the final aim, of course, will be to have this technological knowledge in the countries. And this is why investing in R&D in countries is so important. And the last one maybe is that it's not only a technological aspect, it's human capabilities and developing those human capabilities, but in the whole chain, I would say, when we talk about formulations, about analytical process development, we know that the more the production will be robust at the end of the cycle. So just 3 ideas of strengthening local capacities to make local production a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pizarro. Yeah, and also thank you very much insight of all your thoughts, including the 3 main opinions. It is, I agree to all those are quite important. Then, okay, I'd like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Manei. So I'd like to ask you, what is the key priorities in the initiative of the Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates in the fostering the innovation, tech transfer, local production in this area?
Thank you very much. And it is a great pleasure to welcome you here in our hometown and our country, the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. What we are doing here is we are aiming to position Abu Dhabi as a global leader in healthcare innovation with a strong focus on self-sufficiency, resilience, and alignment with the sustainable health goals. Why we are doing this? Let me remind you, 6 years ago, we all faced the challenge of COVID. We have seen yesterday in the videos, number of deaths has been rising. There are no solutions, no cure, no vaccine. It was a global crisis. And within our region, we know that the solution is not available. The R&D, the capabilities, the infrastructure are almost non-existing in this region. Middle East, Africa, we don't have hubs for life science. We were trying to manage the crisis, hoping and wishing for a solution to be created somewhere. And that was not the right situation for anyone. The solution was everybody close borders, stay within your own geographical location and just wait and manage the crisis. We did not close borders. We took the responsibility. We managed, and we were the #1 resilient city in COVID crisis management. How did we do this? It was not a sole solution by a single entity. It was a collaborative effort. And did we manage the crisis for our country only? No. We took the responsibility of more than 65 nations within our region by creating a logistic solution hub. And that was, again, a collaborative consortium between local and international companies and agencies, creating a solution for this region. And we were able to manage and to transfer more than 260 million doses of vaccines to the most needed nation. Moving fast forward, after 6 years, we could not and we will not wait for the next crisis with the same current solution. So we actively developed a health life sciences strategy in order to tackle all the gaps that we have, not only locally, but also regionally. We are taking a fast forward step in investing in building a life science hub from an R&D perspective toward the translational research capabilities, toward the commercialization and local productions, and ensuring that this region will have its safeguard of its local production, and at the same time, fostering the capabilities of the R&D in the future. How we are doing this? By collaboration, by ensuring that our regulatory system is harmonized with the rest of the world, so what is ever going to be produced here is going to fit for the international standards. And that is a very important step. We know that our system of regulatory approval for an R&D is a legacy system, and we have not used the capabilities of technologies to fast-track the acceleration of review and the acceleration of approval. All of us have heard about the power of data, the power of AI, but has this been embedded within our regulatory system? Have we started to realize the power of that? This is what we are experimenting, and this is what we are bringing in terms of the innovation in regulation, and the innovation of building, the innovation of creating a local manufacturing and a local production hub and a local life science hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manet, for your sharing the experience in this region and the local and the various the stakeholders within the region to more create of the robust collaborative work. Thank you so much. Then next, good morning, Robert. We met just before this program on the meeting in Geneva. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you in person here in Abu Dhabi again. So, as you know, you work on the UNITAID, collaborating with a lot of the international partners together. So I think a partnership is a really key enabler to the promoting the local production. But indeed, it's sometimes a bit difficult to coordinate a lot of the partners. So could you provide very much examples of the successful collaborations with those partners? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nakatani, and thanks for having UNITAID on this panel. So I'm the Director of Programs at Unitate, and I also lead our regional and local production initiative for equitable access. So it's easy to talk about partnerships, but thank you for asking me to share concrete examples, because then that really illustrates what we mean by the criticality of partnerships to enhance the local production agenda. So I'll give an example of what we did and how we partnered during the COVID pandemic, which is easy to forget, but wasn't that long ago. And during this pandemic, Unitate, in partnership with Fine Diagnostics at the time, determined that it would be absolutely critical to build rapidly local capabilities in other geographies to produce COVID rapid tests. So we launched a global expression of interest targeted at Latin America, African, and South Asia. And through that process, identified 3 companies, one in Brazil, one in Senegal in Africa, and one in India. And I'll give the example of the company that we ended up working with in Senegal. Many of us know it is the Institut Pasteur de Dakar in Senegal. And what we did was structure a collaboration whereby we raised financing. In the grand scheme of things, not a huge sum, but a very impactful sum. It was $10 million that we managed to raise from the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator Global Initiative. With that financing, we then worked with companies in the UK, GAD-DX, as well as in Korea, BioNote, to facilitate tech transfer, so know-how and technologies to IPD in Senegal so that they could establish the platform for the lateral flow test for COVID-19, have the technical support to meet the regulatory and quality standards required for those tests. But at the same time, we also worked with them on a go-to-market commercialization strategy so they could produce those tests at scale and affordably. Africa, up until recently, has been importing 90% of its rapid tests. That's 500 million tests a year for major conditions like HIV and malaria. And that's something that has to be shifted so that we have less reliance on external supply and production. We're not talking about wholesale substitution, but a better shift and balance to how much is produced on continent. Through that collaboration, IPD increased its production capacity to 75 million rapid tests a year, which is a major accomplishment. And in addition to that, when the COVID pandemic was declared over, it was critical that Unitate with FIND, with WHO and other partners helped IPD to diversify its production base to then ensure it could produce other RDTs for endemic diseases such as HIV, which is a crisis in and of itself. And so they diversified their portfolio so they could have a more sustainable and scalable market strategy that isn't only pandemic reliant. So this is just one quick example of how you bring together some key ingredients through partnership. You can't do it alone. So bringing together the financing, facilitating the partnerships with the established companies, in this case the UK and Korea, to bring that tech transfer and know-how to IPD as well as in Brazil and India. And then to build a platform that expands volume and capacity but diversifies the portfolio so it's sustainable beyond the pandemic and for inter-crisis endemic disease indications. So I'll leave it at that, but that's just a concrete example to answer your question of partnerships and how they can work to build the local production agenda in different geographies. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Robert. So, and then I'd like to invite Dr. Suri. So during the COVID, is the member manufacturer of the DCBNN is a big contributor to producing the vaccine on the COVID. So I'd like to ask you for what the member manufacturers to overcome all the challenges to produce of the COVID vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think you very rightly summed it up that during COVID-19, developing country vaccine manufacturers definitely came forward, shoulder to shoulder with all international health organizations like WHO, Gavi, SAPI, UNICEF, and everybody else to make sure that we rise to the occasion. And we developed, innovated, manufactured, and delivered more than 8 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine during the unprecedented pandemic, which was more than 60% of the global volumes of COVID-19 which have been produced. But you rightly said it was not a very hunky-dory journey. there were several challenges that we came across the manufacturers faced at that time. The first, of course, was lack of technology. And when I say lack of technology, it is not lack of technology, it is lack of timely access of technology to the member companies. And to give an example, mRNA has been hyped about all these 4 years to large extent. But unfortunately, mRNA technology was never delivered to developing country vaccine manufacturers till WHO came to the rescue and established the hub in South Africa, thanks to my sister Petro, that this now access is available to more than 14 manufacturers. So this was one of the biggest bottleneck. The second, of course, was the lack of funding, and again I would say lack of timely funding, because none of the manufacturers received funding support on time, including manufacturers in US. At the same time, during the COVID-19, the product development funding was close to $5.6 billion. And out of that, only 5% was allocated to developing country vaccine manufacturers. 95% went back to developed countries. Now, this is something which requires a reflection by all agencies. I just told you that 60% or more than that was produced by developing country vaccines, whereas what we received was only 5% of the allocation of product development funding. So this was the second biggest challenge. And this was overcome basically by manufacturers themselves by deploying at-risk funding. Just to give you an example, Serum Institute of India, for example, had manufactured almost 10 million doses, and even if you consider price to Gavi, which was $3, it was $30 million at risk, which was manufactured. So, and the third, of course, was shortages of raw and packaging material, because all of us are aware about the DPA, the Defense Production Act, which was promulgated by US at that time. And there were supply shortages. For example, the single-use materials were completely stopped to India, China, and many other countries who were at that time producing. So, these are the kind of barriers which have come across. But thanks to the collaborations, between academia and industry, and of course, public-private partnerships, that we have really come out of that. AstraZeneca and Oxford University were a classical example of producing the viral vector vaccines, which was then tech transferred to various manufacturers in developing countries, and they contributed a huge volume of COVID-19 vaccines at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suri. Yes, so one of the big initiatives which created during the COVID is the mRNA technology hub. So your suggestion that timely access to technology, the timely access to finance is really key to ensure the equitable access. So I'd like to ask the invite of Mr. Cintura. So the timely access to technology really key. This is linked to the intellectual property, the rights. This is also big the issue during the discussion on the pandemic treaty as well. So how do you think about what we have learned from the experience of the technology transfer during the COVID in the industry perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nakatani. For those of you not familiar with IFPMA, we represent the research-based pharmaceutical industry, and we're based in Geneva. We've been dealing with these issues for quite a long time, and this week indeed is when they're discussing the pandemic treaty and reflecting on a lot of those discussions. Of course, a lot of attention is given on intellectual property, and we do strongly believe that intellectual property is what enables trust, that enables us to count on each other. I think if one thing we learned in this pandemic is that we need to depend on each other. The concept of full self-reliance is an illusion. We saw that even very sophisticated international companies were not able to control everything. They need suppliers, they need partners. Pfizer needed BioNTech technology. BioNTech needed Pfizer. AstraZeneca needed Oxford. It needed SII. As Reginder mentioned, a big part of the production came from developing countries, vaccine manufacturers. And this was only possible because there was some trust, and that trust was enabled by intellectual property. And that's not only a matter of international company to local partner, even if that concept is still easy to challenge what is a local, because once you're linked to a global chain, you become global in a sense, but also in the creation of the technology in a sense, like the partnership between the company and the government, the creation of the clinical trials and all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the providing some thoughts on this difficult question to you. Yeah, thank you very much all the speakers to figure out of the concrete example and also share your experience and the contributions, so for including the experience in the COVID-19. So I would like to go into the second round of the questions, something relevant from the first round. Then first, I'd like to ask Dr. Pizarro. So you are mentioning about the importance to increase the capability for the research and development, including the low and middle income country as well. So how do you think that what is the role of the R&D partnership and also the collaborations to supporting the capacity building, and if you could provide some example that might be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think we're talking about organizations, but most important is to talk about people, because I believe we all know that most of the time when we have a success is because there are persons that are committed, that they want to create a change. And a good example for us of this was what we have done in this region around hepatitis C. Many years ago, we were lucky enough to meet the CEO of an important Egyptian pharma called Farco. It's, I guess, well known for you, pharma, with Dr. Shireen leading this organization. And he had a vision that he needed to develop an hepatitis C drug, not only for Egyptian people, but also for all the patients around the world that were lacking, accessible drugs for hepatitis C. And we engaged together with him, with the Malaysian government, and we were able to develop a new antiviral called Remdesivir that allow in many middle-income countries and upper-middle-income countries to go from more than $50,000 the treatment to less than $300 the treatment. So this nice story, this success, it's really something that was possible here in the region, and I think we can and we have to think about other examples like this, because there is a strong personal commitment from people. This is one example I wanted to share. The second one, and everybody was mentioning COVID, we realized that if we were not able to improve capacities in terms of clinical trial platforms in Africa, regulatory, we have not talked enough about regulatory harmonizations in Africa. The drugs, once they are developed, they are not accessible for the people in this continent. So it's really, really important to be able to strengthen those capacities in place. And for the specific NTD, neglected tropical disease, we have two cases. We have those diseases where we will have low volumes with really no profit at the end, and we need the pharma sector to be able to play the corporate social responsibility and the governments on that. But there are also diseases like dengue or hepatitis C I mentioned before, where we need to have South-South collaboration, as the one we did between Egypt and Malaysia, and we need to have better regulation, and in the pandemic treaty we're working on this, to ensure when you have public investment, you have then, a public responsibility to make those drugs accessible for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pizarro. Very insightful. So thanks so much. So next, I'd like to ask Dr. Manet. So you're providing some example as the AI and the digital and the response of the first questions. So I'd like to ask you, there are more something, the concrete initiative or the program in your region to increase in the usability of the AI and digital to ensure the access and also activate a more simplify or the innovative system in this region. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. First of all, let's understand what are the barriers for promoting R&D in our region, and not only in our region. I believe many countries are facing the same challenges. So beyond the financial constraints, and because number one question, why we cannot push forward the R&D? Oh, we need fund, we need grants. So beyond that, there are still actually gaps. And one of them is the fragmented regulatory system. And this is the point where I was referring to, that many of our dependencies or the systems for regulations are a little bit outdated to the advancement that is happening currently. We have not really harnessed the power of data in our decision-making process. It takes so long for us to make a decision. And if you look at the pathway of how R&D and clinical trials, we wait for positive result to be reported in order to make decisions and evaluate. At this time, we can do this almost in real time. We can evaluate the impact. We can see different parameters, not just only from an outcome perspective, but there are many markers and many evidence that we can accelerate the R&D in our region and beyond. The second challenge is that we are still struggling with IP, with intellectual property. And that is a problematic, because this is where you can create a sustainable system where there will be a sustainable funding for the R&D. And if the intellectual property concepts or challenges still exist, then we are actually not tackling the full value chain or the problems. We are still missing an important element. Number one, honestly, from a priority perspective or challenges that we are facing here is around talent and the capabilities. And I'm specifically focusing on our region. The mature life science hub have already spent years and years and decades in developing their local talent and skilled workforce. For our region, this is totally new. And what we do, we inherit, we take actually the technology, we deploy the technology, we produce the technology, but can we produce or can we invent and innovate in this technology? It's still a challenge. And in order to address this, we need to focus on, while we are building our life science hubs and while we are building the whole value chain, we need to pay a very important attention to our skilled workforce, our talent, the next generation of scientists and innovators. Another important part in which you have referred around, the relationship between the academia, the regulators, and the industry. We have to shift our mindset for all of those roles in order to create a more impactful solution. The industry and the pharma industry need to shift not just only for business, but they need to think of something else. The regulator should not think of safeguarding only, but also enabling and creating solutions. And the academia should also focus and change the mindset from publications and creating IP toward creating real solution for the people. For the people. And this is where we need to focus and create that kind of a working relationship, because only with collaborations and partnership we will be able to make a true impact. In our life sciences strategy, we have more than 75 ecosystem partners from academic institute, from pharma industry, from regulators, and also not only local, also international. And we are working and creating that win-win situation. Nobody is going to lose, because we have a unified vision of creating a local production, sustainable and resilient system here, in which everybody is going to gain, ensure their agenda is being delivered and achieved, and in an accelerated approach. Where AI and data is going to play, that is a very important role. Everybody needs to shift their mindset. Information is the power to enable us to be more resilient, more agile, and we can accelerate the discoveries. Nobody needs to suffer more, because this information is a wealth for the next generation of discoveries. We need to enable innovation, we need to harness the power of data, and we need to collaborate locally and internationally to realize the value of helping and safeguarding our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manane. So, yeah, I agree on this, the collaboration of something that the leadership or the sharing the target is really key to encourage the partners on the same table together. Then, Roberto, I'm a bit cautious on the time arrangement, so I'd like to give the floor the 2 minutes to provide, you provided the successful example at the first questions. So I'd like to know what is the key enabler to accelerate or the replicate of those examples for the different situation, different areas. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Matani. 2 minutes, so I'll be quick. There are many enablers and key success factors to successful local production expansion. I'll give you the examples, 3 that Unitate has identified in our regional manufacturing for equitable access initiative. The first one is product prioritization. We cannot be looking to expand local and regional production of all products, even though there are many essential products. So through a 12-month consultation with national governments, and I'm taking Africa as an example, as a continent, with regional institutions such as Africa CDC out of NEPAD, global institutions such as WHO, we identified a subset of key products that are one, going to have an important public health impact, but 2, have viable markets. So those 2 factors are really key in down selecting which are the priority products that you're going to pursue. And initially, we've identified a set of products in the HIV space, in the malaria space, and in the women's health space, specifically postpartum hemorrhage and associated conditions. And we're going to focus on 3 platforms within those product categories: injectables, oral solids, and rapid tests, as well as other in vitro diagnostics. So that product prioritization is really key. So you have a set of products that you can use to pathfind commercial viability with local and regional producers, and then link those also to other key ecosystem enablers, which I'll come to in a second. The second is obvious, and it's access to financing. But by that I mean multifaceted financing and patient financing. Unitate is a grant investor. So what we will bring to the table is targeted, flexible grant financing that can provide technical assistance to manufacturers, that can help them upgrade their facilities, that can help them navigate regulatory compliance and regulatory pathways, that can help them develop sound go-to commercialization strategies. But we can also use that grant finance to blend it with other financial instruments that we don't bring, which is why we're engaging all the development finance institutions on continent in Africa, in Europe, in the UK, to see how we can come together and work with them to put grant financing on the table that will de-risk their investments, whether it's equity, loans, or other instruments, and make these companies that we're going to identify competitively more attractive to them for loans and equity and other investments. So that blending of financing is really important. Grant financing is finite otherwise, and you can unlock and be much more impactful and multiply the resources that you can bring to the table if you take that approach to financing, which is really important and something that is actually being concretely done now. And the third and final example is about supporting and investing in integrated value chains. What do I mean by that? As we try to take, again, let me give the example of Africa, away from a place where it has been more than 90% reliant on API, importation from China, from India, key starting materials from outside, to a place where we can have more API production on continent, we still have to do some market shaping and economies of scale building so that manufacturers in Africa can still source competitively priced and quality API and starting materials from India, China, as we simultaneous to that, build API capacity on the continent for key products. That's important. The second aspect of integrated value chain creation is around demand aggregation and pool procurement, and therefore supporting and investing in regional pool procurement initiatives, which have been talked about for a long time, but now actually have to be activated, is really key. For example, we're working with SADC, together with other partners, with financing from the European Commission, with partners such as UNFPA, WHO, and others, to pathfind maternal health products by helping SADC with a business plan to start pool procurement of those maternal health products for the SADC region. A concrete example of how you activate an integrated value chain around pool procurement and financing for a sub-region in the continent. I'll leave it at that in the interest of time, but those are the three examples: product prioritization, multifaceted financing, and integrated value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very much insightful for the key product prioritization and also financing. It's really key. Thank you so much. So next of the Dr. Suri. So thank you very much providing the very much the important number for the what DCVM manufacturers contributed of the vaccine production of this COVID-19. So I'd like to ask you that you are mentioning about the timely access to the technology is important, but what is the main factors to enable the attaining the self-sufficiency on the vaccine manufacturing in the locally? So,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Wow, before I start, there is 1 minute left. Thank you. I will be very brief, and I think I'll just summarize in 4 points. One is political will and political convergence. I was extremely happy yesterday to listen to the honorable ministers from South Africa, from European Union, and also Minister of Egypt and Spain, who, all of them emphasize the word political will. And this is, I think, something which is important to bring all the political authorities on one page to make it happen, because without that, nothing will move. The second important point is end-to-end value chain. And, my honorable colleague, Dr. Asma, was mentioning about, very eloquently, she has given a description of from publication to action. And I think that is what is required from academia, that we interact with industry, we start speaking that language, because they are poles apart. Academia is going in a different direction, industry is going in a different direction. They have to come together, they have to speak same language and make sure that the products are delivered on the ground. And the third thing which I mentioned, of course, in the earlier answer to your question was funding. And funding has to be, timely funding, that it has to be what we call as -0-day funding, and then the surge financing, which is important. And I think my colleague, Dr. Maitro, has given several examples of how it could be made possible and what should be done. And of course, Dr. Asma also mentioned about regulatory harmonization, which is going to be the key. Unfortunately, we don't learn. We never learn from any kind of pandemics that have happened in last 47 years. I have seen how the water has flown, but we don't learn. Whenever the crisis comes, we start coming together and start discussing what to do and how to do, and then we forget about this. So I think regulatory harmonization, all countries have to really take it up, that whatever learnings have been developed over the last 4 or 5 years, because more than 5,000 approvals were given in less than 1 year. So I think this is a great achievement by regulatory agencies. So all of them have to come together to make sure that we start harmonizing the system for future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suri. The harmonization is a really key the program where WHO and the partners work together. So, Mr. Cintura, the last question to you on this panel. So, thank you very much for your response on the technology transfer and the IP matters and around the COVID matters. So, what is the really the factor be able to incentivize the manufacturer to give their IP or the technology to the other local manufacturer? I mean, what is the key incentives for the technology transfer? This is my question.
Thank you. It's really on a case by case, and it depends a lot on which capabilities the partner have. I think this is the biggest incentive, is having a partner that you can trust and is capable of scaling up your product in an environment where finance for procurement is available, so that you know that this collaboration will lead actually to delivery. Because just transferring the technology for the sake of transferring the technology and not leading to the production, it's not good use of anyone's time. But on top of technology transfer, there is technology creation. And I think a lot of the panelists mentioned the sweet spot between collaboration of academia, industry, and regulators. And I think there is much to be learned from that. And industry is moving towards a model that R&D is more and more done in a collaborative, open way. The notion of a big pharma starting from zero and all the way to the end in a product development, it's quite dated. So there are many good examples of collaborations on that. But again, a lot of good things have been said before. I want to reiterate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I apologize, I cannot give the floor more as the final comment because of the time schedule, so I'd like to wrap up straightly. So thank you very much for your inputs and the contributions of this panel. So I think key takeaways from today is that we should highlight of the region-based approach to convening the stakeholders to prioritize the target and the capacity building, and also the South-South collaboration and the technology transfer for the capacity building, and all those. This is really key, and also I feeling very much confident we progress very much since the World Local Production Forum. So thank you very much for all your contribution in not only this panel, the contribution to the increasing the capacity of the manufacturing in the low and middle income countries. So thank you very much all speakers. Thank you very much the audience to join in this panel. So please join me the applause of the speakers to your contributions. And thank you very much. I'd like to end this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for our speaker. I agree with our speaker that there is not enough time. That's why our second session will be still talking about R&D and innovation, but more to the practical. But allowed me, before we go on welcoming and pleasing our speaker, just taking attention about the mapping of the session and the logistic of today. The second session will be still remaining here, which will speak about the innovation again and the R&D, but session number 9, 10, 11, 12, it will be in the hall 6. So please try to be committed on the time. So now let's welcoming our speakers for the coming parallel panel discussion under the title of Simulation R&D and innovation for public health, all products, and will be leading this conversation, the chair, Prof. Petro, Managing Director of Friggin Biological South Africa. Please welcoming our chairperson, welcoming and enjoying our session.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to chair this panel. So we've just heard the previous panel focusing on strengthening the ecosystem, the importance of partnerships, technology transfer, innovation, and really regulatory, a really comprehensive panel. This panel will focus on how do we stimulate R&D for innovation to support local manufacturing. The essence of local manufacturing or any manufacturing process is to have products and pipeline. For sustainable local manufacturing, it is important that we stimulate research and development and that we ensure that we translate those into products that will sustain a manufacturing sector. So I've been quite honored to chair this panel with my colleagues that I've worked, many of whom I worked with, and that's quite seasoned. And I'm going to ask them to come and join me here on the stage. Firstly, Prof. Julie Makani from Muhas, Tanzania. Julia, yeah. And secondly, Hala Audi from Unizima. There's Hala coming in. Mr. Rahul Debedi from GARDP. Rahul. Yes. Martin Schmidt, going to bring an interesting perspective to us around blood products. And last but not least, Dr. Shrishant Shabashuri from IVI. So welcome to our panel members. We're going to start off by giving each one of our panel members a 2 to 3 minute opportunity to introduce their work. And then I'm going to ask them, as they do that, to also address one question which is quite important. What is the most important way to stimulate R&D? And then we'll go to the questions. Julie.
Thank you. So my name is Professor Julie Makani. I'm from Muhimbili University in Tanzania. And I think I'm very fortunate because, as a confession, I love what I do. I love my work. And this is because we work in an area where we combine two things. We combine science with health. And so we're in that fortunate situation where we're able to see the translation of science into health and into an area where you're able to have an impact or see the impact that you have. So the particular area that I work in is hematology and blood transfusion, and very specifically I work on a condition called sickle cell disease. Now, one of the things that's really, I think, to answer your question in terms of driving or accelerating innovation is really being able to see a condition where you're able to make an impact. Sickle cell disease has been present for over 100 years, and for a long time, the learning and the thinking is that there is no treatment for this condition. Up until 10 years ago, that was the case. But what has happened now with the advent of gene therapy or gene editing, we can say that it is possible to cure conditions like sickle cell disease. This is important because this is able to change that notion. It's able to bring together different partners to be able to make an impact on this. I think the final thing that I wanted to say is the experience that we've had in Tanzania and in many countries in Africa is that patients or people don't read policies, they don't read books. So 10 years ago, as I said, publications came out saying that a patient has been cured from sickle cell disease in France. Our patients called up and said, how do we get access to that cure? whilst we were discussing with industry, discussing with government, how do we make this accessible, patients, and I'll give an example of a mother, just got on a plane with 2 of her children, left Tanzania, left her country, and went to get curative therapy outside of the continent. She was able to raise over $100,000, and this is just one individual, and she was able to go and get access to curative therapies. Why am I giving this as an example? It's really to change that notion of people do not want access or cannot get access, and to say that how do we make sure that we provide these solutions to individuals where it is that they live, so that they do not have to leave the country. Thank you.
Julie, thank you. What a beautiful case study. But I think, again, now this is where science should be part of the solution to make these therapies affordable to larger parts of the populations on the continent. Thank you for that. Hala, over to you.
Thank you, Petro. And good morning, everyone. I now feel a lot of empathy for all the speakers that preceded us, because I hadn't realized how much echo there is back from the room. So thank you for being there and listening. So I'm Hala Aoudi. I work as the CEO of Unisima. Unisima is part of the group Universals. Probably our most famous business within Universals that you may have heard of is Quantum. This is the platform that is really game-changing in the way we allow for research and development and production of RNA-based therapeutics and vaccines. And so it's really in the identity of the company to take an approach that will make the research and the production of biologics affordable from the start, the beginning, which is what we're talking today, R&D, all the way to actually having commercial products on the market and GMP production on site. And from the start, we set our work up to be able to allow for a decentralized means of production for biologics in the spirit of not only pandemic preparedness and responding to outbreaks, but also having the capability across a range of geographies to deal with chronic diseases. And there are, for instance, applications in nucleic acids for oncology and cancer that are really important. And we should not accept a sort of two-tier system for drugs that are so important to everyone to sort of trickle down over 10 or 15 years after they first come to the market, before they trickle down to wherever they're needed. So that's really the spirit in which we set up the work that we do. And Petro, you asked the most important thing to stimulate R&D. I think I want to say the right kind of R&D adapted to where it's needed. So I would really want to see investment in research that builds in from the beginning the fact that these are great ideas that will become products that will go to patients. And so to allow this, of course, I think we bring a piece of the puzzle with the technology and the platform that we have in RNA. So there's innovation in technology, but I think there's also innovation in the way we set up, whether they're not-for-profit or for-profit organizations, to really have the eye on the goal of getting these products to market and being very pragmatic. So I want to say, for me, the most important thing is the spirit of being doers, and that's what I would like to get out of these 3 days. The WHO, MPP, UNITAID, DNDi, we've all heard from them. We can do it in global health. Sometimes we lack the sense of urgency or a certain flame. And I think in the political context that we're in today, we need to all revive that sense of urgency and really go to what will matter most in terms of how we do things.
Hala, thank you. Great point. Sense of urgency and complete the cycle so that it's purpose-driven. That will stimulate research. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Professor Petro. And thank you to WHO for inviting the Global Antibiotic Research and Development Partnership to this important forum. I'm Rahul. I work for GARDP. I'm part of the Access team. For those of you who don't know, GARDP is a really young organization. We're about 5-6 years old. And we're a product development partnership focused on bringing innovation or innovative solutions to address antimicrobial resistance to a large part of the low and middle income world. And, I think our focus is on integrating R&D and access, and on making sure that the R&D that is, or the products that are developed are fit for purpose. And I think that is key for us when it comes to R&D, is to invest our resources, our time and our support towards R&D initiatives that are localized, that are addressing local problems. Because often what we've seen is that R&D happens in one part of the world and is then expected to be implemented or adopted across the low and middle income world, with not a lot of thought on what are the barriers to entry or what are the barriers to adoption. And at GARDP, that is essentially what we are hoping to focus on, and kind of drive forward, be it with implementation research, be it with really understanding what are the barriers that exist towards, say, for instance, adopting and using a reserve antibiotic, and how to promote appropriate usage of such innovation and such products in often a resource-constrained setting, which is very, very different from what would one see in a more developed economy. So that's our focus, and that for me is the crux of the R&D efforts within the LMIC world. Again, thank you for this opportunity. Cheers.
Well, thank you very much. Certainly, drive R&D that is impactful and relevant for where it is needed. Martin, over to you. A very interesting component and new notion that you bring to this panel. Tell us about blood plasma products.
I will try to do so. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, WHO, for the opportunity to be here. Maybe you don't know the International Society for Blood Transfusion. It's a professional organization, and we have a number of working parties that develop knowledge to improve the availability and safety of blood in a very broad range. One of the working parties I'm part of is the working party that is meant to make available knowledge available for the low resource environment in order to develop solutions that fit in that environment. Now, when we go to what we are talking about is plasma medicines. The difference of plasma medicines with many medicines is that the starting material is plasma, human plasma. And from a patient perspective, in the low resource environment, access to plasma medicines is terrible, in my words. So it's not available, and if it's available, it's not affordable. What can we do to change that? Well, interestingly, blood is collected in the low resource environment. Problem now is that plasma is not produced, and plasma that is produced does not qualify for production of plasma medicines, meaning that it is wasted. So the approach we took is to find solutions in order to build a system, a blood system that can produce quality plasma for production. And I think that is, well, we have other rounds, and I'll go into that, but our approach is a stepwise approach where you start to build a system. And I think that it's good to keep in mind that in the high income environment, we also took time to develop our systems, our quality. And it starts with knowledge sharing, training, capacity building, and on all levels. So regulatory, blood banking, as well as the logistics of the plasma. And I'll leave it here for now.
Martin, thank you. I think very also demonstrating the importance of us being able to make life-saving basic products available, but that also requires significant research and development and systems development. Thank you for that contribution. Sushant, over to you.
Great. So first of all, I hope you can hear me without the echo much. Thank you so much, Petro. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sushant Sahasrabudhe. I represent the International Vaccine Institute. We are based in Seoul, South Korea. So maybe I will take about 30 seconds to explain about what the International Vaccine Institute does. So IVI is the first international organization which is dedicated for the vaccine research and development, which is mandated by different countries. We have about 41 countries which have signed the treaty for establishment of IVI. So we become intergovernmental, not-for-profit vaccine research and development organization, which focuses on the full value of a vaccine life cycle. Until now, what we have done is we have developed the oral cholera vaccine at IVI, which has been now transferred to 3 different manufacturers, and we are doing 2 additional manufacturers. So the major mainstay of the oral cholera vaccine supply of the global stockpile is coming from the IVI associated partners or manufacturing partners that we have. The second vaccine that we develop is the typhoid conjugate vaccine, which has now been transferred to 3 different manufacturers. And then obviously all these tech transfers that we do is part of the global access commitment with the manufacturers so that they can only sell the vaccine at certain profit percentage above the cost of good to make sure that those vaccines are accessible in the countries that need those vaccines. We also are working on a lot of things on the training and capacity building, and I will talk about that as we move forward. So in line with the theme of today's panel discussion, I wanted to have 5 major points so that we can begin the discussion on those points. Obviously, what we need to do and what many of us are doing in the room is to build the capacity of not only the infrastructure in these countries where the local production is required, but also for the manpower. And there was mention when DG Tedros talked about in his welcome address, as well as the Korean representative from the government of Korea yesterday, about the global training hub for biomanufacturing, which IVI is leading on the implementation side. So that's something we can talk on, we should probably think more about. The second point is how do we foster research and development? And research and development, one part is focusing on that. The second part, as Dr. Suri mentioned, is providing the timely funding. And that timely funding should come to the preclinical to clinical, which is going to be the most difficult part of getting the funding. Once you have the human POC, especially for the vaccines, it becomes a bit easier. So that's the second point we need to think about. The third point that we need to think about is a sustainable production that we need to have in those countries, which also means that these companies which are getting the tech transfer, which are developing these capacities, there should be some sort of supply agreement, because in the end, they have to compete with the established manufacturers. So if we have to think about the longer-term sustainability of this manufacturing, we need to think about some sort of long-term supply agreement. The fourth part, obviously, is to drive efficiency, because this is going to be market-driven. Initially, there will be funding for these organizations, but they need to compete with the established players. And if there is no efficiency, and if we don't improve the efficiency, that's going to be a problem in the long run. And fifth point, which was also alluded in the previous panel discussion, is about how do we maintain and how do we make sure that the supply chain, the whole ecosystem around supply chain is developed in those countries and in those regions for those manufacturers. Thank you.
Shashank, thank you for giving us that end-to-end approach, which is critical. Without all of those components in place, we will not have a sustainable system. I'm going to go ahead and ask some specific questions to our panelists, but we also do want an opportunity to engage with the audience. So after this round of questions, I'm going to go to the audience to ask some questions so that we have some interactive engagement. So my first question to Julie. Julie, what would you think are the most promising R&D and areas of R&D in your country or on the African continent that we need to foster?
Thank you. So I have 3 areas that I think we've seen the most amazing developments over the past 10 to 20 years. And specifically over the past 3 years, this has really been, there has been an explosion. The 3 areas are genomics. The second area is data science and AI. And then the third, and my colleague will speak to this a bit more, is really blood, hematology and blood transfusion. I do think that these are 3 areas where there is an opportunity to have local impact and to foster global collaboration. So when we talk about genomics as a starting point, we know about the Human Genome Project and the completion and the potential for making that translate into impact. The second aspect in genomics is gene editing. And then the third, which has happened over the past 3 years, is really the opportunities that there are for gene therapy. Now, related to that, or from a public health perspective in genomics, especially learning from the COVID-19 pandemic, is really being able to see the contribution of genomics and genomic platforms to diagnosis. We've seen how capabilities that have been built over the past 10 years through initiatives such as H3 Africa and data science initiatives in Africa have been able and were able to contribute quite significantly to diagnosis during the COVID-19 pandemic. From the perspective of data science, and again, learning from the experience that we've had, is that we have, as countries in Africa, working with collaborators all over the world, we have been able to develop capabilities with regards to data science, with regards to AI within the continent. And therefore, the opportunities there is that we are not starting from scratch. We've already got platforms that, rather than looking at or thinking that we do not have the capacities, it's really being able to say, well, identify where the opportunities are, identify where the capacities are, and then just partner to be able to leverage them. I think finally it's really the opportunity for blood. So the need and the capacities for blood as a product have been developed in all countries. If you go to the smallest, most remote area, you will find capabilities for blood. And so we're not really talking about a new technology, but really harvesting or harnessing a technology or a product that is already there. So I think those are the 3 areas that I do believe that we have an opportunity to make an impact with regards to this area. Thank you.
Julie, thank you. It's interesting that you've taken a platform, basic critical construct of platforms approach to solve many problems. Just a comment on cell and gene therapy. The continent largely do not have the benefits of that, and it's curative for many of our childhood leukemias. So we would really strongly support building that capability on the continent. Thank you. Hala, going over to you, and the question is, how can we strengthen technology transfer mechanisms to accelerate local production of essential health products?
Thank you. There are many ways to do that, and all are important. I'm going to pick one, which is the angle that we're involved in today in the work that we do with Quantum. So the approach is to develop nucleic acid, RNA-based vaccines and therapeutics, but to take a platform approach. And I think this has the potential to really open up public and health benefits that are way larger than if we take a product-by-product, company-by-company approach. And so what can public funders, public investors, philanthropic investors, academic universities do in this context? I think for me at this stage, and this applies to the most advanced economies to the least developed countries, what you have is a lot of great ideas coming out of academia that tend to be stuck in the clinic and have a hard time going into a clinical trial and then becoming commercial products. And this is what a lot of people call the valley of death, sort of somewhere before phase 1, there's a lot of amazing ideas that are dying. What does RNA do to this? What does data science do to this? Why is it important? There's two innovations that are technical innovations that could really fast forward and avoid a lot of these great ideas being stuck before phase one. And these are the availability of data, predictive models that we see across all countries. So this isn't about building a giant factory for hundreds of millions of dollars. There is now better access. It's not perfectly equal by a long shot, but there is much better access to really good data, as in the content of the data, and data science, the tools to use the data. And Julie just mentioned applications in her field. The advances that we see in the UAE or in this region are incredible, but there's also access in a lot of countries in Latin America and Africa. And then marry that with RNA, which is chemistry-based development of products, so it takes days and weeks to make a RNA construct for a vaccine versus weeks and months if you're talking about cell culture. Marry these two things and you see that if you put a platform approach that allows you to have data and have the capability to produce RNA for your research, you're really going to give the tools to your academics, to your biotechs, to fast forward a lot of research. And for me, this is the investment that matters most today. And another advantage of putting these sort of biofoundries, public labs, R&D, CDMOs at the service of the research ecosystem in all these countries is that it works across silos. So with a lot of the same people, skills, regulatory approaches, and technology, you can cover infectious diseases for human health. You could also do animal research, animal health, and One Health is so important for antibiotic resistance. You can also do research in cancer and even in obesity and sort of aging diseases. And investing in those sort of open labs puts really the means of research to within reach of a lot more people across the board.
Anna, thank you. Again, bringing the very strong notion of the importance of platform technologies. And I can just mention testimony to the incredible value of the Quantum platforms that we have been testing in South Africa. We, in fact, use the same platform to screen multiple RNA vaccine candidates and to develop them in the scale-up on the same platform. It's incredibly valuable and cost-effective for manufacturing. I'm going over to Rahul. And the question for you is, what are the most promising areas of research and development that could significantly impact on public health outcomes locally? And of course, we understand the huge importance of AMR, so please feel free to address that.
Thank you for that question. Yesterday, I think it was Dr. Dong who spoke about the importance of implementation research, and I think that for me is key when it comes to looking at R&D for public health outcomes, right? There is a lot of great research and development work that happens at a lab scale, but then the point that I made in my introduction as well was, how do you bridge the gap between what happens in the lab and what will actually happen in a clinic or in a clinical setting? And I think that's a key priority for us. I lead this project within GARDP called the Cefiderocol Access project. We had licensed this reserve antibiotic Cefiderocol from Shionogi and are in the process of initiating a tech transfer and getting it manufactured in India with a very competent manufacturing partner. But one of our biggest concerns is that, when we launch this drug in the LMIC world, in the next 10 years, there will already be resistance to it. We've seen that for a lot of other reserve antibiotics that have been introduced. And one of the ways in which we are hoping to address this issue is with implementation research. And what we're hoping to do is across India, South Africa, and Brazil, work with leading tertiary care centers, with places that would in fact be the first adopters or the greatest users of a product like cefiderocol. Do a limited introduction, but do it under study conditions and almost run like an open label, single arm clinical study to figure out, what is the actual feasibility of a product guideline in a country like India, or in a country like Brazil, or in a country like South Africa, where health systems are really different. India is very different from South Africa. South Africa is very different from Brazil. And to really help or build that clinical conviction, but also build that clinical confidence within the community locally, that they'd be able to use this product ably, but also more importantly, prevent resistance from happening. So that's one such example. GARDP does a lot of clinical research work as well for a lot of the products that are within our portfolio, where we look at, working with sites in countries that have traditionally been overlooked as far as clinical research is concerned. So that's another way in which we're kind of hoping to understand, what are some of the key public health unmet needs locally, and then come up with solutions or work with stakeholders locally to develop solutions that help address some of those needs. So I think that's a way within GARDP that I feel is is kind of contributing towards R&D for public health objectives. And there's a lot that we can do as well, and there's a lot that everyone else can do also. But I think going down this route of implementation research, really trying to bridge R&D at a lab scale versus R&D for public health outcomes is a key step in that direction. Thanks.
Well, thank you. I think that's ultimately the measurement is in the last mile. Again, great work to harness and leverage different NRAs in different regions to expedite clinical development, new product development, and very, very important, the community engagement to make sure that our communities also understand products and move forward. A wonderful, great example of end-to-end participation and collaboration. Martin, what are the prerequisites, the essentials that is essential for the production of plasma medicines? And these are quite a wide range of medicines. Do you want to share with us, and how possible and feasible is it to roll this out at a country level?
Yeah, thank you. I think it starts with building a blood system. And the blood system is well defined in an aid memoir of WHO. You talk about legislation, the regulatory system, the blood supply, quality systems, and I think that is a focus point, and patient blood management. In the end, we do it for patients. Such a system is needed to guarantee the quality of the blood products, and one of those is the plasma for fractionation, and that is partly recovered from whole blood donation and also sourced by donor apheresis. If you start to build a system, I think first in our approach, our stepwise approach, we identify a champion, someone who can make the difference in the own environment. So it's someone in the Ministry of Health or a blood bank director. And when you identify him, you bring the network, the professional network, international professional network, together in contact with the network in country, the local country. And then it depends on the level of the quality system where you start. The first step in our stepwise approach is, if you are able to produce quality plasma in small volumes, you can start to produce pathogen reduced cryoprecipitate, which is a source of of plasma proteins, therapeutic plasma proteins for hemophilia A, and also fibrinogen for massive bleeding. And in Africa, you immediately think about postpartum hemorrhage. That would be the first step. If you then can increase the volume, or you go to a country where the volume is already much higher, you can start to use that in terms of contract fractionation. So we talked a bit about South Africa. There is the National Blood Institute in NBI that is very active within Africa to make that work. So increase the plasma quality and use it. And then in between is the small pool fractionation. And an interesting development is that we working with the in a pilot in Ethiopia, we are connected to a group that does research for anti-D in pregnancy, Africa. And they look at the clinical side, but part of the treatment or the prevention is a plasma product, anti-D immunoglobulin. So identifying the mothers as donors is probably a way to go to small pool fractionation, and that is something we recently developed in order to get that work. So it fits very well in the stepwise accreditation, stepwise plasma initiative. And then the last one is, if you have developed, you have built the system, then you can start to do local or regional fractionation for plasma medicines. That can only be done, I think, in connection with plasma fractionators, and then we talk about technology transfer and after contract fractionation. So you can think of this approach, and I think this is very promising.
Thank you, Martin, and lots of similarities with many of the production processes for essential health products. Sushant, my question to you, we're going to neglected diseases. What are the major gaps that you see for low volume and unincentivized products to be developed? And it's a huge, huge field to cover. So what are the major gaps?
Yeah. So Pedro, again, thank you so much for this question. This is something that has been discussed multiple times in different forums as well as at the donor agencies. I think just to give you a bit more background, right? So when the developed country vaccine manufacturers, they were developing vaccines, it was basically for the travel market as well as some of these domestic market in those countries. Then there came the developing country vaccine manufacturers, and we just heard from multiple people who are part of that network, including you, Pedro, in terms of how the new vaccine supply is being shaped by DCVMNs in different parts of the world. Now, the third wave that we see is essentially for the vaccines, which are either required for local consumption with very low volume, and then that volume can be different for each of the manufacturers. For some manufacturers, that threshold can be 1 million doses per year. For some, it might be 200,000 doses per year. For some, it might be a bit lower than that. But those low vaccine demand for some of these vaccines is something we need to think about. Second part is also it's connected to the low supply, which is unincentivized. If you have low demand and then it is highly incentivized, manufacturers will still be very interested. If it is low supply, but there is a clear demand or clear, a focus from the governments, manufacturers will still be interested. What happens when the vaccine is low demand, as well as they are not really incentivized, or there is no clear use case scenario for those vaccines? It becomes very difficult for the manufacturers or for-profit entities to put those in their portfolio because they have to invest, and there is a lot of cost which is coming because of the lost opportunity of not using the resources and facilities for something that will bring the revenue to them on a constant basis, right? So examples of that can be the vaccines which are required for biodefense in many countries. And many countries do have their national vaccine manufacturing, at least as a concept or even as a plant, but they are not really functional. They are lagging behind in most of those countries. So that mechanism is not really viable. So what they do is, in those countries, they actually go to the for-profit entities and they basically talk about providing those number of doses. And the one example can be from Korea, because that's where I'm based, is AD55 vaccine, which is required for Korean military, about 100,000 to 200,000 doses per year. So that's again low volume, but the good thing is there is a clear demand, or there is clear purchase strategy from the government. But again, they are having a lot of difficulties in getting the manufacturers agree to have this vaccine in their portfolio, hold the marketing authorization, and hold some sort of stockpile. The second example can be most of the vaccines that SAPI is currently prioritizing, because again, they are going to be low volume, and then we don't know which outbreak will be where. And right now there is a discussion about the chikungunya outbreak happening in the Reunion Island as well as Madagascar, Maldives, and few other islands in the Indian Ocean. So this demand is not very clear. And then the manufacturers, they don't have a clear strategy in terms of how this will be used in the outbreak setting. So can we develop a mechanism where maybe a non-profit entity can come together with for-profit entity, develop a consortia, and manage the marketing authorization, the stockpile management, and potentially shipment of these vaccines to the countries or to the outbreak experiencing countries. Thank you.
Shashank, thank you for that. A quick question. Is there a place then for innovative models in terms of size of manufacturing facilities and platforms? And after that, we're going to go to the audience.
Sorry, I could not.
So is there a place in this conundrum that we're facing around low volume and profitability and low volumes and sustainability? Is there a place for innovative designs of smaller facilities with multiple platforms?
Absolutely. So this is something that we need to think of as a model. So going back to my previous concept of, if we have a consortium of, let's say, a non-profit entity, a for-profit CDMO, which has very specific technology platform that can be used for this outbreak response protocol within, let's say, the 100-day mission by SAPI. And if we can get the governments, the donor agencies, and potentially some other multilateral entities involved in this, I think that's feasible.
Thank you. I want to give the audience an opportunity to engage, so open for questions or comments. Do we have roving mics that can assist us? Any questions from the audience? If you don't have questions, I'm going to ask you some questions. I see a few people here in the front row that I know. No questions? Oh, yes, please. Let's hear. Is there a microphone somewhere for our audience? Up here? Thank you very much. Please introduce yourselves and then ask your question.
Good morning, and this is Hanadi, pharmacist in Emirates Drug Establishment. I'm asking here as of terrification. I was terrified, so better I ask than you ask. So I will be asking. You have threatened us. Thank you for the informative session. It's really great, and your knowledge, your participation will really add value. My question is, do you have a real scenario where low-cost vaccine, rare medication, orphan drug has been manufactured locally, or have you reached to a formula in any country so we can think and simulate for the same? Thank you very much.
It's a great question. I'm going to... Hello, Shashank, who of you wants to jump in here?
Yeah, so maybe a couple of examples that we can see, right? So not really local in the sense of one country, but probably as a region, there have been certain regional vaccines that have been used, that have been manufactured, and there is a clear use case for that. As I mentioned, in Korea, where I live, there is AD55 vaccine that is required for the Korean military, about 100,000 to 200,000 doses. And Korean government has been successful so far with some challenges in getting those vaccines manufactured and supplied with the collaboration with the Korean manufacturers. But again, there are a lot of regional vaccines, including Japanese encephalitis, yellow fever, and some other examples, which are again regional. So one of the points we should also think about is whether this is going to be a local for a country, or should we really think about region as a block, which becomes more easier in terms of management and manufacturing and creating that demand. Thank you.
Julie.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a great question. And so an example that we can look at, and we're also learning as we're doing this, is not manufacturing for vaccines, but actually manufacturing for gene and cell therapy products, because this is an example of low volume currently, and being able to almost like provide proof of concept. So there are three examples that we can look at where we're doing that. One is with point-of-care manufacturing in Brazil, actually, where they have started, Brazil and Spain, where they have started developing gene and cell therapy products. The second is what we're doing in Africa and India, and this is gene and cell therapy for sickle cell disease, HIV, and CAR T therapy for leukemias and lymphomas. And again, here we're discussing the possibility of linking or establishing that link between academic medical centers, industry, and financiers, so that you can produce or you can manufacture low volume but high cost of products. And again, I think it's important to do this, and then as you do it, you then learn, and then when it comes to scaling, you can then think about the strategy for scaling. But these are examples where it is possible and it's worth looking at. And we've got a consortium called the Global Gene Therapy Initiative, which is actively looking at strategies for scenarios such as the ones that you've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to close in a minute, but I have one final question for each one of our panelists, and it's the same question, and you have 30 seconds to answer it, not really. But the question to all of you is, what are the most effective funding mechanisms to support R&D for sustainable manufacturing? In this winter of R&D funding that we have entered, just your short views on that as a final closing comment.
Thank you. So I think that it's really funding partnerships, and it should be centered with government or public. Because if we do not engage and make sure that the public entities, governments are committed, then it becomes very difficult for industry and the private sector to engage in this. And I'll just give an example within Tanzania, where you have that situation where a government, this is the government of Tanzania with President Samia, they actively invested in a bone marrow transplant unit within Tanzania, something that was considered to be not as strategic, not appropriate. And then once this was done from the government, then this automatically, not automatically, but this demonstrated political commitment and was able to attract financing. And again, this is different financing mechanisms. I think the second point that I wanted to make, so the first is really the political commitment. The second is that in terms of financing, what we have seen, and I think this has been talked about throughout this forum, is the fragmentation of financing and the silos. And being able to partner or ensure that there's partnerships or blended financing is really important, because this cannot be done by one financing entity alone. And it requires long-term approaches, but it also requires substantial investment. So I think those are the two things that are needed. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Hala.
I'll build on this, because I agree it's the funding partnerships and the partners will really matter. But I think I want to add that picking the technologies and the approach that will work is going to be really important, because just reproducing the same model as copycat as another market that is bigger, more mature, already did the investment in CapEx years ago, is a losing battle. So new ecosystems who are starting from, nobody's starting from scratch, but are starting from a lower base, I think have an opportunity today to leapfrog and choose technologies that are new, but are already working. This is not science fiction, and that will allow what the person asked just now, which is small or medium batches that are done in a way that is decentralized. And for that, I think there is amazing advances in cell and gene therapy, as Judy said, in RNA vaccines. Yesterday over dinner, I heard about an egg-based sort of vector production, someone who was here. And we really need to be creative when we look for funding and find the right technology to support the business case so that there are revenues. Nobody wants to see in the context today investment going to waste into something that was not going to work because it's just copying something that works elsewhere but isn't going to be adapted, and we can't afford that. So really picking the platform well.
Thank you, Hannah. Rahul.
So, I mean, if we talk about sustainable finance, you know, for me the key word is not finance but sustainable. I think you know, there needs to be political will. I think the previous panel spoke about it. The colleague from United spoke about blended finance, and to me the sustainable angle is of key importance. You know, a project that we are leading, we're, you know, trying to help the manufacturer cobble together funds for capex, not because, you know, we're deeply invested in the profitability of the manufacturer. Yes, we are, but more importantly because we want to make this product accessible, and and don't want to be in a situation where it is a high-priced product that is only accessible to a certain select population. And I think on reflection, the sustainability piece becomes so much more critical in situations like this, where the governments need to kind of step in and be open to providing at-risk funding for capital expenditure, for R&D. And yes, you know, like, it doesn't need to be unlimited. It doesn't need to be without focused on results. It can be oriented towards results, but those results can't just be, you know, that ultimate end product. It can also be the process and you know, the innovation of the technology that has been incubated within that process, and how you're kind of funding for that, because that is not just limited to one product, but then it kind of builds capacity within the ecosystem itself. So I think that's a piece that's really critical to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An ecosystem approach. Martin, a quick one from you, and then Sushant, I'm going to give you the last word.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I fully agree with you about we need sustainable funding. And I think the interesting part of the stepwise approach is that you start to build a system and you have the time to find the sustainable funding. Probably comes from the government. And with regards to plasma, at the moment, the starting material for plasma fractionation is either not produced or wasted. And it has value, so you can use the value of the plasma in order to build a system for plasma fractionation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's build. Sushant, last words, and
Last
then we'll
one.
hand over to the organizer.
Yeah, so I can see that we are already late, so I'll probably take 30 seconds just to give an example. And going back to my previous point about funding for the early preclinical / process development / early clinical funding is going to be the critical point. One example of how this is being done successfully is the GHEAD fund in Japan, where we have the Gates Foundation, Japanese government, and the industry putting certain proportions of the funding, which will take the vaccine or any other diagnostic product and then probably from preclinical process development to phase 1 or even later phase 2 or phase 3 clinical trial. Similar to that, there is also the Wright Foundation in Korea, which uses the similar kind of model where we have the Gates Foundation, Korean government, and the industry putting certain percentage of the funding, which paves the way for additional funding coming from different donors. Now, the focus should be, can there be, let's say, multi-country initiatives, let's say the regional blocks, whether it's going to be the BRICS, for example, or there is going to be something specific for Sub-Saharan Africa or in the MENA region. If we can create those kind of funding, which will pave the way for additional funding coming from different donors and then potentially take the vaccine forward to its next clinical or licensure stage. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel for bringing solutions, and I'm going to close the session because we're already over time. Thank you to the audience for participation, our panel, and thank you to the organizers for giving us an opportunity.
Thank you, and I believe there is more to share, so this could be during the break coffee and the networking, but please let's try to come back at 11 here again because we will continue our sessions. So at 11 exactly, we'd love you guys to join us again. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check sound. Check sound. Check 1, 2.
Check sound and camera. Do you hear me? Check sound. Check sound.
Greetings from Geneva and thanks for
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, good morning. I am pleased to have a few moments to speak with you.
Hi, Tim, can you hear me?
Hi, David. I hear you. Do you see?
Good. Good. Let's, can we test the Zoom now? We have our virtual participant. Have you tested the system?
Right.
We have our participant online now. Have you tested the system? Can you put him online?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you for
Thank
coming,
you for
and please
coming, and
everybody
please
join
everybody
us.
join
In
us.
few
In
minutes, we
few
will
minutes,
start
we
our
will start
session
our session
with Her Highness
with Her
Dr.
Highness
Arun.
Dr. Arun.
Hello, Ron, you are ready? Yalla, boys. Ron, I don't know what to say. Yalla, steady, like that. Steady. Like that. And she start to act up to you.
Excuse me. He's wait. Can we test?
With
Is
this,
it-
online.
Yeah, but I don't see it on the screen here.
You open it?
He's open. He's online already.
I know he's online already. This one who's
That's me because I'm talking to him through there. But you want him to be on screen.
okay. Can you close this one?
Tim, I'm going to leave. They're going to try to put you on the screen right now.
Copy that.
Tim, can you try to say something so we can text the sound to make sure the microphone is working on our hand?
Test, 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 A, B, C, D, E. Test, 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 A, B, C, D, E.
Where's the sound engineer? Sorry? But we don't even know whether it's sound check. It's okay. Okay, they're telling me it's okay. So please be ready. We're about to start in a few minutes, Tim.
All right.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join in us. Now we will start our excited plenary session, answering a question: does scaling up manufacturing helping us to facing the crisis pandemic? Who want to know the answer, please join us on the coming session, which will start in few minutes. Please joining us to hall number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please joining us to the session. And I would love to call on the stage with all pleasure and honor His Highness Dr. Aaron Mostodili, Minister of Health, Ministry of Health South Africa, Chairman of this session, to present and invite our honored speaker.
Thank you very much. I think I've got the right to claim that this session is the heart of this whole event, of the whole conference, because manufacturing and production, to me, mean more or less the same thing. So the theme is building ever-ready capacity through scalable manufacturing. And this session will look at different ways in which manufacturing can be scaled up rapidly in the face of a pandemic. The speakers will touch on different innovative ways on how to do this. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to make a short intervention. From then, there will be questions. We are going to start with a short opening video by Dr. Richard Hatchett, the CEO of Coalition for Pandemic Preparedness Innovation, CEPI. But for now, I will call the panelists. The panelists are Ms. Daphne von Boxhoeven, Unit Head at the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority in the European Commission. Please take your seat. The next one, yeah. I realize that when a chair is from South Africa, they sit this side, the other sit over that side. Mr. Tim Nguyen from WHO High Impact Events Unit. He's not with us here. He's going to be online when the time comes. So I'll call the next speaker, Dr. Juicy Dong, Unit Head, Local Production and Assistant Unit at WHO. Followed by Dr. Alejandro Gil, CEO of Cenidium Biotech Argentina. Then Dr. Matthew Downham from CEPI. Sit. Mr. Russell Thick, CEO of Bavarian Nordic. Yes, thank you very much. Are we having all our gadgets ready? If we need to interpretation, but I will then allow you to give your input for 2 minutes each. May I start with you, Ms. Daphne Boxhoeven? Am I pronouncing it well?
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, excellently. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be there next time.
Okay. There's not the video of Richard Hatchett first?
Oh, yes, you're going to be the first speaker after him. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. The video, please. Can we start with the video?
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, good morning. I am pleased to have a few moments to speak with you, and I am just sorry I cannot join you in person. At CEPI, our mission is to accelerate the development of equitably accessible vaccines against emerging viral threats. Today, I'm pleased to zoom in a little on why strengthened regional manufacturing is key to that goal. During COVID-19, we saw firsthand how unequal global distribution of vaccine manufacturing capacity resulted in vaccine inequity. Countries without the ability to produce their own vaccines were often left behind, nowhere more so than in lower and middle income countries. In the name of global health security for all, we simply cannot afford to let this happen again. Preparing for the next pandemic means investing in innovative, scalable, and sustainable manufacturing solutions that prioritize access, no matter where in the world you live or what your income level is. At CEPI, we are strengthening regional manufacturing capabilities as part of our 100 Days mission, the goal we have articulated and the G7 and G20 have endorsed to compress vaccine development to just 100 days. We are investing in manufacturing networks across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, scaling up existing capacity in pursuit of greater regional access, supporting technology transfer and workforce development, and prioritizing flexible platforms that enable manufacturers to pivot quickly to produce new vaccines in response to emerging outbreaks. Complementing an expanded global manufacturing footprint, CEPI is also investing in next-generation, more scalable vaccine technologies. We've seen how platforms like mRNA can accelerate vaccine manufacturing. The challenge now is adapting these technologies to the context of lower and middle-income countries, making them fit for purpose by simplifying processes and enhancing the stability of the vaccines produced for easier last-mile delivery. And we are making significant progress, but no single entity can solve this challenge alone. We need a collaborative model bringing together governments, industry, and international organizations to drive sustainable manufacturing. Together, such strategic multi-stakeholder partnerships can facilitate knowledge sharing, regulatory harmonization, and funding mechanisms that will accelerate progress and support long-term sustainability while bolstering health system resilience. I wish you all a successful and a productive forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hatchett will give Ms. Daphne her opportunity.
Thank you, Your Excellency, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very privileged to be here.
Put the microphone. It's on.
It is on. Can you hear me? Okay, starting again. So, Your Excellency, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very privileged to be here today and to tell you what we have done from the European Commission side to invest in local manufacturing in the EU, but also worldwide. Dr. Kosea said yesterday that it's a question of strategic autonomy to allow all regions in the world to produce medical countermeasures to be able to respond to outbreaks quickly. It's not only a question of strategic autonomy, it's also a question of national security. And it is our prerogative to ensure that the right investment is made. The investment case is very clear. It is cheaper to invest in preparedness than to respond to outbreaks. Yet, public budgets are currently constrained, and we know that governments, citizens, and industry need to work together to overcome the financing gaps. Over the past years, the European Union has invested heavily to push new innovative manufacturing techniques, make supply chains more resilient, and to create ever-warm production facilities in the EU. We have also worked heavily to support through financing and knowledge sharing low and middle income countries to build local manufacturing capacities and to implement those strategies to ensure that they are sustainable in the long term. I'll be happy afterwards to go into more detail on the individual instruments that we are proposing. But the one thing that is clear for us is that we need to collaborate closely because collaboration is more important than isolation and foresight is more important than reaction. And only by working together can we meet the challenges head-on in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nguyen is not with us. He's going to join us online. I don't know how that is connected. I'm sure somebody is responsible for that.
I hear you. I hope you hear me.
Data, please, can you help us?
Chair, do you hear me?
Okay. Chair, he's here. Yeah.
He's there, he's connected.
Ready.
Chair, do you hear me?
Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, panelists and friends in the room and online. Very sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but happy to join the panel here virtual. So on the matter of regional and local manufacturing, it's a very improving topic to improve access to medical countermeasures and minimizing the risk of supply chain disruption requires diversifying global distribution and manufacturing capacity, which at present is only concentrated in a small number of countries. So how do we get to an environment when we have more countries and regions to be more self-sufficient? I think we know and have identified the key enablers. For one, we need to have an effective and agile policy environment that thinks beyond the current election cycle. So the next administration needs to be willing to pick up the agenda and continue that journey that the country or the region is embarking on. Second, we need to have stable access to those input materials that allow for local and manufacturing. So we need to have a trade environment that is sustained and will enable the economic development of pharmaceutical production in the country. Thirdly, and most importantly, we need to have a trained workforce that is able, to do this production in the country. And we need that finance environment locally from the government into the investment, but also the funding that comes from abroad. And recognizing the political environment we are in, this is really challenging in the next few years to count on those support aid that can sustain that investment that we all plan to do. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the scaling up of local and regional manufacturing in some places in the world. Those investments, however, are tapering off, and we might lose that knowledge that we have invested during the COVID-19. At the same time, we see, increased effort as part of this forum that we are discussing, that there is a global desire in investing in local and regional manufacturing capacity. And we're seeing some of these investments happening, and we have some of these examples that are being spearheaded. For example, the harmonized African health products manufacturing, the plan for self-sufficiency in health matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, and as my colleague Daphne just mentioned, the EU FAB. So we have an opportunity at hand to invest in the sustainability of local production, but we need to think more about what it means for scalability of those investments that we have done during an emergency, during a pandemic, and also the ability to switch these production lines to do different vaccines, to different treatments, to different diagnostics platforms. I think that's something exciting we will discuss and endeavor in our panel. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the input. Dr. Dong, I'll give over to you.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellency. Scaling manufacturing is one strategy to strengthen the preparedness and the response to pandemics. I would like to discuss this topic with 2 points. The first, the ecosystem for scalable manufacturing must be ready. This includes, for instance, I highlighted a few elements I think is very important that should be in place. First, the coherent policies, including trade policies, to support the industry to timely access quality-assured raw materials and timely access financing. The second, we need to have a sufficient workforce with right skills and expertise. The third is a regulatory system must be agile with the mechanism and pathway for rapid regulatory decisions. Then we need to have a mechanism in place to predict the market. And the last, we need to have an effective procurement system and also rapid, effective, and equitable distribution channel. I stop here, thank you. The second point I forgot to say is manufacturing must be ready. This is very important. Manufacturing needs to be ready to quickly swift production to medical countermeasures. One solution could be use adaptable manufacturing platform that can produce multiple products depending on the need. The second solution uses multiple purpose production line, which can produce both pandemic products and products for peacetime. The advantage by these production lines could ensure the supply's resilience, in the same time to ensure inter-crisis business sustainability. Of course, modular facility can be a consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move over to Dr. Jill.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I want to thank the World Local Production Forum to invite me to participate in this important panel. And that can make us to share with you our experience about local production and regional production. We are 100% private company from Argentina that we start as a company when it was the pandemic, the flu pandemic in 2009. At that time, our country was unable to accede to the vaccine on time, and more than 600 deaths were in the country because of the flu pandemic. At that time, we made a consortium with Novartis, who was the second worldwide producer of flu vaccine, and we present an innovative private initiative to the MOH of Argentina to build a facility for the production of flu vaccine in Argentina if they gave us the exclusivity for the supplyment during 10 years of the requirement of the MOH of Argentina of flu vaccine. In less than 18 months, we built the facility, we create the production facility, we capacitate and we share all the human resources, and we start with the tech transfer for the flu vaccines. At that time, we start also an agreement with Pfizer for the production of the PCV13 in our facility, and we make another agreement with Merck for the production of HPV vaccine, and later on with another companies for the production of hepatitis A. Since that time, we built a facility that we share all the highly recommendation of the regulatory authorities, and since 2021 we start supplying for the rotatory fund of PAHO with the flu vaccine for Southern Hemisphere. Also in 2021, we've been selected by WHO and MPP to receive the tech transfer for the RNA platform, and we are working since that time in adapt this platform for the production of vaccines. Now, since last year, we are building a facility that will be ready for the production of the API with this platform for production. And I want to tell that since we start as a company, we have a large experience in tech transfer. We perform 9 tech transfer in a successful way with different vaccines. 5 flu vaccines, PCV vaccine 13, HPV vaccine 4, HPV 4, and now we are performing the tech transfer for PCV 20 and HPV 9. In January this year, we make a long-term agreement with Pfizer and with Fajo for the production of PCV 13 and PCV 20 for the region of America, and we supply through the rotatory fund to all the countries of America with this vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Donha.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, the introduction, and to the conference organisers, Jasui, of course, and her amazing team for the opportunity to present today. In some respects, Richard Hatchett has kind of given an overview of CEPI already, so he's kind of provided my kind of initial introduction. But what I'd like to do, and what I'm hoping to do through the course of this discussion, is deep dive and unpack a little bit on what Richard has just shared, particularly relating to the vaccine manufacturing activities that my team and CEPI are very involved in, thinking about geodiversification of vaccine manufacturing into global south, low middle income country regions, and recognizing some of the challenges that have been encountered and we visualize and we see to articulate here, thinking about what the conference and the forum is all focused towards. I'll also share, I hope, a few words on the collaboration elements, the requirements to ensure that cross-functional aspect, leveraging some of what CEPI has learned from its experience as a COVAX partner through the COVID pandemic, but also as we think to the future for the pandemic preparedness to execute on the 100-day mission. So thank you very much indeed. I look forward to the discussion, and I'll keep that brief because Richard's kind of provided quite an update on CEPI already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell Fix.
Thank you very much.
Your turn.
Hello, everybody. I'm very honored to be here representing Bavarian Nordic at this important forum. Bavarian Nordic today is in an interesting situation as we try and ramp our manufacturing to meet the growing threat of Mpox. We heard yesterday from Dr. Kaseya about how the Mpox epidemic is spreading in Africa, how the case rates are growing, and how we've already had more cases in the first quarter of 2025 that we had in almost 6 months of 2024. So clearly an evolving and developing situation that is urgent to address. Bavarian Nordic has been working with a number of partners to try and localize manufacturing, very much in the spirit of this forum, trying to ensure that different regions have access to the vaccine and the ability to supply it as the Mpox epidemic unfolds. And what we have found over the last 18-24 months has been that the commitment to long-term supply and demand is the key to making these initiatives successful. It isn't so much the requirement to fund the tech transfer, but the commitment to the demand that really makes these local production initiatives successful. So I look forward to discussing through the session today the experience that we've been having with that localization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to the questions session. The first question is to you, Ms. Daphne. What specific initiatives is HERA implementing to enhance local manufacturing capabilities, especially during health emergencies?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, like said by Dr. Dong, one of the first things that we did at the EU level is to ensure that we have the right enabling framework. And for do that, we basically simplified and future-proofed our pharmaceutical legislation in the EU while always keeping in mind the safety and quality standards are respected. But by doing that, we allowed the pharmaceutical industry to see Europe as a more welcoming place for investment, which I think in the current geopolitical context in the tariff discussions is particularly important. As a second step, we have undertaken a vulnerability assessment of essential and critical medicines to really understand where the supply chain difficulties might emerge if there is a surge in demand. And like many regions in the world, we have realized that we have a dependency when it comes to active pharmaceutical ingredients in particular. But also we saw that the supply chains are really so complex that it would be impossible for one region alone to cover it from A to Z, and that therefore international partnerships are extremely important to overcome the challenges. We have sat down together with industry, member states, civil society during the course of 1 year to really look at the supply chains in detail and to come up with joint recommendations and initiatives and tools that we can put in place. And this has resulted in us proposing earlier this year the necessary legal framework to be able to use state aid frameworks to scale up manufacturing capacities. Also, we have put in place joint procurement mechanisms where the EU is purchasing on behalf of member states and thereby also ensuring that there is a stable demand and a long-term forecast that industry can use when planifying their production capacities. We have started setting up stockpiles, which is again one of those pull incentives, as we call them, because it provides an indication to industry of how much needs to be produced. And those stockpiles are not only used for the EU, but actually worldwide, and they allowed us, together with Team Europe, to donate about 600,000 vaccines to Africa when the mpox started in 2024. And then another thing we have put in place, which I think is very interesting, is we have created a sort of insurance policies where we are investing in ever-warm production facilities. So in essence, it's like if you have an insurance for your car, you hope that you will never need to use it, but if your car crashes, the insurance company will be there to help you. And we are basically financing production sites to be able to produce 325 million doses of vaccines, whether it's mRNA, viral vector, protein subunits, in case it's needed. So when we face a surge demand, they will have to shift their production line and produce those vaccines for us, which should allow us to respond rapidly to any new outbreaks. And then, of course, via, again, Team Europe, we have invested 1.9 billion euros into MAF Plus to strengthen local manufacturing capacities in Africa, but also Latin America. But I'll be happy to talk more about that in the second question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question will go to Mr. Tim Nguyen. I suppose he will also do it online. Are you ready? Okay.
I'm ready.
Yes. What other mechanisms could help to build capacity for scalable manufacturing and help to contribute prevention and preparedness globally?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make 2 points here, and these are very important and close to my heart. First, I would ask us to change have a shift in our mind. When we talk about scalable manufacturing, we often only think about vaccine manufacturing. But at the same time, manufacturing for treatment options is as vital as well. Thinking about a sick patient and how can we reduce the suffering and the burden and eventually save life, is so important through treatment options that we need to develop as part of a scalable manufacturing strategy. In some instances, treatment might also be an easier option for countries to opt in terms of developing a production capacity and environment in the country. So my plea to this panel, but as well as to the entire conference, is also do not forget treatment and how we can scale up that manufacturing capacity there. The second is to achieve scale manufacturing, we need coordination and thinking about the entire value chain. What I mean here is WHO member states at the moment are discussing a pandemic agreement. It's happened in parallel today here in Geneva, and hopefully, they will come with a conclusion by end of this week. In the interim and in the meantime, those member states have asked WHO to establish the interim medical countermeasures platform. This is a network of networks of all the key stakeholders that play an important role in ensuring timely and equitable access to all forms of medical countermeasures. And we are looking here and have an agreement with all of the stakeholders to look at an entire value chain approach. That means we are looking at surveillance that allow us to identify those threats and viruses and bacteria that can then be shared for research and development in the development of different countermeasures. That then comes and is translated in manufacturing capacity at global, regional, and local level. This then feeds into demand aggregation, how much is needed, especially during an emergency. That then leads to delivery to countries, delivery to those populations that are most in need of these countermeasures. So this entire value chain is important that will enable manufacturing to happen if we look at all the pieces in this whole ecosystem and not look at just one piece. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tong, you take the next question. You mentioned the elements needed for manufacturing. Can you maybe elaborate or add any other elements if there's any? Just elaborate on those you said are needed.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned from my first intervention 2 points. One is the ecosystem, one is the industry capacity. Our belief is in order to rapidly respond to the pandemic, all this capacity and system should be built during the peacetime. This allows us to be ready when a pandemic strikes. For ecosystem assessment, WHO built a digital tool to help countries and regions to evaluate their ecosystem based on the indicators reflected their capacity across the different sectors along the pharmaceutical value chains. So this tool will provide quantitative and qualitative results to help member states to prioritize their actions in building the ecosystem. And for the manufacturing capacities, in compliance with the current WHO GMPs, we provide PQ, EOL-related specialized technical assistance, which include mock inspections and CTT dossier preparations. So it's really in line with the international standards to help companies to quickly and rapidly to meet international standard, enter the market entry and permissions, to secure the market entry submissions. Another element I want to mention is scalable manufacturing capacity can be strengthened if we have a good mechanism for technology transfer. For instance, during the pandemic, COVID pandemic, WHO established two platforms has been very much frequently mentioned during this forum. One is in collaboration with the leadership, also South Africa, your distinguished country, your chair, and also with 15 manufacturers with support of a medicine patent pool, WHO try to disseminate mRNA technology in low middle income country to get them ready for the next pandemic. Another technology transfer program is called Health Technology Access Program. The name maybe is new to you, but the CTAM, maybe you all know, was created during the pandemic. This platform also to try to help the countries secure technology which in need and localize production to respond to the pandemic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alejandro. From the BioVac perspective, what are the critical interventions required in responding to an emergency?
Well, I think that the two key terms is long-term agreement and minimum volume guaranteed. Because to maintain a highly qualified manufacturing facility, you need to maintain and keep stable the production, the human resources, all the quality standards, the regulatory updates, and also it's very important not only to maintain the production. If you have long-term agreement, you can have also long-term agreement with the suppliers of the materials that you need to produce the vaccines, that if you don't work with them in a long-term way, it will be impossible to receive on time those materials when you need to produce in a pandemic stage. Also, it's very important, and in our experience, we work with local and regional suppliers, and we develop local and regional suppliers for the different materials that we need to produce the vaccine. Even we work in a long-term way with the forwarders to have the facility prepared to make the deliveries on time for the different countries in the region. So when we talk about long-term, it's very important to have very clear all the agreements and the alignments that we have to make, not only with the production in the facility of the goods, but also with all the suppliers that we need to produce that vaccine. And I think also it's very important to understand that having the technology, I can say, and the human resources to receive the tech transfer, if the company is well prepared, that will make very easier the affordable in the next steps when we have to face to a pandemic. And we have an important example in our experience. One of our shareholders' facilities make the 250 million doses of antigen for the AstraZeneca vaccine during the COVID. And that tech transfer was made in a virtual way in less than 4 months. And in 6 months, from our facility in Argentina, we produce the API for the AstraZeneca vaccine. So we, in our company, have a large experience in tech transfer, in production, and we have a facility that is prepared to provide, to supply to the region of the America in an effective time the supplement in the case of a new pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Downham. From supporting pandemic preparedness in low and middle income countries, what are the challenges? And what support is CEPI and partners providing for vaccine manufacturing in respect of emergencies?
No. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair, for that excellent question. And certainly I'm going to tackle it from the reverse up, as it were. So in terms of support to vaccine manufacturing, particularly in Global South, low middle income countries, CEPI is collaborating with a number of organizations to support them gain either the capacity or the capability, or both, to be able to be in a better state of preparedness to respond to pandemics in future. Richard Hatchett referred to that in his earlier intervention. And what we're doing there is we're supporting these facilities gaining, for example, the ability to manufacture viral vector vaccines, RNA vaccines, or fill-finish suspension-based vaccines. Additional to that, we're supporting the organizations maybe gaining workforce development capability, so training organizations in these new technologies and these new platforms, and ensuring that they have, and this comes back to what Jesui shared a moment ago, the ability to meet the WHO PQ from a quality management perspective. So these are the kind of areas that CEPI is engaging and working on. We're also thinking about the supply chain elements. So this is not so much the supply of the vaccines produced, but the input materials, the critical consumables needed for vaccine manufacture, and there's quite a lot on that list. It could be filters, it could be tubing, bioreactor bags, chromatography media, etc. There's a lot of things that vaccine manufacturers need up front to be able to manufacture, and so we're thinking about the supply chain elements and how to mitigate the challenges that industry faces, particularly in these geographies moving forwards. So in terms of the challenges, and it's how to be able to agilely meet that surge demand situation, that surge demand requirement for vaccines where you're going from a interpandemic to a pandemic state of readiness. So it's thinking about the platforms and the innovative technologies that the organizations may need and how to really ensure that they are at the maximum from an efficiency perspective. We think, as just mentioned, about the supply chain element, and in fact about a year ago, together with Africa CDC, CEPI hosted a supply chain forum in Nairobi in Kenya to think about the challenges, the areas, and how to mitigate those for Africa moving forwards, and that work is excuse me, continuing as I speak. As mentioned, we're thinking about the skilled workforce, etc. And then there's the sustainable business models. There's an additional ecosystem layer around all of this. It's the market demand, it's the demand for the vaccines to ensure that those facilities, the processes and the workforce are kept in a kind of state of readiness and warm base, as it were, not just redundantly, but manufacturing vaccines that have a commercial element of requirement in that interpandemic period. So there's a whole area of work that CEPI is very engaged in to try and ensure that vaccine manufacturing, and like I say, we're collaborating closely with 5 organizations. So there's one in South Africa, Aspen, there's Institut Pasteur Dakar in Senegal, the Serum Institute of India in India, and then there's Biopharma in Indonesia, and then most recently, July last year, we had the pleasure of signing and agreeing us to support and collaborate with Fiocruz Biomanguinhos in Brazil. So we're slowly expanding the remit, not just beyond the facilities, but to different geographies to ensure we can help mitigate and prepare for pandemics in future across those different regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Thick, considering the experiences of Bavarian Nordic, how can local manufacturing be made truly sustainable in the long term And how can these models be adopted to emerging challenges?
Thank you for the question. And I think when we look at vaccine manufacturing specifically, these are complex technologies. We're talking biologics manufacturing. We're talking steriles manufacturing. They are technologies that take many years to master and significant investment to establish. To make something like that truly sustainable, I think Alessandro nailed it, honestly, because it's all about securing long-term demand. Because without that, companies cannot invest in the infrastructure and the capabilities that are needed to make these things work for the longer term. So for me, it's all around securing that long-term demand for the product that allows companies to invest and establish the capabilities needed, not only in the direct manufacturing, but as has already been said, in the supplier base that is needed to support it. I think the other important thing we have to keep in mind is that the world has enjoyed over the last years some very, very competitive and low-cost supply of vaccines that has been achieved through huge manufacturing investments in scale. So if you look at where the majority of the world's vaccines are coming today, they're coming from huge manufacturing plants that are serving global demand. There are huge economies of scale that have been realized. If we move to a more fragmented supply chain, costs are inevitably going to rise and they're going to go up. So there's a balance here between ensuring local manufacturing capabilities and having a critical mass in those local manufacturing capabilities that allow the costs to remain competitive. It is not going to be possible for every country to have their own vaccine manufacturing capability. There has to be a regionalization to it that allows operations to achieve the critical mass, and clearly that critical mass will depend on the vaccine being manufactured and the size of the demand for that particular product. So I think for me, it's all around long-term demand commitment and clearly the funding that needs to come with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We started a bit late, so we're running out of time. I'll just move to the next set of questions, and I don't think we'll even have time for the audience. It will just be the panelists. Perhaps 1 minute each, please, for the next question. Ms. Daphne, considering EU's experience in establishing manufacturing strategies for pandemic preparedness, how can this be adapted for low and middle income countries?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very important question. As I said before, from the EU side, we have quite a lot of experience in both the push incentives and the pull incentives. When it comes to push incentives, I mean that we are also supporting research and development of new products, and we are, for instance, facilitating and financing clinical trials in Africa via a mechanism called EDCTP, where we are teaming up together European and African research organizations to ensure that clinical trials are as effective and efficient as possible. On the push side, on the pull side, so ensuring this critical demand that we hear so much about, this is exactly what we are trying to do with our procurement initiatives, where we are trying, as I said, we are procuring on behalf of EU member states, and we are now helping the African CDC with their pooled procurement mechanism to share our knowledge and ensure that this can be done on other continents as well. We are also engaging, of course, in production directly by facilitating the financing of new production capacities in Africa and Latin America. We have, for instance, financed via MAF Plus the vaccine production in Senegal in the IPDB Madiba side. We are also supporting the production of pharmaceutical ingredients with MZOR in Nigeria, or supporting BioVac in South Africa for mRNA production lines. I think in Europe we have a very strong partnership with the pharma industry that we have established over many, many years. And we are now trying to expand that and to triangulate it with low and middle income countries. Because as was said by my colleagues, we need a critical mass and we need to have strategic and smart investments in regional production capacities. Not everyone can produce everything, nor would it make sense. And I think by bringing the actors together from an EU perspective and by facilitating the dialogue and then also investing financially in those new production sites, we can ensure this kind of regional coherence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we go to Mr. Tim Nguyen, please, on the platform.
Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, are you ready?
Yes,
I can't see you.
I'm ready.
Can we connect him, please?
He's there.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. How does the WHO BioHub system enhance local production and global health emergency preparedness? And what role does the rapid sharing of biological material with epidemic and pandemic potential play in this?
Thank you, Chair. So the WHO system is a pilot initiative where we collect a biological material of epidemic and pandemic potential and be able to share it with every laboratory, every country in the world for non-commercial use. Let's give you an example. In the current Mpox public health emergency of international concern, we were able through the BioHub system to secure Mpox clade 1b specimen that then is amplified in our BioHub laboratory here in Switzerland to allow sharing to over 30 laboratories all over the world that use this specimen then to develop the laboratory and diagnostic assays and capacity to test and confirm Mpox clade 1b importation in their countries. So as you see with this use case example, we can collect all these biological materials and enable research and development on these for all countries for no cost, for equitable access, and allowing for knowledge and information sharing all over the world. Currently, we only have one BioHub facility sitting here in Switzerland. Our goal is to bring this to every region of the WHO, so we have a more regionalized approach of accessing and distributing these biological materials for the purpose of research and development. This model, this system is built on the experience we have for influenza. For seasonal influenza, there are twice a year the collection of these influenza viruses to allow for the definition of and composition of a northern and southern hemisphere seasonal influenza vaccine. And I think that model has been working for decades in the context of sharing of viruses. And with the BioHub system, we do this for all pathogens and bacteria that exist in the world and build that future system of information and knowledge sharing to enable that a part of enhanced surveillance and research and development. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dong, are there other key issues that need to be considered in scalable manufacturing and building ever-ready capacity?
Thank you, Chair. Data. The lack of real-time, reliable data on manufacturing capacity, capability, market demand, and supply of the product supply and product availability, particularly for raw material availability, has been persistent challenge for the global community. So this is why during the second World Local Production Forum, one recommendation is call on the global community to try to explore the mechanisms to build up a real-time, reliable database, reflect, capture all these elements so get us ready when pandemic comes. Collecting data during pandemic is very good, but maybe don't give us enough time to react to the data we get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I jump over to Dr. Downham. How can partnership between manufacturers, governments, and international organizations facilitate rapid and scalable production capabilities?
No, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair. And certainly, I think, as Richard Hatchett shared earlier, no single entity can solve the challenges and establish, for example, vaccine manufacturing alone. Indeed, as we've heard already in this panel, many entities are working on programs with the same or similar organizations. Daphne from HERA mentioned a number of organizations that CEPI is also working with. And so what is key and what is critical is that the global community works together, collaborates together. We saw this through the COVID pandemic, how many organizations, key stakeholders, whether they be manufacturers, government, non-government organizations, regulators, investors, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to bring along vaccine manufacturing capacity capability build. So it's critical that organizations collaborate, engage, share, ensure that they're mutually recognizing and collaborating in synchrony and not in competition or in parallel, innocently not knowing what the other organization is doing. The critical word is collaboration and communication, and that is a key factor for many organizations to work on moving forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thix, you'll be the last one. What innovative financing mechanism can be implemented to de-risk investment in vaccine manufacturing infrastructure with emerging economies and ensuring sustainability?
Thank you for the question, and I think we've touched on the panel on the topic a number of times that the real key to sustainability in manufacturing is sustainability of demand, and that in the end comes down to the people that are paying for the vaccines and the products that come out of these facilities, and that's a question for individual governments, how much money they want to commit to preventative health care through vaccination. But if we think about what we can do from an industry standpoint, clearly the long-term demand will allow the investment needed to realize manufacturing capabilities locally. It will be very important that countries can come together in regional groups to create sufficient demand to be competitive in a regional manufacturing setup as compared to a global manufacturing setup, as I mentioned before. And I think the other key piece is how can we take unnecessary cost and complication out of the whole manufacturing business? And it's been touched on a number of times in this forum. One of the key areas of cost and complexity is the regulatory process and the lack of harmonization, especially in LMIC markets. And when you look at the value add of the regulatory process, the same people reviewing the same things multiple times and sometimes coming to different conclusions that end up generating more work and effort. These aren't things that are making production costs go down. These are making things that make production costs go up. So I think the more that we can take out that regulatory complexity from the process, the better it will be, and help us, help be able to produce products at a cost that it remains affordable for people and populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think from what we heard from our panelists, it's clear that the process of local manufacturing and scalable manufacturing is complex and needs resources, but it's definitely something that we need to invest in. So can we give our panelists a round of applause? And I think we need to take a photo before we descend the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think the next plenary, panel discussion 5, is still chaired by myself. I thought somebody will come and introduce it, but otherwise I'm already here. Can we, the objectives of the panel will be to share best practice for demand forecasting and financial mechanisms for rapid production that bolster local manufacturing in low and middle income countries, but also to foster collaboration among stakeholders and develop actionable recommendations for enhancing the resilience of health systems and build ever-ready local production capacity. Again, speakers will be given 2 minutes to give inputs before we come to questions. Our first speaker is Ms. Mariola Sonema. She is the Vice Minister for Public Health from the Ministry of Health and Welfare and Sport of the Netherlands. Take the second seat. Yes. No, the second one. Yeah, yes. Thank you very much. Followed by Dr. Carlos Correa, Executive Director of South Center and Intergovernmental Think Tank of Developing Countries based in Geneva. He's a renowned expert on intellectual property. Ms. Tanya Sitole, CEO of Mozambique Regulatory Authority. She has played a pivotal role in advancing local pharmaceutical reforms. Dr. Stavros Nikolai, Group Senior Executive for Strategic Trade for Aspen. He's my country boy. Thank you. Dr. Roger Kampf works as a counselor in the World Trade organization. Thank you very much. Ready?
Yes.
Go. As I said, each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make an input in the form of opening remarks. I'll start with the Vice Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And,
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. And thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me to take part in this important panel discussion. In times of crisis, but also in normal times, timely access to essential medical products is not a luxury. Actually, it's a necessity, and we know all since a few years. Demand predictability is key to making sure supply and demand are aligned, so products can reach the people who need them most, and it can reach them fast. And this matters not only for the innovative vaccines, but also for generic medications, which are part of the backbone of our medical systems. To ensure demand predictability, my 4 calls to action would be: first, access to medical products requires strong supply chains, and strong supply chains require transparency. So let's work together to increase the transparency in the supply chain. Second, in order to increase access, we need to match supply and demand optimally, which requires monitoring these demands. And this requires a central and global coordination entity, especially during global crisis. And third, international supply chains require harmonization regulatory processes. So we need to strengthen knowledge exchange between regulatory bodies, like is being in place already between EMA and AMA, and also between countries. Fourth, and finally, by setting shared targets within the WLPF and aligning with other global fora. In that case, we can more effectively collaborate on strategic actions to improve availability of critical medicines of all kinds across various regions. So, please, let's not wait for the next crisis. Let's prepare and let's do it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Corey, please.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Let me just reiterate that the South Center is an intergovernmental organization.
The mic is a little bit far, just take it to
Yeah? No? Reiterate, the South Center is an intergovernmental organization of developing countries, and we are very thankful for the invitation to participate in this meeting. As you know, Chair and dear participants, a lot of attention is given to the supply side of pharmaceuticals. There has been significant discussion during this forum and the prior forums on these aspects. Many agencies are working in order to transfer technology to ensure the establishment of manufacturing capacities in developing countries. The World Organization had just a presentation regarding the local production unit. Also, UNIDO has a program in order to help establishing manufacturing capacities in developing countries. The G20, under the presidency of Brazil, established a new coalition for local and regional production, innovation, and equitable access in relation to neglected diseases. So all this is encouraging, but I think it's very important, I'd like to emphasize this, to look at the demand side. Because in many cases, manufacturing capacities may be established in developing countries, but the problem is that there is sufficient demand. And one case actually was very clear in the case of South Africa. Maybe there will be more comments in this panel about this, when a company actually got the possibility of producing locally one vaccine for COVID-19 with Johnson & Johnson agreement, and it was not able to sell one single dose of that vaccine, and many other examples in other African countries. So just to mention that the demand side is very important. We need to focus more on this, and I will later refer to some paradoxes related in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The general manager of the company you are referring to is here on this panel listening to you. I'm sure he's going to say something about it. Ms. Tolle, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers to invite me for this discussion, such important discussion, and say that as a regulator in the last years, there have been lots of improvements and strengthened health systems, particularly the regulatory system, not only to ensure the access of good quality medicines, but also to prepare the environment for attract investors for local manufacture of medicines. We have been, and collaboration, we have been talking about collaboration, and collaboration is the key to ensure that you have this local production on our settings. Just to give an example on collaboration and coordination, in Mozambique, we started back in 2011 a new plant for essential medicines, and the regulatory board was very, very naive and not even prepared to organize the system of production of medicines. But we worked together, and together we established, with support of other organizations such as WHO and others, we organize and build systems. We improve our legislation, our regulation. We train people both for the regulatory board and also for the manufacturer. And today this manufacturer was pre-qualified by WHO. And in actual situation when we can see like shortage of medicines, and probably we'll have some challenge in the future because of global situation, political global situation. This is a very important achievement for the country, so the country can be independent on at least on the essential medicines and HIV medicines. So I'm willing for the further discussions, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stavros Nicola is the general manager of the company that Dr. Carlos Corre was referring to. Perhaps he may like to make some input regarding what you said. But Stavros, it's your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
All depends on you whether you want to respond to him or not.
Thank you, Minister. Let me greet, firstly, the Honourable Minister and the esteemed panelists. I couldn't hear Carlos's question very well, but perhaps he can bring it in later, and I'm happy to respond. In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to discuss demand generation. And I need to preface what I'm going to say by reflecting again on what happened during COVID. During COVID, Africa was left at the back end of the queue, because at a time of crisis, countries look after their own citizens first, and we can never have a repeat of that ever again. Unfortunately, not a lot has changed, Minister. We see what's happened with Mpox. We can go to Marburg, we can go to Ebola, and this is because we do not have regional manufacturing capacity and capabilities, particularly on our continent, Africa, which has one of the most disproportionate disease burdens. So it's all well and good having all these grand plans, but if we do not have demand to sustain the facilities, then I'm afraid the facilities will shut down. When we need them, they will not be available to service our people. So very briefly, what needs to happen to sustain demand? There are three things. I call it the three-point plan. The first thing is we need to integrate regulatory systems on the African continent. There's been some work and some alignment between the World Health Organization and minister our own national drug regulator, SAPRA. That is a positive sign because we need to make the regulatory processes fit for purpose for Africa. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the international procurement agencies, the UNICEFs and the likes thereof, need to change their policies to enable procurement of drugs from Africa for Africa. So we need a reorientation of the procurement mechanisms. The third and final point is, and I'm talking very much, as you've noticed, with my African hat on, because Africa had the worst problem during COVID, and Africa has the most disproportionate disease burden of any continent. Africa itself needs to start procuring medicines for its people from its own manufacturers. If we follow that three-point plan, we will succeed in sustaining demand on the African continent, we will sustain the facilities, we will become less dependent on importers, and we will ensure health security and security of supply in our lifetime on the African continent. Thanks very much, Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kampf, please. Your 2 minutes. Thank you.
No. Okay. Thank you, Chair. And I just need to say that I'm speaking here on behalf of the WTO Secretariat, which is not binding the WTO nor its membership. To set the scene, I thought I could usefully say a few words about the WTO and in particular the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, which recognizes in its objectives and principles the importance of a balanced regime of IP protection that promotes technological innovation as much as dissemination of new technologies. Now, this issue moved to the forefront, and that's a bit of history, but important, I think, to acknowledge when we negotiated and adopted the Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and Public Health in 2001. Among other things, the declaration mandated the first ever amendment to the TRIPS Agreement, Article 31 bis, which provides the legal basis for the grant of export-oriented compulsory licenses. Now, this dates back to 2005, and you may wonder why I'm sort of referring to this. I think it's particularly interesting in the context of this debate because it has three interesting points. One, the explicit encouragement of joint notifications by governments of the medicines and pharmaceutical products needed to be imported. And this is actually a precursor of what could be a notification system of demands and thus enhance predictability. Second, a reference to harnessing economies of scale for the purposes of enhancing purchasing power and facilitating local production, which again hints to the objectives of this conference, which is to have lower prices, but also to build local production. And finally, the recognition that the promotion of technology transfer is essential. Now, since then, we've moved on, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, the broader question of ramping up and diversifying manufacturing capacities has moved to the center stage of discussions at the WTO. This is reflected in the WTO's pandemic declaration adopted in June 2022, which includes a number of issues which were mentioned here and in other sessions. One, the recognition of the role of the multilateral trading system in supporting the expansion and diversification of production. Two, the acknowledgement of members to make limited use of export restrictions. And three, the encouragement of regulatory cooperation, as we just heard. And finally, the recognition of the importance of technology transfer. So we hope that with the work currently carried out in WTO bodies, this will actually create the basis for deliverables to be adopted at the WTO's next ministerial conference in 2026. And just to conclude, Mr. Chair, the declaration also mandated cooperation of the WTO Secretariat with other international organizations. And we believe that in particular the cooperation with WHO and WIPO has an exemplary function for the promotion of an integrated approach to health, trade and intellectual property. And I just maybe to recap three essential framing elements which I think we need to address at the WTO and in other fora. One is the acknowledgement that R&D is an integral part of the efforts to build manufacturing capacities. B, the scope of what we are discussing should be going beyond vaccines and cover all technologies. And finally, the establishment of a transparency mechanism that covers initiatives taken to foster transfer of technology and knowledge and to build sustainable manufacturing, so that we are actually complementary and coordinated in what different outfits in this context are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the question session. I'll start with my colleague here, the Vice Minister. Your question will be in two parts. The first part is, what are the current challenges in supply and how can this be addressed to improve efficiency? The second part of the question is, how can data analytics be used to improve efficiency, including demand forecasting for essential health products, particularly in unpredictable crisis scenarios? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this question. I think we all know that pharmaceutical supply chains are deeply interconnected and they're very complex. And this makes them vulnerable and demand is hard to predict, especially in crisis. So without clear information on availability, bottlenecks or vulnerabilities, we cannot act in time. So that's why we must work together across countries and sectors and increase transparency, as I said in my first statement, transparency in the supply chain and build trust in the system. Regulatory harmonization is also key for faster access. And as I said in my first statement, the AMI, the African Medicines Agency, is a very good example of progress in this area with a regional focus. Working together amongst inspections is another important issue to exchange essential knowledge in this field. So for demand forecasting, data are essential. In the Netherlands, we use a hotline to detect medicine shortages as early as possible. And at EU level, EMA and HERA use real-time data to monitor supply and demand. However, global transparency and insight is still limited. So sharing data and vulnerabilities is crucial if we want to strengthen the system. Also, critical medicines lists, like those from the EU and the African Union, and I heard from the colleague also from Ethiopia, they are working on such a list. They are really a step forward. They help clarify demand and support and better forecasting. So in short, regional production, smarter data use, more openness, transparency are key to building stronger and more reliable supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kore. Considering the competition without low-cost imports, how can we ensure sustained demand for locally produced products?
Thank you, Minister, for this question. This is perhaps the paradox. When there are high prices, as it was mentioned yesterday, the problem is access to medicines. Yesterday was mentioned that about 2 billion people may have limited access to medicines. But high prices, when there are patents involved, and as we know, the TRIPS agreement imposed on developing countries the grant of patents on pharmaceuticals, then also the manufacturing capacity is blocked because the patents, as we know, they confer legal monopolies. You don't have access and you don't have the possibility of developing local manufacturing. But then when we have low prices for foreign-produced medicines, the problem is that companies, in particular developing countries, cannot actually compete and then satisfy the demand. And this is not really just the problem of developing countries. Let me just mention that during the COVID-19, actually in Europe and also in the United States, it was discovered that they were over-dependent on medicines and active ingredients in particular produced elsewhere. For instance, in the European context, 80% of active ingredients were imported. And the representative of the European Commission made a reference to the national security issue. In the United States, during the COVID-19, it was discovered that 97% of antibiotics were imported. 90% of vitamin Z was imported. 95% of ibuprofen was imported. But then this problem aggravates when we are dealing in the context of developing countries, in which very often we find like a bit of schizophrenia, because governments want to actually encourage local production. They want to encourage industrialization, diversification of economies. But at the same time, when the Ministry of Health is actually purchasing drugs, they are looking for the lowest cost drugs. This means that in many cases, local companies cannot actually get access to the public market, and also they have difficulties in the private market. So we need to look at this issue in an integrated manner. It's very important to integrate, to make compatible industrial policies, manufacturing policies with public health policies, and to recognize that in the area of pharmaceuticals, there are different dimensions which we need to be considered. One is, of course, the public health dimension, which is crucial. Secondly, the industrial policy dimension. And thirdly, the national security dimension has been recently introduced, including in developed countries. Thank you, Chair, for your question.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tolle, building from the supply chain topic, what are your thoughts on the regulator side, and how can national regulators support authorities to improve supply chain efficiency and demand forecasting?
Thank you, Excellence. Let me start first by saying that supply chains play a role in each of health system performance indicators. For example, supply chains has a role in payments strategies, as a role in organization of the health systems itself, in the regulation, and of course in different health system programs performance. When you look at supply chain, we cannot only look at the system that delivers health products, but also a system that are capable of provide critical information regarding needs, demand, consumption data to health system planners. Going to resource-limited settings, where there's a huge dependence on importation of medical products, a situation that leads to challenge. This challenge, to mention some, first of all, the access of good quality, safe, and affordable health products, mainly because of procurement lead times. In Mozambique, for example, if you launch a tender today, we only have access to those medicines 18 months after. So this is a huge lead time. Shortage of medicines because of lack of data or poor forecasting of health products and poor distribution system. And this, again, leads to generation of poor data and also on the poor planning and forecasting that leads to overstocks of medicines or stockouts. And then how can regulatory authorities can help? In my view, regulatory authorities have been improving supply chains as a whole. First, by working side by side with central medical stores, Ministry of Health, and health programs. And for this, also it is required that regulatory authorities has also strengthened systems. And the WHO GPT tool is one of the tools that we are relying on, all of us are relying on, to improve our capacity so then we can help health programs and supply chains improvements. Also, we can help by accelerating registration of medical products, work on reliance and harmonization of the procedures. Also work with other organizations so then we can recognize registration of products in other settings, avoiding duplication of efforts. I see also the investment of GMP, joint GMP, are one of the ways to help. And here also we can not only work within a certain country, but also rely on the reports from other agents, so we can fasten our decisions on the registration and also on the procurement process. Participating in the harmonization initiatives is very good. I mentioned that before. And this can also attract local production of essential medicines. Working on vigilance to avoid unfair competition. So regulators can fight counterfeiting medicines, and investors, local manufacturers can feel secure to invest in this in the certain settings. And finally, we are now all moved to track and trace systems. Track and trace system, in my view, is not only for fighting counterfeit medicines, but also is a very good system to generate real data. And so with good data, we can plan, we can have efficient planification and forecast and then improve demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicola. Addressing the broader issues of African pharmaceutical manufacturing, what practical steps are needed to accelerate its production, particularly given the challenges of economic uncertainty?
Excellent. Thanks very much for that question. And I'm going to build on what I was saying earlier. The starting point for me is, and I'm on this panel speaking as an African very much, the continent that has the greatest need for regional manufacturing capacities and capabilities. Africa has to develop a competitive pharmaceutical industry. Competitiveness means that we have to have economies of scale. Manufacturing is all about economies of scale. Now, how do we get there? As I said earlier, the 3 points were WHO pre-qualification needs to be fit for purpose so that we get a regulatory integration throughout the continent. The second thing I mentioned is the reconfiguring of international procurement mechanisms to aid, support, and abet procurement of medicines and other medical countermeasures. We're not only talking pharmaceuticals here, we're also talking medical devices, diagnostics, etc. And the third thing I mentioned was an African pooled procurement mechanism. If we're able to achieve those 3 things, then manufacturers will have certainty and predictability, will be able to continue investing. When I talk about investment, I mean capital investment, I mean investment in skills. We are far too often on the African continent losing highly skilled scientists because we cannot give them the assurance of demand, which leads to production certainty. The Minister, the cutbacks on donor aid that we're witnessing before our very eyes. I think in our own country, as you have said, we don't owe America anything America doesn't owe us. We said that, right? We've got to be self-sufficient. I think South Africa is less of a problem, but I am concerned about those countries on our continent that have 80-90% donor aid funding requirements to run their HIV and TB programs on the ground. This means that we will face disruption of antiretroviral programs and 2 decades of progress with HIV could be unraveled. This is another clear demonstration of why we need to have our own capacities and capabilities on our own continent so that we can step in as African manufacturers and service our own continent. This is a real wake-up call for us, and we do need to commit to the 3-point plan I spoke about, and we do need to commit to sustainable demand going into the future for African manufacturers. And very lastly, what does this thing of sustainable demand mean? This thing of tenders is like a roller coaster. So you have a tender for 2 years, you win it, then you lose it, you go out of business or you retrench, and then you try and come back again in 2 years. That's not how things work in other industries. What we need is long-term agreements with guaranteed offtakes, price reference, so that Africa is not overpaying, but we need to give our manufacturers offtake agreements. And that speaks to the pool procurement I was speaking about earlier. Execute on these 3 points, I think we will be self-sufficient, Minister, on our own continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kamf, what role can a procurement plan help to create demand? And what other positive effects can a well-designed procurement trigger?
Thank you, Chair. So I thought I could pick up on the point that pool procurement is actually often referred to as a means to secure demand, sustainable demand, and also to harness economies of scale and support sustainable manufacturing capacities. Now, if we say so, I think there are a number of questions which would merit to be looked at in more detail. And I'll list some of those for further reflection. First of all, is there the political will to harmonize legislation and possibly also drug registration procedures and to provide the financial means to do so? And I believe the GCC, for example, the Gulf Cooperation Council, where one product, a dossier, is recognized by 7 countries, demonstrates how this can be successfully done. Second, should pool procurement preferably take place at intra-regional or sub-regional levels? Or could we also imagine inter-regional procurement mechanisms? I would note here that the sort of heterogeneity which comes with inter-regional mechanisms would probably further complicate the effectiveness of such a mechanism. Third, is the use of procurement mechanisms mandatory or optional for those participating members? The absence of an obligation to use the mechanism could negatively affect the benefits of pool procurement, as demand would be uncertain and production incentives be reduced. Fourth, what kind of procurement-related market opening commitments in the pharmaceutical sector have been undertaken in free trade agreements? Such commitments could impact on the possibility of imposing local production requirements. And fifth, what are the coordination costs of pool procurement? Despite the potential of obtaining lower prices, Such a mechanism may trigger considerable costs of human and technical resources, for example, to establish a single procuring entity. And finally, what kind of flexibilities are needed to respond to economic and health crises, such as limited tendering or shorter time periods for tendering, or general exceptions for human life. And here I just wanted to point out that the WTO's plurilateral agreement on government procurement provides examples for that matter. And the very final point here, which you also asked, Mr. Chair, what are the others of elements which could be addressed by pooled procurement? So one is bringing prices down, ensuring sustainable support, but also regulatory cooperation could be fostered, as well as the establishment of manufacturing capacities in the regions. So there are multiple positive factors which could result from pooled procurement, provided that we have the right answers to the questions I mentioned in my short intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will rush to our second set of questions because we have run terribly out of time. I'll start again with my colleague here, Vice Minister. What role can international and inter-country trade play ensuring demand predictability and a quick supply?
Thank you again, Your Excellency, for this question. What is needed is better insight into demand, and this is essential to prevent shortages and to maintain a steady supply of essential medicines. Forecasting, as I said before, is complex. It's not an easy task, especially across a global system. So in this case, international collaboration is really crucial. And at the same time, we need clarity on who will take the lead for this. And again, regulatory alignment is also key. Harmonization, quality, and approval processes can help us speed up access, particularly also during emergencies. So I take it that WHO and WLPF can play an important role by supporting the development of shared forecasting methods, encouraging data sharing and connecting stakeholders. And if I may do a suggestion, it might be a topic which can be elaborated on in the coming 2 years, working towards the next WLPF in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
I'll
Carlos.
help you with the time. I'll help you with the time, being very brief.
Okay. Dr. Carlos, what components are essential for creating an ecosystem that promotes the demand for locally manufactured products?
Thank you, Minister, again for the question. I think the discussion we are having here makes it very clear that creating a pharmaceutical industry is a strategic choice. It's crucial for public health, for national security, and also to develop an industry which may create jobs. And therefore, you need to establish policies which, as was mentioned before, not only consider the supply side, but the demand side. So my list, Minister, of policies that will need to be adopted in order to expand the demand for local production, not just the demand in general, because that may bring foreign suppliers as well, and then you may not be able to develop the local manufacturing capacity. It's quite a long list, so some of the factors have already been mentioned. I will mention here a few. The first one is tariffs. As you know, in the past, tariffs have been demonized as an instrument that should not be used. Now the United States is given an example, a very aggressive example, how tariffs can be used in order to promote local production again. And tariffs may be applied in order to protect local production in pharmaceuticals. In fact, there is an interesting study done many years ago by the UNDP in Uganda that showed that Uganda's pharmaceutical industry had difficulties in order to grow as compared to the industry in Ghana, because in Ghana tariffs were imposed, not in the case of Uganda. Secondly, I think the example by Synergium is a telling example, a very important example. the commitment by the governments to purchase the production over a period is very important. Preferential price, in particular in purchases by the government. So you need to have something that will give some preference to local producers. In fact, in the United States, for instance, the Buy America has been there for many years. Many countries actually have this, eventually not for pharmaceuticals, but it's very important to give some preference to local producers if you really want to have an industry. Pooling purchases, pooling demand, regional integration, of course, may be very important. In the case of Africa now, there is a lot of expectation for the impact that the free trade agreement have in terms of promoting local production in Africa. And also patent policies. As you know, there has been some discussion about intellectual property through this forum, but one of the major problems is the abuse of the patent system by right holders, in particular the grant or application and grant of the so-called evergreening patents. That means not only one patent is obtained on the active ingredient, but dozens of patents are obtained around a single molecule. It may be, for instance, in the case of ritonavir, up to 800 patents around a single molecule. And then you have a policy regarding patent grants, which is very lax, very flexible. You will never have a domestic industrial development in pharmaceuticals because development will be blocked. So this is also essential. Competition law should be there. In many cases, for instance, we have seen that companies denigrate competitors. There has been seen, for instance, the case of biologicals in which the so-called originator companies make very aggressive campaigns in order to denigrate the competitors' local production. And also this is done with the professionals. So being trusted by the doctors who finally prescribe the medicines is crucial. This is challenging in some countries where you have the substandard, significant substandard supply of drugs, but this needs to be done. And then finally, I think that the crucial thing is then to have an ecosystem that integrates all these policies and actually create an environment that will allow the local pharmaceutical industry to develop with some sustainability over time. It was already mentioned, this is the very important signal for investors as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Toll, regarding regulatory harmonization, priority and PQ-related technical assistance, how can national regulators authorities leverage stakeholder collaboratory strength in local production, especially in low and middle income countries? Did you get the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Excellency. Collaboration and harmonization is the way forward. Many countries often face significant challenges.
Just take the mic a little bit nearer. It looks like the volume is going down.
Down?
Yes.
It's fine now. Thank you. So stakeholder collaborations, including those with the G20 and the EU initiatives, can provide crucial support in regulatory harmonization and technical assistance. It is important to countries to rely on the relying on the pre-qualification process from WHO, because this is vital for the time available of quality vaccines. In Africa region, we have harmonization initiatives at the regional level. In SADC region, we have this Zazabona that are helping local regulatory authorities to faster their process. And there are other very succeed initiatives in other regions. The African Medicines Agency is one of initiatives that also we can rely on. And this has the vision of build centers of excellence on which countries can adapt legislation and regulation. Also can send technicians for training to improve country system and ensure time availability of quality medicines. In summary, let me say that regulatory harmonization is essential for efficient access to medical products, particularly during health crisis. Also, national regulatory authorities play a key role in ensuring quality and safe medical products. But because the majority of these authorities, there's a resource constraints, collaboration with international bodies and inter-agency collaboration can help to streamline regulatory pathways and provide technical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stavros, my next question, you seem to have touched on it, but if you wish to elaborate on it further, it's okay. It's about the issue of international aid. In a world of diminishing donor aid, how can domestic and regional manufacturing contribute to health security?
Thank you, Minister. I do want to expand a little further. When there's a reduction in aid and a disruption of health systems on the ground, it has a dual effect. It has a public health effect and also has an economic effect. And previously, Minister, before COVID, the corporate world, business, only looked at economics. And they said health is too complicated for us, it's for the health practitioners. We learned a very valuable lesson as business because we realized without resilient health systems, economies collapse. We're facing these cuts on the African continent with great alarm and disquiet. And manufacturing can achieve two things, regional manufacturing. The first is we can start as Africans benefiting from our own economic multiplier impact. What do I mean by that? Right now, the African continent is importing the majority of its medicines, which, as I said, is counterintuitive. We can't have the worst disease burden, but yet we're importing most of our medicines. We start producing our own medicines, we start servicing our own people, then we enjoy the benefits of the economic impact into our economic systems. So that's the first thing that's important. We then generate taxes, we create jobs, we create further investment, and then we can fund our own programs. We're not dependent on the United States or China or anybody else then. We can start funding our own programs. The second and final thing, why this presents an opportunity. Presents an opportunity for us to take ownership as Africans of our own programs, our own healthcare systems. When you rely on donors, it comes with conditions. And very often those conditions are imposed upon us. They're not conditions that are necessarily fit for purpose for Africa, or conditions that have necessarily been agreed to with Africans. So I see immense challenge, Minister, with this, but also immense opportunity for Africa to reclaim its healthcare systems and to ensure, as I keep saying, health security and security of supply. If we do not have, ladies and gentlemen, health security in any part of the world, we can never have global peace and security. I see this as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kampf. How can intellectual property foster collaboration to transfer technology and know-how and thus promote sustainable manufacturing capacities.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, first of all, it's useful to look at the developments during the COVID-19 pandemic, which clearly demonstrated the importance of collaboration. Although some may say it wasn't enough, the number of voluntary licensing agreements was unprecedented. And for example, at a thematic session of the TRIPS Council back in September 2023, we actually had data provided that sort of indicated that about 185 industry collaborations were put in place on the production of COVID-19 treatments, of which 105 were specifically designed to increase access in low and middle income countries. In my view, it is important now to preserve this collaborative network beyond the pandemic. In discussions at the WTO, the role of IPRs has, however, been looked at from different perspectives. On the one hand, they are seen as promoting collaboration and technology transfer, and in turn, more efficient and rapid manufacturing and distribution of generics. Also, they make it easier for the licensor to secure adequate markets for the generic manufacturers. Moreover, such partnerships can help to secure high-quality production. On the other hand, some question the exclusive reliance on voluntary collaboration and see the need for compulsory licenses to fill the gaps when voluntary arrangements are rejected and to increase also the incentives for innovator companies to grant voluntary licenses. Now, the WTO's TRIPS Council offers an excellent platform to discuss the contribution of IP to foster collaboration through technology transfer and also to promote sustainable manufacturing. Since July 2022, we have an agenda item on the TRIPS Council which looks into IP, COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness, and which is the right place to have those discussions. And I won't go into these details here for the sake of time, and just, Chair, conclude maybe with 3 issues which would merit to be sort of taken into consideration. First of all, we talk about technology transfer as a given, but at the same time, I think, as you hear me saying, from the discussions we see in the TRIPS Council, but also in the WHO negotiations on the pandemic agreement, what exactly is the basis for technology transfer? Do we understand it as a purely voluntary mechanism based on collaboration between right holder and beneficiaries? Or do we see it as an area where TRIPS flexibilities and in particular compulsory licenses also have a role to play? Second, the transfer of technology alone may in many instances not be sufficient and would need to be complemented by the sharing of knowledge in order to be effective. For example, what would be required to incentivize the owner of trade secrets to share their knowledge with collaborating partners? And finally, the usual point, but as we all know, the intellectual property dimension is only one part of a much bigger puzzle, and we need to really bring these different elements together in a sort of effective manner. And this is where I see trilateral cooperation with WHO and WIPO as a valuable element, because it does and can help governments to adopt a holistic approach that equally addresses all relevant ingredients for success, including but not limited to intellectual property rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have arrived at the end, unfortunately, because we overshot our time. There won't be any opportunity for the audience to ask questions. Unfortunately, I have to thank our panelists, and because we stand in between you and your lunch, we don't want to do that anymore. Can we just take a photo with the panelists and there will be announcement about lunch?
Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you for our audience. I would love to invite you to go to hall number 5 to have the lunch. But before that, I want to thank our speaker again once time. Thank you. And as a friendly reminder about our amazing initiative today, the Safari Gala dinner. Please dress and warm all these amazing sessions and have more networkings with our gala dinner. But please, as a friendly reminder, be sure that you're having your access confirmation card, because this is your invitation there. And take a lot of photos and share it there. Now I would to invite you to go to the lunch, please, and come back to have more session. The session at 2, it will be more informative about AI. Who doesn't want to speak about AI nowadays? Inshallah, we'll meet you at 2, talking more about transformation and AI in the production. Thank you.
그 chantrol. Bisa. Ya, mungkin jam esok. Sana Pak. Ya. Oh ya, mak. Itu video. Itu video. The opportunities. Is the portraits now? Come sei io? Hmm?
هدف لمين؟
Attention for participants who are outside. We are about to begin the next session, the next parallel session. So please make your way to hall number 5.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A session is about to start. Is it possible for us to end our break time and enter? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a good break with the lunch. We are now starting this session, the parallel panel discussion number 13 on AI-powered innovation, transforming local manufacturing processes. Before we begin, we have new information on the gala dinner that will be tonight. It will be SUVs starting to load immediately after the end of today's agenda. The location to be picked up is at the grandstand exit, which is opposite end of the ADNEC on the other side behind me. So you walk out, turn right, and then turn right again through the big hall, and it's the doors at the end. An email will be sent to all registered participants and speakers with a map of the location. So please do keep an eye out for this email. If you haven't received it, please let us know and we will help you, direct you. Also, kindly wear your badges as well when you board the bus. So without further ado, my apologies to Dr. Mohammed Noor Azman Hassan, currently the Deputy Secretary General of Technology Development of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. He's our esteemed chair. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed. Would you like to?
Right. Thank you very much, everyone, participants to the WPF third installation of the series. So this is going to be a panel session, talking about what the world is facing right now. Most of us in this room will somehow or another have encountered this creature called artificial intelligence, and they can be very beneficial to humankind, and if you do it properly and use them at will and as how we intend it to be used, then we'll be able to get more out of it. So today's session, but before that, I would like to introduce myself a bit. I'm currently the Deputy Secretary General of Technology Development at the Ministry of Science and Innovation of Malaysia. I've been with the ministry for about 6 years already, looking after policy decision makings into various technological developments of verticals, including AI, also vaccines and nanotechnology, biotechnology space, and so on and so forth. And I hope today I'll be able to actually get something out of our list of panelists to discuss about a very important aspect of local manufacturing processes, utilizing AI as an important tool, whether it's going to be able to provide some policy decision making or some policy interventions, some tools that we can develop and conceptualized earlier on. So I have 4 distinguished speakers together with us today, and they are Dr. Anthony So. He's a distinguished professor at the practice of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School, and he directs the Innovation Design Enabling Access, or IDEA, initiative, where he has worked on innovative approaches to ensuring access to health technologies, as well as contributing to an antimicrobial resistance policy GPT tool. So I'd like to welcome first Professor Dr. Anthony So on stage. Please welcome. And we also have Dr. Ricardo Baptista Leite, and he is a Portuguese-Canadian medical doctor trained in infectious diseases. He's the CEO of Health AI, the global agency for responsible AI in health, which is a Geneva-based independent NGO, and also the founder and president of the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, and of course a former 4-term member of the Portuguese Parliament. However, unfortunately, Dr. Ricardo is joining us online. I think he's already able to join us online. I think he's listening to us. And then Professor Renan Gonçalves Leonel de Silva. Dr. Renan is a professor of science, technology, and society, and a research fellow at the Center for Ethics and Responsible Research at the New Jersey Institute of Technology of the United States of America. He leads the Trust in Autonomous Labs project and is a member of the initiative Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work, both at Columbia University. And I would like to welcome Professor Renan on stage. Please welcome. And last but not least is Dr. Marta Fernandez Suarez. Dr. Marta is a global health executive with 15 years plus of experience across academia, industry, and global institutions. She currently serves as Executive Director of Concept Foundation, working to advance innovation and access to health products for women and girls around the world. Dr. Marta holds a PhD in biological chemistry from MIT and was previously the CTO at FIND and VP of R&D at Daktari Diagnostics. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Marta on stage as well. Thank you very much. I'll be joining them. Okay. Please get comfortable, but not too comfortable at this hour. It's about 20 minutes past 2. We'll try to finish it off in less than an hour, or close to an hour. But with this topic, I think it's going to be very exciting and a lot of interactions. The process of today's forum, or the session today, each panel member will have a slide. They will be speaking on the rostrum on stage. And we'll start with Professor Anthony So. Please welcome you, sir.
Well, thank you to the organizers for the opportunity of joining this remarkable panel and for the chance to share a few opening reflections. Local manufacturing, as has been said actually throughout this particular forum, is but one key part of the pharmaceutical value chain. But to realize the full promise of new technologies like AI and transforming this, I would like to suggest that we might consider an end-to-end approach to doing so. And to make discussion more concrete, perhaps we might turn to the example of the local manufacture of novel antibiotics. Drug discovery of novel classes of antibiotics has faltered for decades. But the work of investigators like Jonathan Stokes of McMaster University and his generative AI model for de novo antibiotic synthesis, Synthamol, gives me new hope and is instructive. Synthemol narrowed a potential chemical space of 30 billion molecules, designed 58 molecules that could be synthesized, 6 of which were active in vitro against Acinetobacter baumannii, a tough bacterial pathogen, and as well as an array of other high-priority escape pathogens. Now, the efficiency gains in narrowing the vast drug-like chemical space are impressive. So are the role of machine learning models to identify molecules that can kill bacteria but not mammalian cells, and that are druggable and can cross, importantly, the gram-negative cell walls of bacteria. But the part that really piqued my interest was Synthemol's potential capability to determine synthetic tractability, that is, how easy it would be to synthesize a novel drug or how low cost its production might be. So the question for me is, how do we build an innovation ecosystem that can draw upon the promise and work of the world's leading investigators like Jonathan Stokes, ensure that these investigators also come from low and middle income countries, and engage them in manufacturing of these technologies in LMIC settings? Well, a key building block for the use of generative AI models is the availability of the training data. How do we create an innovation ecosystem that enables investigators to contribute willingly and transparently to a research commons? As Cesar de la Fuente Nunez of the University of Pennsylvania and his team have suggested, an open science regime can help accelerate machine-learning-based antibiotic discovery through the sharing of the source code, training and testing data, and published findings. Of note, we might build on, of course, various approaches in low and middle income countries. For example, open access publishing, notably in Latin America, has created an ecosystem where Scielo and Radilec are open access platforms without article processing charges to the authors nor subscription fees to the readers. And Scielo has an open data repository too. Instead, governments, public institutions, and grants support the needed infrastructure, and this could be an important part of the roadmap for LMICs going forward. Now, at the local manufacturing stage, AI might well facilitate process automation, quality control, and predictive maintenance, but on the supply side, at the local manufacturing plant, could AI tools optimize the economics of scale-up manufacturing, predict costs, and identify safety hazards? And on the demand side, could AI help plan how local manufacturing in one country optimally might serve regional health security through machine learning algorithms that might manage demand forecasting, supplier selection and inventory management, and regulatory compliance? Taking an end-to-end approach, we might extend collaboration rather than silo work, coupling, as Cesar de la Fuente Nunez and his colleagues called for, in silico model testing with in vitro and in vivo validation. Such a vision recalls the conceptual framework put forward by the late Donald Stokes in his classic work, The Pasteur's Quadrant, Basic Science and Technological Innovation, in which he suggested that the fertile ground for transformative innovation is when researchers integrate fundamental research with societal needs, much as Louis Pasteur did fittingly when his research in microbiology led to fundamental insights in germ theory and subsequent practical innovations like vaccines. Stokes called this research inspired by use. Now, what are some examples of making antibiotic innovation user-inspired? Well, the drugs that treat urinary tract infections are far more useful if administered orally rather than parentally, as an outpatient rather than as a hospitalized inpatient. And such specifications might find, of course, their way into target product profiles. But another example might be the behavioral dimensions of use. The diagnostics that we use can influence how we prescribe antibiotics. When a child presents with fever, a healthcare worker might decide whether to give an antibiotic based on an algorithm. Today, it might be comprised of just respiratory rate and the results of a rapid malaria diagnostic test in some areas. And as the literature suggests, if that malaria diagnostic test is positive, the healthcare worker might ignore the high respiratory rate in the child, along with the possibility of a concurrent pneumonia, treat with an antimalarial, and underuse the antibiotic. Or if the tests were negative, they might opt for an antibiotic, having nothing else to offer, even if the respiratory rate were normal. But a multiplex diagnostic test might remove the uncertainty of the other causes of the differential diagnosis list and render antibiotic prescribing more rational. End user data on these technologies from the healthcare delivery system can inform the design of technologies that work in the local context. We can build on the experience of other groups to actually build the infrastructure we need for this kind of work. So the Science for Africa Foundation, for example, has been building research consortia on genomics and bioinformatics across 24 countries and 54 institutions. A network, of course, of actually could be also designed around what the U.S. Agency for Health Research and Quality described as learning collaboratives, networks of researchers, healthcare workers, and even citizen scientists or communities engaged in sharing learning through peer-to-peer interaction and expert guidance. And we can also re-engineer the innovation ecosystem in a couple of ways. Decentralized manufacturing can take these developments further, moving the point of local manufacturing more distal in the supply chain. And in the future, technologies might be customized with AI tools to fashion prosthetic limbs, 3D print medical equipment parts, or make precision medicines. And to make innovations more affordable, we can also re-engineer how innovation is financed to ensure closer to marginal cost pricing and sufficient financial incentive for sustainable access. Taking an end-to-end approach suggests different collaborative opportunities that we might consider, and these might figure also into a roadmap for LMICs when integrating technologies like AI into the pharmaceutical value chain. And the end-to-end approach goes to the heart of the questions that I believe Santiago Cornejo posed yesterday in one of the panel sessions when he asked, who creates, who benefits, and who finances? And I hope this brief overview provides a useful starting point for our discussions today.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. So how will this here goes? How do we do it? How we will be doing this forum, this session? So after each presenter's intervention, I'll follow on with a short question for further clarity. So for Dr. Anthony, so my question here is, I guess we're dealing with data, open source data that you're promoting just now. That's quite a sensitive data when it comes to medical records, for example. So to ensure equitable access to this kind of data and for us to be able to benefit on this AI, what paradigm do we need to ensure to access the knowledge that powers AI tools?
Thanks for that question, Mr. Chair. Well, to ensure equitable access really to benefits for AI, we really need a system that in fact actually, of course, we need a system essentially that where the innovation is not just for disease endemic countries, but is by those in disease endemic countries. And this means, of course, upstream access to the building blocks of AI, the source code, the testing and training data, and of course the published findings need to be made more accessible, such as through the open science framework I mentioned. But there also needs to be wraparound capacity building of the scientists and labs. That's why I mentioned the Science for Africa Foundation's efforts to complete the vision of the in silico model really being coupled with in vitro and in vivo, of course, validation. Now, this will take, of course, public and philanthropic commitment, and not only to the financing, but to norms. And I really appreciated this morning when I think it was Dr. Monet actually really urged us to shift the mindset. And in fact, at the beginning of the Human Genome Project, we might recall that in fact, this Human Genome Project, which was funded largely by the NIH in the United States and the Wellcome Trust, put out the Bermuda Principles that mandated the release of DNA sequences data within 24 hours after it was generated into a publicly available database with a public domain commitment rather than privatizing or protecting the human genome sequence information. Now, the norms for AI, we understand, are evolving and different by various technology product types. But we can draw some lessons from these various sorts of experiences. They include things like how the material transfer agreements are structured under the pandemic influenza preparedness framework, or how do we actually get more creative? You know, we think about most of these things in terms of property rules, which is a negative right to exclude. But actually, there are also liability rules. Liability rules actually would instead have, as compensatory liability regimes would have, a use first, pay later approach. And this is used in other sectors, such as the International Plant Genetic Resources Treaty, where in fact a large part of the world's actually food crops are in fact exchanged in a use first, pay later approach, where they are parked in a database that's accessible by many countries throughout the world. And remember, of course, we've got to justify this public funding because the end products have to be affordable. Otherwise, how can we actually put the public sector to invest actually in these R&D products in the first place? That's the big real challenge. particularly LMICs. And so I would like to suggest another financial innovation as well. So if you look at a place like the United States, where of course sometimes the public sector ownership of some of these things may not be the most hospitable environment, we have actually found a way in which to actually re-engineer around this. And that is, in recent years, our hospital systems and a few foundations have created their own nonprofit generic company called CivicRx. It is now actually, in fact, involving over 1,400 hospitals, controlling about 30% of the beds in the United States. It set up as a non-stock, nonprofit generic drug manufacturer that acts in the best interest of its members. In exchange, it actually contracts and manufactures actually various drugs. It's contracted actually, for example, the first 2 drugs it actually did was vancomycin and daptomycin, 2 antibiotics. It's going to be working with California on insulin. Importantly, though, the members actually commit to a buy of half of at least their needs over a period of 5 years. So what you have is an amazing vertical integration of the healthcare delivery system on the demand side, owning, in fact, some of the means of production for pharmaceutical production on the supply side. And there are, of course, analogous things with the parastatal agencies like Butantan and others are here, where, in fact, that close partnership between government and, of course, the production of the system. And this is, CivicRx is a nonprofit private sector entity, but it is one that's set up in a way where it's going to go for the lowest margin, close to marginal cost pricing, because it's motivated to actually do that because of its members that own it, which is the healthcare delivery system. So I believe we can actually do financial innovation alongside, of course, AI innovation. We could be actually on the road to doing something really special.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. We'll now move to Dr. Ricardo Baptista Liti, who's joining us online. Can I invite Dr. Ricardo for your intervention, please? Online.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me and see me.
Good afternoon. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to share some quick slides also. If you could just confirm that you can all see them, that would be great.
I think I can see that on the right side of both. Yeah, we can see it on the screen. Yes, please.
Fantastic. So thank you again. It's a true honor to be with you at this World Local Production Forum, and I truly regret not being able to be with you in person. But I did want to participate, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so virtually. My name is Ricardo Leite, as was mentioned, and I want to speak to you more from the perspective of our work as the Global Agency for Responsible AI in Health. As mentioned, we are a nonprofit based out of Geneva. We're supporting governments as a technical partner, building up their governance capabilities so that we can scale the adoption of artificial intelligence within health systems. So going away from the current model of pilots towards systemic transformation driven by the power of AI. And the truth is, artificial intelligence investments and development are growing exponentially year on year. We see that. You just need to look at the market to understand that. But when you look at where those investments are being made, that raises some questions and issues. We know, of course, that there's tremendous investment in parts of the world, and the US and China are clearly the leading actors in this space. But when we look at this map, it also becomes very clear that low and middle income countries, particularly Africa, Latin America, parts of Southeast Asia, are clearly being left behind. And so if the intention is for these technologies to benefit everyone, we have to be very cautious and aware of the reality that currently in important parts of the world where most of the population is actually based are not involved in this intelligence revolution. But I think even more importantly is for us to ask the question, why use artificial intelligence? Because in my position, I end up meeting with governments, with private sector, with academia, with multiple stakeholders around the world. And many governments and private sector partners come to us and they say they want to use artificial intelligence. And I typically ask, why? Why do you want to use it? And it's funny, nowadays you get many times the answer that it's because, my boss is telling me or the minister is saying that this is important. And of course, that is not the right approach. We need to be clear on our intentionality when it comes to AI. What I mean by this is that artificial intelligence is not going to solve all of the problems in the world. We are, as humans, we need to know where we want to go. We need to strategize, and we need to have a clear output in mind of what we want to achieve with our health systems, with the intervention of technology. Because artificial intelligence and other related technologies are simply tools that will enable that systemic transformation. If you don't know where you're going, it's not the technology that is going to get you there. So what do we need to change? And that is a very important argument I would like to make here. Honestly, we do not have health systems in most places around the world. We have disease systems. We have systems that react to when people are sick. And what we've seen is the cost of healthcare among most OECD countries has been growing systematically over the years and decades. And one could think, okay, more money, but better health outcomes. But we're seeing exactly the opposite, where we're seeing a rise of burden of disease. And when that happens, that leads to lack of sustainability. Money is not infinite. And so we know that there will be a point where if we do not change the way we deliver health and care and the way we manage health in general, well, the principle of universal health coverage simply will not be possible, because there will not be enough resources for everyone, which will lead inevitably to worse health, not for those that are capable of paying out of pocket, but especially for the populations that are in most vulnerable situations. And so this leads to a rise of inequities and a rise of poverty. And being poverty the main driver of disease, this creates a vicious cycle that will continue to degrade among our countries and within health systems. So it's a vicious cycle that we need to break. So how to do that? Well, to answer that question, we need to understand what actually impacts our health. What affects the health of each of us as individuals, as people? And the truth is, myself as a medical doctor, when I have a patient in front of me, I'm in reality many times just looking at 10% of what affects that person's health status, their clinical factors. Then we have the biological and genomic factors, and a lot of work is being done with the power of technology to address these, but we're far from systemic transformation of genomic factors. And then when we look at the fact that 60% of really what affects our health are exogenous factors, the environment where we live, where we work, the air we breathe, the decisions we make on a daily basis, if we decide to eat a salad or a hamburger, if we smoke or we don't smoke, these factors are the ones that actually have a tremendous impact on our individual health status, will influence how we will age, if we will have an active senior life or not, and will affect our quality of life and well-being. And all of this reflects into data. Tons of data, terabytes of data per citizen that is already being collected today by multiple formats. It is impossible for physicians, for humans, to be able to process all of this information and to transform that data into clinical decisions or any other decisions that can support us in becoming healthier. And that's where the power of artificial intelligence kicks in, because it is the opportunity truly to address health as a whole and to address all of the factors that actually affect our health. And so when we are discussing the implementation of artificial intelligence within health systems, we need to avoid what I'm seeing happening in many parts around the world, which is an attempt to retrofit AI to the current systems. Transforming your current digital health systems or paper systems with an AI support tool is just making inefficiencies faster and grow bigger. And what you want is to refocus, to rebuild, to redesign your health system. And so it's actually a huge opportunity to have this transformative AI technology to stop and think as an organization, as a health system, as a government, and stop and think, now that we have this transformative technology, if we didn't have all of these legacy issues from the past, how would we design the health system of the future and build on top of that vision with the power of AI? And this is not something of the future. We're already seeing AI being implemented across the whole value chain. And we heard examples already in this panel, from research and development to manufacturing to delivery of care and population health, predictive modeling at the population level, personalized precision medicines, post-care and monitoring, the idea that the future of healthcare will actually be outside of hospitals, being able for people to stay in their homes, where the idea that we will be much more local, avoiding the issues of geographic barriers, but also even in the admin, what some people will consider less interesting and less exciting, but extremely important, billing and claims, dealing with compliance processes, fraud detection. Today, AI is already bringing efficiency across the board. The issue is, one of the challenges is the fact that right now, what is happening in healthcare is, it's kind of the Wild West, in the sense that the governance mechanisms are truly not fully in place to ensure that health systems can absorb and provoke systemic transformation with the power of AI. And this Wild West is leading to companies selling almost door to door without proper governance systems. And that is actually slowing down the progress of technology. Because healthcare, unlike many other sectors of the economy, demands multiple barriers that need to be overcome. And one of those barriers is clearly the fragmentation of how this is being developed within systems and between countries. And so the truth is, since typically to get into a health system, you have to go through regulatory hurdles. If that is very different from region to region and country to country, it becomes extremely difficult to scale. The fact that the technology is moving so fast, it's impossible with the current capacity of most governments, regulators, and health systems to be able to keep up to speed. And so that's another barrier that we need to overcome. Data concerns, how do we ensure, on one hand, security and privacy, but also how do we ensure that the models are trained on data that is applicable to the populations where the technology is actually going to be used. And this is particularly problematic in low and middle income countries. The absence of post-market surveillance in most cases, where AI tools are being used, there's a promise that they are going to bring better outcomes or greater efficiency, but we don't really have mechanisms then in the real world to generate real world evidence and to understand if the promise is actually being complied with. And then companies are investing billions of euros in the development or dollars in the development of these technologies. The truth is, in many countries, there is not a clear process to do health technology assessment and to define the reimbursement. What is the fair price to pay for these technologies? And so companies are facing all of these hurdles in terms of trying to get access to market, and they're blocked. And that is, we have AI that actually can save lives, can improve outcomes, but it's not actually reaching the people who need it. But I would say the biggest barrier of all is trust. Today, if we have a headache or a fever, we take a paracetamol or we give a paracetamol to our feverish child, and we don't think twice about it. We trust the technology. We trust that pill that we know has gone through a regulatory process. Today, we still think twice. Can I trust the AI recommendation on a clinical treatment that is given to me as a physician? And that second guessing is holding us back. The truth is, governments are sometimes fearful of deploying these technologies due to lack of trust. Healthcare professionals are fearful of fully trusting that technology, and even citizens are not adopting at scale. And that's where Health AI hopefully can play a role as a global agency to build that trust through building the governance capabilities within the country level, being this bridge that you can see on this slide between the normative standard setting organizations like the World Health Organization that define guidelines and standards. We don't do that ourselves. We work with these standards that come from trusted organizations and the regulatory bodies on the other side at the national level. And so we support governments providing the technical assistance to build up the local capacity so that governments, through their regulators, are capable of assessing and accelerating the adoption of AI technologies within their health system. Countries that become part of our regulatory network become part of that, and that gives them an opportunity to not only be part of knowledge sharing among regulators, but also gives them access to the global early warning system. So if there's a risk that's identified in the Emirates or in Singapore, in Zambia, or in Brazil related to an AI tool, we are the ones raising the red flags and sharing that information to regulators in real time, avoiding harm, mitigating risk, and at the same time avoiding legal liability and helping companies to be able to correct their systems before further harm is done. And we're creating a public repository of AI solutions that will be able to showcase what technologies have been approved at the local level. And so as regulators approve or register AI tools for their health systems, we will be able to see this, and this will be a global public good, that everyone will be able to see what technologies are out there, who developed them, and which regulators have already approved them for their own systems. And we will do this also through providing what we call technical acceleration services to different stakeholders, from governments to private sector and multilaterals. And we've created a community of practice, a community that brings together not only governments, we have 32 governments already on board, but more than 200 institutions from the private sector, academia, patient organizations, basically any institution that is involved in this intelligence revolution for health or is potentially impacted by it. And so any institution can apply, and this is the QR code for the application page. It's a very simple process, and it's a space where we co-create, we're building the co-creation models of the future so that we can define how the governance of responsible use of artificial intelligence in health can be done to benefit most citizens, because ultimately we need to work together if we want to achieve a healthy future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ricardo. I guess the question about whether we need to have a proper governance, a complete governance, first before we develop AI and using the tool to address issues in healthcare and whatnot is a chicken and egg kind of situation. But in many instances, regulations, if you want to develop those in the structure of the government, it will take time as well. So I guess the question, as a follow-up to your presentation intervention just now, Dr. Ricardo, is that how can regulations keep pace with the rapid evolution of AI technologies, because AI tools are so many out there being developed, and regulations are perhaps trying to keep up. How can we do that?
Well, thanks for the question. And I would challenge the argument that we need to fix the governance to develop the AI. And the reason I'm challenging that is because we are already seeing the development of AI at exponential pace. What concerns me is that in the absence of proper governance, that technology, much of it, which could have tremendous positive impact on health outcomes, is not being deployed at scale to benefit all citizens in the most advanced cities in the world to the most remote villages in Africa, because the absence of those governance models. And so that's where we're kicking in a way as a global agency to help build those capacities. Not to do so, and this goes back to the issue of regulation versus innovation. When it comes to healthcare, unlike other sectors, healthcare is very different than manufacturing or building cars or whatnot, in the sense that if something goes wrong, it affects directly the health and well-being of a citizen. And no government wants to be responsible for the unintentional death that could have been avoided with a proper governance system. Are we saying that we can't have risk? No, we will have risk, just like we have risk with pharmaceutical products or medical devices. The issue is, how do we ensure that the benefits outweigh the risks on one hand, and on the other hand, how do we ensure that what we're paying for as a health system is actually generating the efficiency gains or the outcome gains that are promised? Well, today you don't really have those mechanisms in place. And so this is something we have to do at the same time at an accelerated pace. And so to invest in an ecosystem that can foster innovation, we also need to invest on the governance side. And I would also just say that this also demands from the regulators, especially if you think of low and middle income countries, sometimes the bar we put is so high that we're holding back access to innovation. What I mean by this is that sometimes the way we assess technology is by comparing the technology, the new technology, with the gold standard that already exists. And if it's not exactly the same or better, the regulators tend to refuse the usage of that technology in the health system. The problem is, in many parts of the world, the gold standard is not available. So is it ethically correct for us to refuse access to these AI tools when the alternative is nothing or worse than what AI can deliver? I think that's a huge issue. The other big issue is in the absence of healthcare workers, and we're seeing a tremendous growth of need in terms of healthcare workers, shouldn't we look at technology as part of the solution to be able to help us overcome that? And so these governance issues are the ones that I think are critical to provide the strategic framework so that the payers, the governments, the insurance companies, along with the private sector developers, and hopefully with the voice of the patients included, can accelerate this intelligence revolution for the benefit of health, or else we will end up with a system where innovation will not be accessible for all. And I believe that would be a tremendous lost opportunity.
Yeah, okay, right, thank you. Can I now just invite Professor Renan for his intervention? So we'll have another 20 minutes of the session. Dr. Ricardo, please sit tight.
Okay, so I hope you guys can hear me well. So I would like to thank you all for the organizers and everyone involved in planning and executing this conference. That it's an exceptional event, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here. Actually, I would like to present a personal perception or personal understanding of how artificial intelligence is already transforming the field of drug discovery. So my point today is to understand or to discuss how artificial intelligence is reshaping and modernizing the pharmaceutical and the biopharmaceutical industry. This is not a speculation about the future. AI is already driving significant technological change in this sector. We've seen remarkable examples where research and development practice have successfully adopted AI to accelerate the design, engineering, and manufacturing of complex biological drugs. One example I would like to highlight, I hope it's working. Wait, just a moment. I think we are seeing, yeah. Can you guys project the slides here, please, in the main one? So one example I would like to highlight is the case of in silico medicine. In silico medicine is an innovative startup that has emerged as a key player in the AI drug discovery. The company developed a platform called Pharma AI, a suite of generative AI tools named Panda Omics, Chemistry 42nd or 42, and InClinical. These tools together combine multiple AI models trained on millions of data samples and a range of biological and biomedical tasks. Just last month, the first end-to-end generative AI-assisted drug discovery using platform of Pharma AI received its official generic name from the United States adopted names, Rentocertib. Using Pharma AI and their proprietary large language models, in silico announced the world's first AI-designed drug candidate. Today, the company has about 22 drug candidates in development and another 20 programs in drug discovery stage. These tools are just one example of how AI is transforming the scientific and technological ecosystem. They demonstrate that we should expect a steady stream of innovation in the following months and even years. But my key message here, it's not just to promote a startup or anything like that. It's basically to say that while AI is undeniably advancing biopharmaceutical sector, it is also reinforcing structural asymmetries between countries. The infrastructures required for AI drug discovery, such as computational resources, data ecosystems, and specialized talent, remain heavily concentrated in a small number of nations. That's problematic. This leaves many emerging and lower income economies at a significant disadvantage. This imbalance not only provides problems on technical gaps, but from deeper systemic issues. A few global technology firms dominate more than 90% of AI innovation in the world, with vast significant challenges, but concentrated financial and very well-qualified human resources. Meanwhile, many countries lack the foundational capabilities to fully participate in the transformation. So these include strong health policy instruments, scientific and technological infrastructure, specialized human capital, and a better integration into a global value chain. However, access to regulatory innovation and AI business services is also concentrated in such a small number of countries. In this context, international collaboration becomes fundamental. It's not only important, but urgent. We need sustained reinvestment to build AI capabilities in countries currently excluded from this technological wave. We've seen somewhat similar shifts during the transformation from biologics to biosimilars, for example, when several economies develop local capabilities for biosimilar innovation inside their own countries. And that's a sort of experience that I think we should learn from. By 2023, me and my colleagues from Brazil studied the field of biosimilar development in Brazil. And we got like a very concerning diagnostic about how technological innovation works in the biopharmaceutical sector in low and middle income countries. While technology transfer has been positive, we argue that it's often limited by the scope of some companies to transfer knowledge. In our study, I called the companies as technology holders. We know it's positive, technology transfer is very important, but on the same time, without follow-up investments in research and development, biosimilars tend to hit a ceiling. Countries like India, Brazil, China, and South Korea moved beyond this barrier, developing their own technical and non-technical capacities. So, what about international partnerships for AI in biopharma? We already seen meaningful progress. One example, actually, is the global call for biopharmaceutical training, led by this organization, the World Health Organization Local Production Initiative. And many forums have discussed like many ways to transfer or to incentivize the development of new capabilities to be integrated in biopharmaceutical development. But knowing that the goal, it's very difficult to be achieved, I want to highlight two important processes that we should be thinking about integrating AI in drug discovery. The first one is to foster what I call as health technology sovereign in developing economies and to support more continuous and long-term investments in the field, not only transferring technologies from abroad. So now I want to move on and be a little bit more positive and a little bit more specific about what I call as a positive integration of AI in emerging biopharmaceutical developments. I want to shift the conversation toward a more ambitious vision for AI in emerging economies. Despite the risks posed by the global AI concentration, I believe there are opportunities, particularly through the developments of what we call as bio-betters, also known as bio-superiors. I don't know if you guys know about bio-superiors, but I wanted to bring this as an important topic. Bio-betters are biological drugs that have been structurally or functionally improved over existing biologics. They offer greater efficacy, safety, or convenience, and we can use AI to modify their molecular structure and then move away from relying on patent expiration from technology holders. Unlike biosimilars, which are replicas of existing biologics, biobetters require more advanced technological capabilities and often result in improved clinical outcomes. The global shift toward biosimilars has already shown that actors in emerging economies can absorb and adapt to biopharmaceutical technologies. As we can see in the map on the right, we can see like so many projects and biosimilars in a stage of clinical trials that if we were looking for this map 20 years ago, there would be almost nothing internationally compared to the Western countries. So biobetters could be an interesting move on from the dependence of our patent and our the dependence of technologies from abroad. They could open the door to innovation that is not limited by patent life cycles or the timelines of pharmaceutical companies that will hold those technologies for 15 or 18 years. So basically my point here is, let's use AI to transform the sector from within, not only rely and keep waiting for transformations coming from abroad to make us to do something internally to support the sustainability of our healthcare systems. AI can be the enabler that makes biobetters more accessible and feasible. By leveraging AI, emerging economies have an opportunity to move beyond imitation and toward genuine innovation. Early in the life cycle of drug development, we have many countries like China, India, and South Korea that already have experience, infrastructure, and technical capacity to move the sector of biopharmaceuticals beyond the biosimilar paradigm. Their trajectories can form a new wave of AI-driven efforts focused on biobetters. And of course, this is not an easy task, and my last notes or message from this talk is that we will face at least 3 immediate challenges to use AI to move towards the biobetters or biosuperiors development in emerging economies. The first, as mentioned earlier, is the high concentration of AI expertise in countries like the United States, China, and other fewer economies. And there is a weak convergence between AI developers, biopharma manufacturers, commercial interests, and health systems. That dialogue should be improved. Second, there is a significant communicational and translational gap between experts working in the intersections of AI. We need to foster a shared language and deeper collaboration across multiple disciplines. That's not easy, and usually involves a lot of resources that needs long-term commitments. Finally, many emerging economies lack robust regulatory frameworks that can accommodate novel AI-driven approaches to biobetters. These frameworks are often modeled on our dependence on external partners, and they are rarely designed to support such innovation. So we should probably be thinking about building a new platform with regulatory innovation coming from emerging economies. I know there are many other challenges ahead, and I hope we can explore that in the conversation. But before I leave the stage to our colleague Marta, I want to end with a call to action, proposing what I call as 6 principles that could guide what I call the building of a roadmap towards BioBetter's development. They're focused on the 6 principles that you can see, focused on the decentralization of knowledge and innovation infrastructures, fostering technology upgrading initiatives, expanding regulatory capacity in emerging economies, improving diversity and inclusion in clinical trials, promoting access, equity, and health system impact, and of course, like using an approach from responsible AI to anticipate potential ethical, legal, and social issues raising from the adoption of AI in the healthcare sector. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for the conversation.
Thank you, Renan, for the intervention. So I guess how do we catch up in terms of expanding and accelerating local innovation in, for example, least developed countries or LMICs using AI? Perhaps then we'll be able to perhaps leapfrog or doing catch up in terms of technology transfer and utilizing AI. But because of time constraint, Renan, I have to maybe perhaps we just have another 15 minutes or so at most. Can I invite Dr. Marta for your intervention, please?
Thank you very much, everybody, for attending, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. So I'm going to be brief. A lot of it has already been said, so just in the interest of time for everybody, we can please get the slides going. Thank you very much. So very quickly, Concept Foundation, because it may not be known to many of you, but we're a foundation based in Bangkok and in Geneva, driving innovation and access to quality assured and affordable health products for women and girls around the world. We have been collaborating with manufacturers for over 35 years. Really around the world in many countries, you have some examples there, and about 50% of the sexual and reproductive health medicines that are pre-qualified have received support from Concept Foundation. And we support manufacturers really across the value chain. So we have started to see some of these AI-enabled tools being introduced by these manufacturers, and we are starting to see some of those efficiencies and improvements already. I'll walk you through some examples, and I have a disclaimer here. These are examples just to inspire. I'm not trying to be comprehensive here on all of the places where AI has potential, but it really has the potential to boost geodiversified manufacturing along the value chain. So if we think about R&D, I'm not going to talk about autonomous experimentation or drug discovery because the prior speakers have really gone into it, but maybe a few examples, right, where really these regional, local manufacturers can excel in a way that large manufacturers don't. For example, target identification that is based on relevant genomics and proteomics data sets, right? And it's all going to go back to those data sets that it has been already been mentioned before. Many of them are imperfect, and they are certainly non-representatives of the health care environments and of the health populations we are trying to serve around the world. And this is something that the regional manufacturers should really be empowered to focus on gathering the data that is necessary to train these AI-enabled tools. Again, using those data sets. They can use generative AI for the design and the prototyping that is based on content-specific constraints, on context-specific constraints. I'm thinking things as basic as like injection molding for rapid tests, like those plastic cassettes as manufacturers develop. They don't behave very well in some of the extreme temperatures, the materials in those tests. So generative AI can really help local manufacturers upgrade, improve those tests in a cheaper manner, most cost-effective and time-efficient manner to adapt to the local constraints they have. Material substitution algorithms, so they can employ locally available components, are things that, again, we now have the tools for manufacturers with little investments to do these substitutions that for years have required a lot of investment to be able to change just one component in a buffer because they didn't have it available in country. Manufacturing processes, again, I'll go maybe just through one or two in the interest of time, but we are already seeing a lot of use of AI in quality control. So for many years, we have had computer vision systems, right, to identify defects in the manufacturing line in a more effective way that humans can do. We now can integrate AI into this diagnostic AI, into these computer vision systems to be a lot more effective. And the reason why this is helpful also for nascent manufacturers is because they don't have the experience to maybe see what are the most common defects that they are going to see. So they can use AI algorithms with adaptive learning, right? We were talking about before about adaptive learning. They can start with small data sets because they don't have all these historic massive data sets of the defects they are going to see in that particular plastic part. But they can start with an imperfect data set. It's better than nothing, as we just heard. And then they can use adaptive learning to adapt it to their own manufacturing processes. Similar using generative AI for process control. I'm not going to go through all of those, but the same on predictive maintenance, right? We are hearing a lot about predictive AI for maintenance. Maintenance generates a huge cost to manufacturers, and especially to nascent manufacturers. And we know specifically that in some of the geographies that we're looking at, maintenance is hugely prohibited, and it takes a long time to get the technician just to repair a piece of equipment. And that is a lot more detrimental in some of the resource-constrained settings than it is in other countries. So with predictive AI, what we can do is the manufacturers can already predict when a piece of equipment may be breaking down, so they can already call the technician. As simple as that. They can schedule that a month ahead of time, and that really will help them save costs. Using AI for training systems, troubleshooting assistance. I'm sure many of you are already getting used to using these AI bots as an assistant to you to write emails. We can have assistants to troubleshoot on the production floor. Once again, it's sometimes hard to get a hold of a technician to fix a piece of equipment. But if you can have an AI assistant to say, hi, I'm getting the red light turning on, can you please help me? We can really improve the effectiveness of those workers on the ground floor. Supply chain management has been mentioned, so I won't get into it already. And the same on regulatory compliance. There's been a lot of discussion, so I'll go through this. I want to highlight that what I say here is the huge potential that all of these tools have in supporting the geodiversified manufacturing. But there is also a huge risk, right? A huge risk that they can also widen the gap, and this is something that Renan has been mentioning, right? So, and I'm just going to talk here about the availability of context-relevant quality data sets. Introducing all of these tools is intensive, resource-intensive, but it also means that you need to have the data sets to train. And we already know that all of these data sets are not representatives. We don't have data for it. So there is a risk that this boom in AI and these efficiencies will only be realized by those manufacturers that serve populations for which there are data. And then that gap is going to widen. So it's something that we need to be very intentional to make sure that doesn't happen. So I leave you with a few inspirations, not on the production processes themselves, but on the tools, how AI really is already starting to transform healthcare. These are some examples of how AI-enabled tools are able to bring healthcare to where people need it. So we can supplement centralized healthcare with healthcare that is delivered in decentralized settings. And I'm thinking, for example, a pregnant woman that is going to an antenatal care facility. Often, she cannot get an ultrasound there. We now have tools, and that's the one that you can see all the way on the right, where we can have first the hardware, so that ultrasound equipment can be brought to decentralized antenatal care facilities. But then this hardware is equipped with AI-enabled software that allows a midwife, a healthcare provider that is not a trained sonographer, to conduct that ultrasound, and then the AI is able to interpret the results. So you don't no longer need a specialized equipment, you don't need a specialized knowledge or training to run these devices. Of course, this goes back to you need the data sets to train, but regional manufacturers are well positioned to establish those partnerships with local universities, with the local environment to gather the data sets. they can start with imperfect data set and then again use adaptive training to do so. And then there are some other examples on clinical decision support tools to help healthcare workers, self-care tools for all of us. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marta. I guess I'll just go straight to our third part of the session. Maybe we have another 5 more minutes. Sorry for this tight schedule on timing. But the third part of the session is a Q&A session from the floor, from the participants. I trust it's not really easy to find anyone who's raising your hand, but our secretariat will be going around getting the microphone to you. Any question? No, okay. If there's no more question, if there's no question from the floor, because we're running out of time, I'd like to maybe conclude with some pointers that shared as a summary. It's important to have for AI to be able to be impacting the development of solutions in the healthcare sector for open data and access, and equitable access to data is very important. That can lead to trust, but it's still requiring governance and some sort of regulations to be put in place. We have also heard that positive integration of AI in drug development and products, for example, is crucial in identifying, so to speak, superior products like biobetters and so on and so forth, which is quicker to be developed. And we also have shared that the democratization of healthcare can be accelerated via collaborative partnerships of data sharing amongst manufacturers and tech providers, for example, thus accelerating healthcare service provision. With that summary of the session, I'd like to again thank you, a word of thanks to our speakers' interventions. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Marta, Dr. Rena, Dr. Anthony So, and of course Dr. Ricardo online. Thank you very much also to the organizers. Thank you.
I would like to say a big thank you to the chair, to the panelists. Thank you so much for being here with us. I apologize we don't have a Q&A session. We are a little short in time. I would like to remind you that we will meet here again at 3:30 p.m. for the plenary session, discussion 6, Driving Sustainable Local Production, the Power of Collaboration and Partnerships. And I have some information for you regarding the gala dinner tonight. We will meet at 5:30 p.m. It's not just a gala dinner, there's a desert safari and the dinner. The cars will take us all to the venue. So there's no dress code, we go dressed as we are. And the door that we should take is the grandstand exit parking. The venue is so big and I'm not sure how we're gonna find the door, but we can ask the security guards outside or people who work in the venue, and we'll try to display the map of the entire building so we know where the door is to find the vehicles that will transport us there. So thank you so much.
step over to the right.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'll just wait for everyone to just be seated. I hope you had your coffee and you are ready for the next panel discussion. Before we do that, I just wanted to have a quick announcement. So we have a gala dinner / safari at the evening, and the SUVs will leave at 5:30 from Grand Exit 3. So just hold your badges and come there. I hope you'll have a great time, and we'll be back around 10:30, around 10. Okay, so for our next plenary discussion, I invite Professor Frederick Abbott to the stage. He's already here. So the discussion, the theme of the discussion is driving sustainable local production, the power of collaboration and partnerships. Please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks very much to the WHO, the UAE, Dr. Jishui Zhang, and the other organizers for inviting the panel and inviting me to introduce the panel. It was suggested that I take about 5 minutes for opening remarks, so I'll try to be succinct about that, and then I'll ask our panelists to join me on the stage, and we'll proceed with our panel discussion. So you all know that there is a long history of collaborative efforts, public-private partnerships, product development partnerships, tracing back to the late 1990s and the early 2000s with the formation of MMV and Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, helped along by governments, foundations, non-governmental organizations, and collaboration with industry, providers of resources. The majority of those collaborations have largely been in the area of research and development for development and introduction of new products and diagnostics. Less has been focused directly on manufacturing and local production, as it were. So today's focus on collaboration for local production is really reflective of something of a new trend that, of course, has been accelerated by the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic and so forth. And we have a distinguished panel to address these elements. I would be remiss if I did not mention or point out that the global project of collaboration is facing a new and unprecedented threat, as in recent days and weeks we have seen not only cutbacks, but absolute cessation of financing of foreign aid and international aid, this includes funding to international organizations, including the World Health Organization. And we have to recognize that many of the collaborations that we'll talk about today and that are ongoing are in part financed by foreign aid and international organization funding, so this type of cutback may necessarily affect the subject matter of the discussion we're having today. Where is the money going? Well, it seems to be redirected to the military sector and the procurement of weapons, or simply to cut budgets for no necessary reason at all. And this is not just, though it may have been led by a USA phenomenon, the phenomenon of redirecting budgets is affecting governments and regions in other areas of the world. On top of that, we're seeing a cutback in funding of basic science, particularly in the United States. We're also seeing a movement of skepticism towards basic science, including with respect to vaccines, and if not in particular with respect to mRNA vaccines, for some reason being singled out for no apparent reason, but we have a growing skepticism about mRNA. It has been suggested, including earlier in this meeting, that the silver lining to this dark cloud may be that it results in a kind of forced independence for low and middle income countries who now will recognize that there's really a risk in being dependent on foreign sources of funding. And of course, that would be a silver lining if it in fact comes to pass. What it of course requires is that governments are in fact in the developing world, the low and middle income countries, willing to step in and step up their financing along with foundations and others that may be involved in this activity. To paraphrase, this will remain to be seen because there's been difficulty over the years in getting governments to commit to the health sector, particularly when they perceive needs of their military systems. So that may be the silver lining, again, the redirection towards independence. It may also provide more of an opportunity and impetus for a growth in public-private partnerships. Of course, the private sector continues to be well-financed, at least in certain countries, and may serve as an alternative source of financing so that one of the results of this, we'll call it forced independence, is in fact a greater emphasis on financial collaboration between industry and the collaborative networks that are currently ongoing. So recognizing that we're talking about this subject of collaboration today in an era of really considerable challenge, we have a very distinguished group of panelists who will be addressing their particular areas of expertise, and hopefully they may have some solutions to the challenges we're facing. So with that, can I invite the panel to the stage? Thank you. All right, well, I'll try to do this in the order in which they're sitting. So we have Dr. Farida Al-Hossani. She's the Deputy CEO of the Global Institute for Disease Elimination, or GLIDE. The Institute works to advance knowledge and accelerate progress towards sustainable disease elimination of preventable infectious diseases. To her left is Martin Seychelles. He's Deputy Director at the European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships since June 2020. He's responsible for the Directorate, overseeing human development, including global health, migration, governance, and peace. He also represents the Commission and the Pandemic Fund and the Global Partnership for Education Boards. Next to him is Claudia Martinez. Claudia is the Director of Research at the Access to Medicines Foundation, where she leads strategic research on the role of essential healthcare companies in improving access to medicines in low and middle income countries. Next to her, if I have that correctly, is Shelley Malhotra. She's Vice President of Global Access and External Affairs at IAVI, where she leads advocacy, policy, and stakeholder engagement efforts and IAVI's efforts to ensure the affordability, availability, acceptability, and broad adoption of vaccine and therapeutic candidates in IAVI's pipeline, including TB, HIV, and emerging infectious disease vaccine and antibody candidates. Next to her is Mr. Pierre Hugo. He's Vice President for Medicines for the He's Vice President for the Medicines for Malaria Venture, Market Dynamics and Supply Security Access and Product Management. He specializes in market dynamics and forging partnerships to enhance access to innovative medicines. You lead global security supply strategies for anti-malarial products, ensuring sustainable sourcing, supply diversification, and market shaping while collaborating with key stakeholders. And finally, last but certainly not least, is Ms. Carolyn Amakobe-Sanda, also referred to as AMA. She is the representative of the UNICEF China office with over 30 years of experience in international development, humanitarian coordination, policy analysis, advocacy, research, mobilization, and partnerships. She is deeply committed to advancing sustainable solutions for children and their families worldwide.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm now going to ask each of our panelists to provide a 2-minute introduction to their subject matter, and I will go in the order of Martin, Claudia, Dr. Farida, Ama, Pierre, and Shelley, each with 2 minutes. Okay? Take it away.
Yes, so thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. For the Directorate General I represent, as the name implies, partnerships are at the heart of what we do. Since a number of years, we no longer talk about aid, although of course we still do aid in some specific cases, particularly fragile countries, etc. But in this changing environment, the demand out there is for real and equitable partnerships. And by partnerships, we mean moving away from a model which is just based on what a donor can provide and what a recipient can receive. That is an outdated model. Partnerships today are and need to be much more complex. They involve many actors, and there is also the desire to construct something that is mutually beneficial for all the parties involved. And of course, a number of partners are involved. So within the European Union, of course, first of all, we have a partnership with our own member states. So we take advantage of the fact that the responsibility for health in the European Union is a shared competence. There is the responsibility of member states for running health systems, responsibility for the European Commission, for example, in setting the regulatory framework. So we try to offer a combination of both to our partners, partnership with the partner countries involved, of course, understanding their needs, understanding their objectives, and partnership with industry, because ultimately our job in the public sector is to create or help create a favorable environment. It is the private sector that needs to make the right decisions and invest in areas that will also give them their fair return. So partnerships today have become multidimensional, and I think that's a point we should not lose sight of.
Well, thank you very much for that illuminating picture of the situation in the European Union. And now to Claudia.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us today, for inviting us to have this conversation that I think is critically important. Just for those who are not familiar with our work, we are an independent not-for-profit organization. We're based in the Netherlands. And our mission is to incentivize some of the largest, more influential essential healthcare companies to improve access to medicine in low and middle income countries, where we know we see a disproportionate burden of disease and we see some of the largest and deepest access gaps. And we do this in different ways. We've been doing this for the best part of 20 years, asking tough questions, spotlighting best practices, and identifying where the critical gaps remain. And in that sense, local manufacturing is one of the areas that are absolutely essential to the access to medicine puzzle. In that sense, building local manufacturing capacity is not only about improving access, it's about equity, it's about autonomy, it's about resilience. And we've talked a lot throughout the 2 days of conference about the COVID-19 pandemic, how it exposed some of the vulnerabilities in health systems and global supply chains. But we need to remember that for many countries, these vulnerabilities are actually the norm. They're not the exception. So through our research, we have seen progress in the way in which some of the companies are addressing some of these challenges, taking steps to support local production, forming partnerships in the way that Martin was alluding to just now, tech transfers, building capacity, research and development, incredibly important, and we do see some progress. But progress is still limited, is still fragmented, it is short-term, and we need to do more. I think something that has been said today, and I'm going to just go back to some of the mentions in the morning, was that we do need a shift in mindset from commercial incentives to actually shared value, thinking about sustainable business models. Making local production a reality means that we need to have a long-term commitment, we need to have investment in quality systems, we need to have a conducive policy environment. So from our perspective, we remain committed to keeping pharmaceutical companies and the sector accountable for what they can do, what they can reasonably do, but at the same time, also identifying where real progress is being made, because it shouldn't be, access to medicine shouldn't depend on where you live.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And now to Dr. Farida.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking WHO and also Emirates Drug Establishment for inviting us to participate in this session, which is very important session. And definitely partnership is one of the core values that we have in GLIDE. Starting just to give the audience some of the background about GLIDE, we are based in Abu Dhabi, a small philanthropic entity that we focus and recognize the importance of partnership, and we work with countries and stakeholders to advance knowledge and to accelerate progress across 3 pillars of work. The first one is the operational research to foster new approaches for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of infectious diseases to advance the elimination efforts. The second area is capacity strengthening to enhance the skills and capabilities of stakeholders in the infectious disease elimination through knowledge sharing and training as well. So we do host a couple of training courses that are very specialized around disease elimination and eradication. And the third part is advocacy to influence policies and raise awareness of effective and sustainable infectious disease elimination. At GLIDE, partnership and country ownership are 2 core values that are integrated in every collaboration. Through sustainable and long-term strategic partnership with governments, academia, research institutes, policy entities, civil societies, NGOs, and also private sector stakeholders, we work to accelerate progress towards and creating an enabling environment for sustainable infectious disease elimination. In the current landscape, I have to say that it is a very challenging environment in the global health. We believe that partnership are even critical at this stage more than ever before to ensure that crucial critical gains are not lost, and also to try to advance the elimination global health agenda. I just would like to end with the very important note that resilient healthcare system is a critical component for pandemic preparedness once that we ensure life-saving medicines and vaccines are really provided to the needed people on time. And we cannot achieve that without having a local production strategy and ensuring that there is a good access for the needed medicines and vaccines. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And it's very interesting to hear about what's going on right here in the UAE. It's very impressive work. Amma, I'll turn it over to you.
Professor Abbott, did you want me to talk about UNICEF, or did you want me to go right
straight to leveraging data and sharing. We are having trouble hearing at this end.
Yes, it has been, I have been told, a bit difficult for people to hear each other. So, no, I'd like you to start with UNICEF, the general introduction. Thank you.
Happy to. And let me say thank you very much to the organizers of this forum for inviting UNICEF. We're very privileged to be able to spotlight the issues around child well-being and rights at a difficult time globally now. And thank you, Professor Abbott, for raising the concerns around the current tough geopolitical environment we are in right now. I think it's important that we don't hold discussions here in a bubble, and that we are able to reflect clear recommendations around sustaining evidence-based platforms and collaborations and platforms that have had an impact on health and development globally, and particularly for children, which is UNICEF's focus. We are concerned to see that funding cuts are going to have grave consequences for essential services for children. And in the context of global supplies, UNICEF is the largest global supplier for children's essential needs in humanitarian and development contexts. We do not want to see a rolling back of precious progress that has been made in immunization services, nutrition services, in water, health and sanitation services. Tremendous progress has been made because of those platforms, because of the evidence, because of the collaborations, and we need to keep that going. So you talked about perhaps an opportunity with health sovereignty, and I would agree with that, really focusing on pushing the localization agenda, but we still do need global solidarity and shared responsibility. And I hope we can come away from this conference particularly spotlighting how critical it is to maintain essential services for children during this current crisis. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and those remarks are very much appreciated, because I think for some of the people involved in these cutback efforts, the fact that these things are having a real effect on real people, including real children, sometimes seems to be lost.
Absolutely.
So with that, Pierre, if I may.
Thanks. Great to be here, and it's my first time in Abu Dhabi, and really enjoying the experience and the conference. I think from MMV's perspective, Medicines for Malaria Venture, we've, as a PDP, been in the malaria space for over 25 years now. Our sole mission is to discover, develop, and deliver malaria drugs to those at greatest need, and that greatest need happens to be 90% of the burden and demand that sits in Africa, and 90% of the drugs are imported into Africa. So as part of our initiative and access role that we're trying to play is to ensure that we try and ensure a balance, a long-term sustainability, and a bit of equity in looking forward, to ensure that you can have more of those products, life-saving products, which are most of the time need to be timely delivered, manufactured in Africa. I think in terms of the initiatives that come into play within the access perspective, it's supply security, and it's critical to have those products in times of need, and COVID sort of shone a very strong light on ensuring that you have APIs, key starting materials, and finished products are available. In terms of finished products, the focus is ensuring that you've got at least 2 or 3 products that are WHP qualified. We don't want to compromise on quality, but ensuring that you've also got affordable products that are being made available. I think President's Malaria Initiative, we're one of the organizations heavily driving the 2040 goals to ensure that 40-60, to ensure that 60% of the demand by 2040 can be procured in Africa. And I think to some of my colleagues, we hope that, that impetus and that energy doesn't dissipate and go away. I think in terms of collaboration, like some of the colleagues have said, collaboration is absolutely critical. And the likes of the Global Fund, WHO, Africa CDC, it's a full game approach. So having solidarity or collaboration, whatever you want to call it, is absolutely critical. And that feeds into the whole market shaping to ensure that there is uptake. And I always lean on the analogy that no drug is a medicine until it's in the hands of the patients. It's no good developing these drugs if they're not going to be used, they're not affordable, and they're not developed for their target population. So that's what the role MEV tries to play. Thanks.
So thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate very much those remarks. Shelley, over to you.
Hi, thank you. And my name is Shelley Malhotra, and I lead Global Access and External Affairs at IAVI. And for those who aren't familiar with IAVI, we're also, like MMB, a product development partnership, or sometimes we call ourselves a nonprofit biotech. And what that means is that we're really focusing on diseases for which there's not a high-income country, there's not a commercial incentive to pursue, and so they're often neglected. And these, not surprisingly, tend to be diseases that affect more resource-limited settings. So within our portfolio, we focus on vaccines and monoclonal antibody-based products for HIV, for TB, and for a portfolio of emerging infectious diseases such as Lassa fever, Ebola Sudan, and Marburg. And so everything we do is with an equity and an access lens, and we work end-to-end from preclinical, from discovery through preclinical all the way to licensure and commercialization. And given our mission and given our remit, the local agenda, the local production agenda is very salient to our work because these are exactly the populations that we are serving. So we're very happy that this agenda is moving forward, and we're happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me put questions now to the individual panelists. So Martin, in what ways can partnership really facilitate the development of sustainable local production, looking, as it were, to manufacturing and specific, the theme of this meeting?
Yes, I mean, I will draw upon the experience now we have since a number of years on our initiative, Mouth Plus, which is looking at how we can support Africa reach its targets of production of vaccines largely, but Mouth Plus goes beyond vaccines also into medicines and medtech in general. And this is based on addressing three dimensions of the challenge. First, we work on the supply side, so working with companies that are seeing the unmet or poorly met health needs as an opportunity to demonstrate what their technologies can do. And of course, we do this starting from the very important aspect of R&D, so using Horizon Europe, which is the largest publicly funded research program in the world, and we have a specific instrument on supporting clinical trials, particularly later stage clinical trials in Africa, and there are a number of those underway. We also work on de-risking and incentivizing investments. We realize that often there is a real or perceived risk in entering a new market, a new reality. So we work with the European Investment Bank. We've set up also a dedicated instrument, the Health Development Accelerator, together with the EIB and with the Gates Foundation, to help de-risk investments. The second dimension is the demand side. And here, if I can be very frank, I think there is a lot of work which still needs to be done. This is about creating predictability of demand. So of course, and this is an area where countries can do a lot to help themselves. And particularly by looking at regional approaches. So, for example, the possibilities offered by pooled or joint procurement. In the European Union, we have a very positive experience of joint procurement. We are increasingly procuring jointly more and more commodities. It certainly helped us a lot during the COVID pandemic. But we believe this is an area where, for example, within Africa, within other parts of the world, Latin America, etc., this can have a big impact. We also are working with international partners like Gavi, WHO, and others to help address the growing problem of market fragmentation. Many of these global health instruments are currently purchased independently. And very often the big driver is price, understandably so, because that translates to more doses. But we have also to realize that certainly initially, and maybe even after that, it will not be possible for everyone to manufacture at the lowest price. So we need to diversify demand, and we as donors for many of these global health instruments, we have a role to play to encourage and support that. And the third dimension would be the enabling environment, the regulatory environment. This is a sector which needs to be highly regulated and demands to be highly regulated. And here again, our focus is on supporting governments to strengthen the regulatory environment. We have been doing this in Africa, supporting countries like Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana, and others, but also working on a regional level. So the support for the African CDC, the new African Medicines Agency. We're also working, exploring initiatives underway currently in Latin America and the Caribbean. Again, drawing upon our own European experience about the European Medicines Agency and the European CDC, which are themselves networks of national authorities. This is important because a more harmonized regulatory environment helps also as a way to de-risk investments and also ensure that companies can access much wider, much bigger, and much more important markets with the same data. Of course, this is not a straightforward decision, but we believe important steps have been taken, for example, in Africa with the decision to set up the African Medicines Agency. And we look forward to seeing this agency operational as soon as possible, and we are fully already prepared to support that through twinning, for example, with the EMA. It's also important to address the issue of looking at the overall macroeconomic and political environment. Manufacturing of medicines, of vaccines, does not exist in a vacuum. So we have to work also not just with health ministries, but also with ministries responsible for industry, economy, etc., to see what we can do to help these countries offer a more stable and attractive macroeconomic environment. This, I think, will help also to convince industries that they should be looking more actively at interest. This is not just about doing the right thing. It's also a wise and good investment, especially for those companies that are looking to the future. If we look, for example, at regions like Africa, I always tell company representatives I meet, if you're not looking at Africa, you're not looking at the pharmaceutical market of tomorrow. It's the only continent in demographic expansion. So the market of tomorrow will be increasingly African. So companies, it's worthwhile making the effort to understand the needs of the region, to understand currently unmet or poorly met health needs, and see how they can also create this win-win situation through these partnerships.
Well, thank you, Martin, for that really comprehensive and detailed and really excellent overview of the challenges that need to be confronted head-on in establishing local production. And we heard earlier today from industry about the importance of sustainable demand so that you actually have the proper incentive for building out facilities and maintaining them. And I'll now turn this over to Claudia. Claudia, what insights does the 2024 Access to Medicines Index provide regarding the status of the situation with respect to building up production in Africa and other LMICs, and what gaps are there that remain to be filled?
Thank you, Frederick. And this is a nice segue from sort of the role of industry and what Martin was reflecting on just now. The Access to Medicine Index tracks the efforts of 20 of the largest R&D-based companies in access to medicine in low and middle income countries. And we're talking about some of the largest, the most influential companies with portfolios, with reach, and also the potential to go into some of these markets. And both feel the gaps and also seize the opportunity that exists. And we track companies across various domains, but particularly when it comes to boosting local production, are companies engaging in technology transfer are companies licensing out compounds to generic medicine manufacturers to make highly needed patented products available where they wouldn't be otherwise, for example, through mechanisms like the medicines patent pool? Are companies setting up their own manufacturing sites in low and middle income countries to increase capacity? And if I can tell you a couple of trends that we have observed in 2024, and the index was launched back in November, maybe I would pinpoint two main things. Number one, I think we have seen a concerning retraction and scaling back of industry participation in Africa, right? We have seen companies pulling back, scaling back operations. This creates, in my opinion, an opportunity for other manufacturers to be able to step in, but also it begs the question around when moving to distributor-led models and actually pulling out some of the capacity that was there, what does it mean, right, for some of the countries? And the second thing that I want to highlight is more on the tech transfers. So the Access to Medicine Index has extremely granular data on the types of tech transfers that some of the companies are engaged in. In 2024, we mapped out 47 different tech transfers, and what we see is that many of them and many of the efforts are actually going to very particular countries. So this is India, China, and Brazil. When we look at Africa, most of the tech transfers that companies are engaged in focus on only two countries, and this is Algeria and South Africa. So sub-Saharan Africa realistically is being overlooked, right? When we look at the depth of the tech transfers, and I think this is something that we have discussed at large in this forum, is that we do see that some of the examples are mostly for HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, COVID-19, a couple of tech transfers also for diabetes and some neglected tropical diseases where we have seen really positive collaborations. But again, the depth is not yet there. So we do see that companies engage at the later stages of manufacturing when it comes to fill and finish or even the packaging, which is not, and I think this, again, creates a bit of a discussion that we need to have in terms of, are we actually enabling and building local capacity in this way? And I really want to conclude by saying that, and again, coming back to some of the points that we have discussed, Africa shoulders most of the burden of disease, 20% of the burden of disease in the world. And still we see that the continent still relies 70 to 90% of reliance on pharmaceuticals that are imported, right? So it is extremely important that we deepen these partnerships, that actually the companies and the systems that need to be in place are activated and catalyzed. And I'm not trying to gloss over the challenges, and I'm not trying to say that this is the only enabler, but we do know that the lack of tech transfer is something that today is impeding many local manufacturers from actually being able to have that local ownership.
Well, thank you very much. That's very informative, and it would be interesting as we move forward to talk about what perhaps it is about South Africa and Algeria that provide the incentive for the industry to particularly do business in those countries and what could be done in other countries that might create the same type of enabling environment. So with that, Dr. Farida, how can partnerships leverage data sharing, R&D to improve the quality and efficiency of locally produced health products?
Thank you for this question. And to answer that, I would like to reiterate an earlier point mentioned by Claudia, that the investing in the local production is not just to currently respond to immediate needs only, but it's also laying in the foundation for the healthier and more resilient future for those countries, especially the low resource setting. Let us commit to the fostering of the partnership and working collaboratively to drive not only the local production, but it's really about how we are building the whole ecosystem, because each piece of the information is really linked to the other piece. And the more collaborative we work together, the more efficiently we could drive this change that we are all aiming for. So this is very important to maximize the existing systems through partnership that will allow us to leverage on what is already existing rather than duplicating the efforts. Example for that is the supply chain and the transfer of products between one area to another. The other important area is the exchange of knowledge and experience, not only in the successful lessons learned, but also learning from each other on the challenges that we might all face in a low resource setting and how to overcome those challenges. And definitely it's very important to leverage and to try to enhance the local expertise and try to engage with them, with the institutions in the local setting, in the research and development, to ensure that local production is thought of for a long term and it's really meeting the needs of the communities, despite that the needs are changing over time. So definitely it's not very important to have the strategic lens on the long run in addition to the short and immediate needs. And again, what Martin mentioned about the policy support, it's very important to engage with the governments and regulators to enhance this kind of encouraging environment for data sharing and innovation. I just would like to highlight some of the examples of some of the innovative financing working groups that we are working with different stakeholders, because this is an example of a community practice that is searching for a catalytic funding and how really a catalytic fund could make the difference by collaboration and working with regional mechanisms to pool resources to enhance the local production and creating some incentives that are based on or phased incentives to enhance local production at different stages.
Well, that's great. And yes, taking the best advantage of what you've got sounds like a good concept. So Amma, let me turn it over to you with basically the same question. How do you view data sharing and benefits to R&D in improving the situation for local production? And I gather since you're primarily based in China, with what specific relevance it might have for the Far East. So thank you.
Thank you. And actually beyond the Far East, with China's interest in South-South cooperation and China-Africa partnerships as well. So indeed, in answer to your question, data sharing, research and development, absolutely critical to improving quality and efficiency, but it's more than just that. Data sharing also fosters innovation, improves supply chains, and ensures compliance with quality standards. And I did want to reflect on a few examples where UNICEF has come together with other partners to actually support local production initiatives. And if you don't mind, I'll speak to examples in Africa. One such example is in Kenya. And I can speak to other similar examples across the continent. But again, on data sharing and research and development, UNICEF partnered with WHO to research the importance of combining ORS and zinc supplementation for treating diarrhea in children. And it identified, after doing a number of things, like ensuring that this co-packaged ORS zinc formulation was included on essential supplies lists, and that countries were aware that this co-packaging was available, that suppliers were being trained, wholesalers to also include this. What UNICEF then did was, together with Gates Foundation, partnered with an organization, a private sector company in Kenya called Universal Corp, to then do local manufacturing of this co-packaged product. And of course, as a result of that partnership, there has been, as a result of data sharing and sharing of information on technical expertise, sharing of information on benchmarking against quality standards in WHO, we now have local production happening in Kenya of this product for the market in Kenya as well as the wider Horn of Africa. There is, of course, enhanced affordability. There is, of course, ensuring that there is consistent supply of a high-quality assured product. We've done this for ORS and zinc, but we've also done it for therapeutic feeding, RUTF, with similar partnerships also based on close sharing of data and research and development in places like Rwanda, for example, where we have done local production of syringes, again in a Gates Foundation partnership. So again, the partnership, the product is available locally. In Rwanda, we were able to demonstrate that shipping times were reduced by 2 to 3 months. The fact that you're producing it locally also means you're impacting positively on greenhouse emissions being lowered. And so we want to continue to do this. It's a very deliberate localization agenda that UNICEF has. And we found that in 2024, UNICEF was able to award, as a result of these close collaborations, data sharing initiatives, 40% of the award quantity to Africa, based on just 10% in 2023. The aim is to move this forward by 2029 to 60% localization. I should also add that we have a nutrition platform that brings together, it's a nutrition supply forum which brings together manufacturers, donors, academia, and other partnership organizations. And again, they are sharing data, sharing best practices, updating on supplier information. And that platform has also been instrumental in increasing local production of RUTF. Finally, let me also say something that's become particularly critical for suppliers. From a data point of view, UNICEF is also able to publish data on historical pricing. Apart from that, UNICEF is also able to gather and publish data on forecasted demand. Again, the benefit for that in terms of efficiency is local manufacturers are better able to plan their production pipelines over time. So really all of this to underscore that indeed sharing of data, research and development collaborations, absolutely essential to improving efficiency, but also to ensuring high quality assured products in line with WHO and other quality standards that have been set out. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for those illustrations. In particular, one of the things it shows, of course, is that sometimes having quality assured, relatively basic essential products can be the most critical thing in a lower middle income country.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so I think Pierre, so what have you found have been effective strategies for overcoming obstacles to transfer of technology, in particular in cooperation or collaboration with international organizations?
So it's a combination. It's not one size fits all. It depends on the partner, the manufacturer. I think overarching, it can be infrastructure upgrades, it can be training. It depends on the need of the manufacturer. I think having a willing partner is absolutely critical. So having skin in the game or hurt money on the table is important. You can't just expect everything to be donor funded. I think the partners that we've worked with to date, specifically supporting them to get WHO pre-qualified, a lot of our work has been funded by UNITAID. And going forward, I think we're really looking forward to bringing more NCEs and ensuring that future development projects have a regional or local manufacturer as part of that strategy. I think that's critical. I think getting the big funders or global funders to be part of the solution as early on as possible is obviously critical, and having policy support in place is also critical, because you don't want to bring a product to market and not have uptake. So I think a great example, and it's the same company, Universal in Kenya. They informed us yesterday that a product that we developed with them, sulfadoxine, pyrimethamine, and midazolam, it protects over 25 million kids in Africa, 18 countries. They've just shipped in over enough doses to protect 1.5 million kids to Mali. So I think that's a great example of how Kenya manufacturer, supported through a PDP, funded through UNITAID, can ensure a quality approved product to a country within West Africa. And this is timely product that needs to be in country during the rainy season. So that's a great example of how these partnerships work, how ensuring that there is donor support, and how a partnership can ensure a stronger sustainability, overall sustainability of the uptake of these life-saving products.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that. That's very interesting. Shelley, as a nonprofit product development partnership focused on bridging public and private sector partnerships for advancing to products targeting LMICs, what are some lessons learned in terms of driving sustainable local production?
I think I'll pick up on some of the themes that Claudia started to raise around tech transfer. And too often we see that when technology transfer does occur, it's occurring very late, post-licensure, or maybe phase 3 or post-licensure, and this is leading to very significant delays in access. And that's why we see, on average, a 10-year lag from products being available in high-income countries versus in low- and middle-income countries. And then when these technology transfers or these partnerships occur, it's often focused only on the last stage, which is fill-finish. And so there's not an end-to-end collaboration along the product development continuum. And what this means is that countries still are not controlling API, active pharmaceutical ingredients that are critical to actually making the products. They're more focused on kind of packaging at the end. So even as we hear of many initiatives in which local manufacturers are engaged, it's often only at the very surface level. Or, I think Yoshua mentioned the example of a multinational company setting up a plant in country. Does that country really control that supply? Do they control the product? And usually the answer is no. So as we set up local manufacturing as an agenda and a goal, we really have to, the devil's in the details. And what is this partnership? Is it really genuinely affording that sustainable supply to the country? And in order to do that, we have to have more equitable partnerships that are starting earlier in development. We need to link manufacturing to the upstream R&D agenda. And that's going to be really critical in terms of actually having control of supply regionally.
So integration across the value chain, we might say. Yeah. So we don't have very much time. I'd like to put to the panel, if any of you have a particular follow-up comment you'd make, having listened to your fellow panelists. And if not, I'll at least turn to the floor and see if anyone wants to ask a question to the floor before we maybe go back to the panel. So any particular additional comments? Yes, Shelley.
I guess I just wanted to highlight a partnership that we're really excited about in local manufacturing. At IAVI, we're partnering with the Institut Pasteur Dakar. And in this case, I hope it exemplifies the kind of best practice I was just describing, in which we're not just turning over one product, but actually a portfolio of products that use the same vaccine platform. And this is really to support the sustainability of local manufacturing, because some of these diseases are outbreak driven, and that can be very sporadic demand. So having a platform in which we have Lassa fever, Ebola Sudan, Marburg, and then several upstream targets can allow the company to remain sustainable. Additionally, it's not just transferring for distribution. We're actually handing over the license. They're going to be the primary global marketing authorization holder for the vaccine portfolio. And we're starting, the collaboration is built on capacity strengthening, so not just for technology transfer of, the final product, but starting up through preclinical for the early stage targets, working on clinical development together, all the way along the product development continuum. And really, I hope this can be kind of an exemplar of how a nonprofit research organization can work with a nonprofit manufacturer to really create a model for sustainable local production.
Well, that's a very exciting project, and we'd be interested, I'm sure, to learn more about some of the specifics, the types of facilities that are being built or already exist, and how you are dealing with multiple vaccines and through the single platform and so forth. So, but time won't permit us to do that. So let me turn to Martin.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, I wanted to emphasize the importance of really taking the time and making the effort to engage in a dialogue between the public and the private sector. We often speak different languages, and we need to take the time to understand each other. And I will give two quick examples of what that could mean. First, from our experience in the European Commission, we realize every day in the discussions with the private sector that there is often a need identified to create new financial products, new approaches, how to de-risk investments. So I mentioned earlier the example of the HDX. We're also using increasingly public money to guarantee and leverage much larger amounts of private capital. In some cases, we've managed to achieve ratios, co-leverage ratios of 7-to-1. So for every euro of public money, 7 euros of private money. This is important. It's part of the answer to the finance squeeze. Public funding on its own will never be sufficient to do the heavy lifting that needs to be done. So we need to create also the right financial instruments, working, for example, with development banks, in our case with the European Investment Bank, but also others. The second example I could give is understanding from the dialogue the human resource requirements, the training needs, what kind of skills will be required, especially looking ahead, because to train people takes time. So we need, through this dialogue with the industry, understand where technology is going, understand what skills will be needed, say in 5, 10 years' time, and work with universities, with academics, to make sure that we are also, creating that human capital that is needed. Because very often this is the limiting factor. One of the first things companies always tell us is, but can we find in a particular country the skills that we need, or do we have to import them, which raises the cost tremendously. So this is where this dialogue is so important. And of course, our role as public sector is to really understand and look ahead. Also, there's a big element of horizon scanning here. So not so much just understanding the needs of today, but increasingly also what tomorrow's needs will look like.
Let me ask a quick follow-up. You talked about this 7-to-1 ratio of public investment versus private investment and about de-risking. Are you de-risking the private investment? Is there a form of guarantee or something else that you're doing to de-risk that?
Yes, we have a number of de-risking instruments. Our EFSD+, the European Fund for Sustainable Development, does precisely that. So we look at things like covering first loss, etc. And also, because very often the traditional instruments on loans, etc., are not sufficient. There is still the reality or perception is that many of these new markets, because they are new and there is a certain degree of unfamiliarity with them, are risky, and maybe too risky for banks, etc., if left alone, to handle. But this is where we can come in as public authorities, particularly in our case, leveraging our strength, with our rating, etc., as the European Union, to actually de-risk And of course, accompanied with other measures like creating a stable regulatory environment, that's also an element of de-risking, making sure there is also a strategy in place with a view to sustainability and helping investors, helping countries put in place sustainable strategies. That is also helps to de-risk. But the financial instruments are a big part of it, yes.
Caroline, how are we doing for time? You think we'll call it a game, huh? So, well, with that, I think this has been a great panel. We've all learned a lot. All of the panelists are experts and provided insights into their specialized areas. And with that, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you to the audience. And we'll call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the amazing panelists and the chair. Before we move on to our last session for today, I just want to remind you that we have a gala dinner tonight, and you guys can get your cards and come to exit E at 5:30, and the SUVs will leave at 5:30. Thank you so much again for a brilliant discussion. So we have our last discussion for today, and our chair is Mr. Charles Gore. I'll invite you to the stage for our last plenary discussion. And the theme is revisiting public-private partnership for health products manufacturing. Please. You can have this stuff.
Sorry? Yes. Okay, could I ask the panelists to please join me on stage? Very happy to have Aman Siwaj, who's the Senior Director of Global Markets at the Clinton Health Access Initiative. Dr. Isaac Chikwane, who is speaking on behalf of the Mohammed bin Zayed Foundation for Humanity. Mr. Agre Aluso, who is the Director for the Africa region and Global Policy Lead for the Pandemic Action Network. And Mr. Manuel Betts, who is Head of Component Vaccine Manufacturing for the Team Europe MAV+. So, thank you all very much. So this session is essentially a continuation of what we've just heard, examining the importance of public-private partnerships and what they can contribute, and indeed how essential they are to the local production agenda. So with that, I will start with each of the panelists to ask them to introduce themselves in a little more detail than I did. And I'll start with you, Isaac, if you'd like to.
Sorry about that. Thanks very much, Charles, for the intro. Maybe let me just start by correcting the picture there. So when I started this journey, I was working for the Global Health Innovative Technology Fund a few months ago, but I've since transitioned, and as Charles mentioned, I'm now here on behalf of the Mohammed bin Zayed Foundation for Humanity, based here in the UAE. So I just wanted to start with a reflection on local production and how we look at it. Because I've had meetings and discussions with people, we know when you say local production, the images of a small manufacturing plant in a low and middle income country that's really producing something for the local market. And probably there's an expectation that the quality is not necessarily as good, and maybe there's an expectation that the products should be cheaper. But I think what we're talking about here in terms of local production is really much, much bigger than that. We're really looking at more geodiversification of manufacturing in areas that were not really traditionally areas for manufacturing, with the hope that these products are just as good quality, competitively priced, and with the capacity to be able to contribute to global needs if they need be. So I think if we really start reflecting and thinking about it this way, it can give us a better idea of the investments required and probably the products that are coming out of this. And this geodiversification should not really stop at just the manufacturing. We also need to think about the upstream work, the research and development that feeds into this local manufacturing. We also need to invest in geodiversification of that. And then further downstream, after the manufacturing, looking at the regulatory, procurement, and last mile delivery. And I think somebody from the last panel actually mentioned this, that we need to invest more, build the capacity of these processes further downstream post-manufacturing. And we are seeing this, with regulatory processes with the establishment of AMA, and the Africa CDC has just established the pooled procurement pathway. But we need more on the health system strengthening so that we can actually absorb the products from this local manufacturing. I think without having this whole complete overview, we don't have this end-to-end ecosystem, this local manufacturing on its own is not going to be sustainable. So I just wanted to really maybe challenge for us to start looking at, instead of calling it local production, maybe geodiversification, because this is much bigger than just local. So I will stop at that for now.
Thank you. Agre.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So good afternoon, and just reiterating my name is Agre Aluso. I work with Resilience Action Network Africa, a hub of advocates working to help shape the ecosystem, really to drive the resilience agenda with the focus on advancing pandemic and climate resilient health system in Africa. Really, emerging from the lessons learned from COVID and realizing that we work at the intersection of many connected challenges. And really, there's better opportunity for us to work collaboratively, particularly on the advocate side, but also on the other side of engagement, governmental, private sector, and so on and so forth, so that we can advance the whole of society and whole of government approaches, because we don't live single vertical lives, or sometimes our work forces us to. And really, it's an opportunity for us to reflect in this session, and I know we're going to go into the deeper bits of this conversation later. So let me pause there for now.
Thank you very much, Agre. Arman.
Thank you, Charles, for the opportunity to being here. As you mentioned, I'm a part of the global markets team at CHAI. Clinton Health Access Initiative over the last 2 decades has been at the forefront of improving access to health commodities. The market shaping work that CHAI has done traditionally has focused on key pillars such as accelerating development, sustainable access pricing, generating demand, ensuring functionality, supply security, and improving product quality. And as we move to the discussion today, I think local manufacturing is at its very core, and partnerships between public sector and private sector only go further to enable that access. Thank you.
Thank you, Arman. And Manuel.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. My name is Manuel Batz. I work for GIZ, the German Development Agency, and I'm in charge of a project that is funded by BMZ and by the EU. Our goal is to support the African Union, the Africa CDC, specifically the Farm Secretariat, with embedded experts to drive the work in the work streams, talent development, market shaping, access to finance, IP tech transfer. And we also have an emphasis on working closely with the private sector. Myself, I came 3 years ago to the GIZ. Before I worked in the life science industry. And for me, the partnerships with the private sector is a key ingredient for success. And hopefully we can discuss a bit more in detail how this could look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. And now that I've introduced the panel, or allowed them to introduce themselves, I should just introduce myself. So I'm the Executive Director of the Medicines Patent Pool, and we work to get affordable health products into low and middle income countries through licensing and tech transfer, and therefore the local production agenda is extremely important to us. And just to say that, as you heard, this session is being cut rather short because of the need to go to dinner at 5:30, so we'll end just before that. But I would also like to hear from the audience if we get the opportunity. So I'm just going to address one question each to each of the panel members, and then we'll see if there are any reflections from the audience, because I know that in this conference we have tended to talk too much to the audience and not had quite as much audience participation as would be nice. So I'm not going to particularly do it in the order you're sitting in, but I'm actually going to start with you, Aman, if I might. So could you give me an example where CHAI is supporting a public-private partnership to advance a public health program? And are there any other examples where PPPs have been successful in pharmaceutical manufacturing?
Sure, Charles. And CHAI, with its experience of over 2 decades, has learned the importance of a strong partnership between the public and the private sector. We've also learned that the success essentially lies in the flexibility in structuring these partnerships so that innovative approaches can come to the fore, which are essential for success of any project in general. PPPs have been most successful in kickstarting new programs and initiatives wherein the risk is essentially shared between the public and the private sector, and also the government bodies are influential and engaged in defining the implementation guidelines for success of these projects. Currently, CHAI's vector-borne disease program is implementing Wolbachia across a few territories. And as a part of that project, we have a public and private sector partnership to set up manufacturing in 3 territories across the board. So different territories, different regions, different learnings from there. Wherein the private sector is well equipped to set up those manufacturing, but does need government support in terms of implementation guidelines, regulatory guidelines, and also providing sustainable demand for a viable business case, which would essentially make that a success over a period. And then once we have those learnings, we intend to implement those across more number of territories. The demand aspect is critical for a stipulated period of time so that the amortization of costs can happen for the private sector, and de-risking is the key to success. The other example I'd like to take is PVAC, which has been set up by the Nigerian government, wherein we are partnering and they're setting guidelines, setting structures, setting priority products for the industry, where that could be facilitated for local manufacturing and longer term success. And I do want to sort of give an answer to Claudia's earlier comment from the earlier session. I know she mentioned that in the past couple of years, the number of tech transfers have been fairly small, but our team is working across a few product portfolios, spanning maternal and child health, nutrition, where we've already identified opportunities, vector-borne diseases, where not only we are doing tech transfer, but we are also doing manufacturing right from the ground. And our regulatory and quality team, who will be speaking tomorrow at this session, are very closely engaged in really helping the companies with guidelines and setting up processes to be successful.
Great, thank you very much. And a couple of things I heard there that again echoed the previous session around de-risking and about the demand, sort of critical elements. If I could turn to you now, Isaac. In what ways do you think that partnerships between local manufacturers, governments, and international organizations really facilitate the development of sustainable production capacities in LMICs?
Yeah, thanks, Charles, for that. And it's really it's building up on this idea of de-risking. And we have successes of the PPP model. If you look at the PDPs, PDPs like MMV, IAVI, TB Alliance. So really, they have managed to in the R&D space, they've managed to deliver more than 60 health technologies over the last 2 decades in an area that is not considered commercially viable, by mainline pharmaceutical industry. So that same principle, that same model, PPP model, could be transferred to the manufacturing as well. And it's really about de-risking, cost sharing, and co-investing, again, in an area, if you're looking at low and middle income country manufacturing, in an area that's probably might not be considered, we're looking at a not-for-profit model here. So it's not really a profitable model that maybe private industry alone could go into. So if we take that model, if we break down the P's, starting with the public funding, probably in a low and middle income country capacity, no single country will have the capacity to do this alone. So we should look at countries partnering together, either because of geographical proximity or regional groupings, or even countries that have the same interest coming together to pull their resources together. And then we go to the next P, which is the private sector. It's really leveraging the industry. Even in the low and middle income countries, we do have a vibrant industry and commercial sector that needs to be tapped into. The other P that I'd add before the partnership is really philanthropy. And we can never really underestimate the role philanthropy has played as a catalytic funding. And when we look at low and middle income country perspective, and we want to focus on domestic resource mobilization, really is again about the geodiversification of resources. I think we need to broaden our image of philanthropy and really target more the high income, high network individuals. And I think the interesting thing is that these high net worth individuals tend to be part of the community and part of the society. So it's, the issues that we're talking about here are closer to home. So if we can find ways of leveraging that group to bring in more resources. So with this PPP model, then the governments can bring in their money or their resources, the private sector, including the local manufacturers, and then the philanthropy. I think that can bring that de-risking and cost sharing that can really boost up the local manufacturing landscape.
Great, thank you, Isaac, very much. And Agre, if I could turn to you, how do you think that these partnerships that Isaac was just outlining there can be done in new and meaningful ways that really align with global health objectives to make sure that we have equity?
Thank you so much, Charles and Isaac, colleagues who have spoken before me as well. I think there's no doubt that nobody can do this alone. No entity can do this very, very onerous task of ensuring adequate supply of essential medicine to humanity alone, either as government or private sector. So really the partnership model is the way to go. But really, different parties in this engagement come from different points of persuasion. Like governments have the obligation to ensure public rights and needs are met because that's what they signed up for. Private sector come from the point of departure of really supporting the interest of their boards. And we really have to find a way that bring the two interests together. And I think many opportunities and tools have been talked about. But really what we have seen from our perspective of those who really are working around supporting civil society organizations or community voices towards ensuring equity is really the very dicey and delicate process that is inherent in this arrangement that would ensure that equity is attained. And really what we have seen work, and there are few promising models that can be emulated. But what we have seen as important is context where these are done very transparently and where accountability is integral part of the design, not just as an afterthought, but really an ingrained part of the conceptualization right from the beginning to the end-to-end equity consideration, not something that comes towards the end or an afterthought after everything has been done. And I think COVID and other outbreaks that have come have been really testing, test cases for us. And we saw what happened, and I think it's our hope that lessons have been learned, that in different circumstances, particularly in pandemic context, when systems are stretched, we really have to work collaboratively because everybody's, interest, a lot of interests are at play. And if we leave things to the forces of the market, sometimes the market may push us in a different direction. Of course, the private sector also have their needs that need to be met in terms of really fulfilling their obligations. But then we have to work through, deliberate ways to ensure that the ecosystem is enabling in terms of the regulatory environment, in terms of the tools, like, for example, the risking that were being talked about in the earlier panel, and, putting in inbuilt deliberate measures like price control and for example, incentives that would help also the private sector make gains from their investments. So, and most importantly, really carrying the communities along. The systems need to be, the processes need to be open and transparent, and really the public, health incentives need to be constantly part of the consideration, and this can only be attained if we do transparent and open engagement. And lastly, I think one thing we have seen in a number of contexts, because of the legacy of traditional LMICs, particularly in Africa where I come from, most products are from outside. And people have come to associate quality with things that are imported. Actually, if you want to sell your product, say it's imported, and then they will buy it. And I think this has the residual impact of really stifling local industries from coming up. How do we get our citizens to really develop that trust in locally produced commodities? And that's where we come in to work in building that, that confidence, in really ensuring that there's trust in the quality through our very, very well-tooled regulatory environment that Isaac talked about. And these are things that will take process and that needs collaborative engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agre. And you touch on such an important point there, the involvement of community. And as you rightly say, this critical issue of changing the perception of locally produced products, that something imported is by its nature better. And, as you said, and has been talked about in the last couple of days, critical to that is having trust in the national regulatory authority. And it is very pleasing to see how much more investment there is going into national regulatory authorities and the amount of work that WHO is doing supporting that. But still, it's a very big task to change people's perceptions. So I'll come to you, Manuel, if I might. How does the GIZ project Backup Health, which is funded by BMZ, the German Agency for Cooperation, and Team Europe, foster the alignment of partnerships and engage with the private sector?
Yeah. Before answering this question, I would like to answer the question why the cooperation with industry has become a higher priority recently. And the main reason is the political shift in the European Union. Yeah, the new Commission, there's a more conservative approach, and the question comes up, what's in it for us? Yeah, so it's a bit more combining doing good, but also strengthening European industry and strengthening European companies, and as well as in member states, as well as in Germany. We don't have a government yet, but also there we see it coming. And in GIZ level, I can tell you as well, people are thinking how to think industry, connecting industry to the projects from the onset. Yeah, that's quite a new way of thinking. But you have the background; it's coming. It should be a win-win. Yeah, the public and the private sector putting resources together for to be more effective and hopefully have better outcomes. Yeah, and how my project is working as part of Team Europe, we organize a big private sector conference on the continent, co-hosted by WHO, INTPA, and Africa CDC, where we invite all the projects, companies from the continent of the vaccine sector, but also the biologics sector, to meet with international pharma companies from the north, but also from the DCVMN network, and as well as with technology providers. Yeah, so the ones that supply technologies, the equipment, the filters, the bags, they are also needed. They are the owners of the technologies, and they're also coming. And we meet for 2 days, and there is matchmaking happening, discussion of joint projects, IP tech transfers, thinking about business. And that's the way collaboration is then coming. And I have just a few examples of where this collaboration already is showing. We have the collaboration between Korea tech transferring cholera vaccine to the continent, right? We have Indian companies interested now suddenly to look for partners for fill finish in the context of the Gavi AFMA opportunity. Yeah? So the mRNA hub is a testimony of collaboration, right, with the private sector in South America, in Asia, in Africa. We have Barbados collaborating with Rwanda. We heard it yesterday, I think. So there is a lot of things going on, and by bringing the private sector together of these geographies, things move and things will progress. And that's a very simple way of engaging with the private sector.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, no, those are very good examples. And I want to turn to the audience now, and if you have any questions for the panel, or any reflections on what you've heard in these 2 sessions, and in particular, I would like to hear if you have any lessons learned, because, we tend to celebrate, successes and talk about, the way to make it all right. But I think there are lots of potential pitfalls involved here. And I think that we are in a particular period in time where there is an opportunity to really use COVID to make sure that we do have this local regional manufacturing, geographically diversified manufacturing, and that if we do it wrong, I think the funding that's available for it will disappear. I think this is a bit of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we should seize it. So I think it's very important to make sure that we don't make mistakes. So if anyone has some examples of things that haven't worked and why they haven't worked and what we can learn from it, that would be very useful. Please. If you could just introduce yourself first.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Dr. Charles Sedesi. I'm the Deputy Minister of Health from Sierra Leone. And I thank very much our colleagues. And I was intrigued by my colleague there who highlighted the issues of acceptance of locally produced commodities. In Sierra Leone, we are at the verge of starting our own local production of pharmaceuticals and other consumables. And I think, of course, the market strategy is that we will be the hub for many countries in West Africa where we land it. But that is also a concern to us, and to see how can we leverage of this. And I've been in Switzerland for 20 years, working for Swissmedic and going back home now to see how could we leverage over this, not only for Sierra Leone, but for the continent. So I don't know what other thoughts the other panelists may have. We know habits die hard in terms of accepting our locally produced commodities, which we are very ambitious to going to enter that space, and we're looking for collaboration, especially from the private sector. So I don't know what thought the other colleagues will have in cushioning our landing in terms of acceptance of the commodity. We know they are going to be quality, we know they are going to be high quality, which is why some of us are here with the WHO to see what can be done. So I want to see what other thoughts the other colleagues have around this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question there. Do you want to start?
So thank you very much, and I'm glad that that question is coming from Deputy Minister, because I'm actually going to bring back the challenge to the governments, because I do agree that we can bring up the manufacturing, to standards, international standards, and we can have the regulatory processes, to actually give us the confidence. But I think we also need like a very high level, maybe a head of state level commitments to actually purchase locally manufactured products. Because if our own governments don't have the confidence to purchase the products themselves, then the rest of the market is going to lack the confidence as well. So I would actually take back the challenge back to our governments in these countries, in the low middle income countries, to show that confidence in the products that we're manufacturing.
Thank you so much. I think. Second? All right. Thank you so much for picking up on that, and I think it really makes a very important case in point for us, the Sierra Leone case, and there are many more that have gone through that challenge, and they've attempted to address them. So I think just a bit of what we have been proposing from a civil society side is really, continuous public education, and not just on the final product, but really carrying the community along through the process of science. There's quite a bit of anti-science sentiment sweeping across the globe, from COVID days. And this is something that I think has been structurally, created because of the inequities. When we had challenges of a disease that was threatening humanity, and medicine or vaccines became available, it was not available for everywhere at the same time. So people started having doubts. But many, many other challenges because of the fact that we have had access challenges over time, which really breeds a lot of disinformation and misinformation. And we have to rebuild that confidence in science by gradually working with the communities through the whole continuum of discovery until production, so that they can know how medicine is discovered, how it's regulated, and how quality is ensured. And really working with community trusted folks. Like in Uganda, whenever there's an outbreak, people tend to rush to the traditional healers, faith healers. We can transform those to be the advocates for science, for instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that question. And I do want to highlight, just before the session, I was in the lobby and met one of the manufacturers, and apparently a sterile manufacturer from the continent, and he highlighted how do we break that barrier of manufacturing quality products on the African continent. And I do want to go back to the introductory statement that we laid out, where Chai focuses on improving or ensuring quality products. And as a part of that, we work with manufacturers for a pathway for regulatory approvals, either WHO PQ or in future WLAs, which is being laid out by WHO as standards for manufacturing companies on the continent. And I think that is one pathway for ensuring, and a common language that is spoken across the world in terms of quality standards, and WHO PQ'd product is considered quality. So once manufacturers have that for their facility as well as the product, I think there will be lesser questions on the quality of the product manufactured, and hence acceptance will be higher for these products.
Thank you. Manuel, did you want to, not particularly? I mean, I thank you again for your question, Minister. I think Isaac was saying that he'd like to see you take the products that you produce, but it's actually the whole of government in many respects, I think. You know, all the way down to healthcare workers, people who are actually delivering the product. If they don't have faith in it, it's a big problem. And that was actually seen in COVID in parts of Africa. So very often the primary healthcare workers are your biggest advocates for the product. Okay, anyone else in the audience would like to, yep, just.
Thank you so much. My name is Julia Hochberger. I work with the civil society organization VEMOS, a global health advocacy organization based in the Netherlands. Thank you so much for the fantastic panel today. I think it's really interesting, and I heard a lot of points being made that I was really hoping to hear still. So also a special thank you for you, Mr. Aluso. I think this is probably also the time to mention that we mentioned community engagement, we mentioned the need for local healers and traditional practices, and also religious leaders as focal points for a lot of the communities to come when they're seeking trust in a process, when they're seeking information. And I think it's important to mention that we are now also facing a space where space for civil society is shrinking, and is shrinking quite quickly. So my question to the panel today is also, how can we make sure that there is acceptance of a product? Where is this part of the access going to be implemented in the programming? Thank you very much.
I agree.
Right, so I think that's somebody from my constituency, so I was expecting you people to respond. But I could only agree that there's a lot that we need to do and make a case. And I'm so happy the Deputy Minister is here, and I know there are a lot of other government officials in the audience, and probably I would have passed the mic back to them. Really, most of us from the civil society side come always with positive intentions. But that's something that we have struggled, and I've seen this in many spaces, including the INB for pandemic agreement, where we struggle to have a formal recognition as people who are really trying to advance the good of the society and good of humanity. And really, we will continue to endeavor to make a case that we need processes that are closer to the people. We need to work with actors that really can help mobilize and sustain the trust. We need to translate scientific information into relatable information and mobilize everybody within the ecosystem, both governmental, private sector, and non-governmental organizations, to be, speaking the same language, because I think our objective is one, to advance the welfare of humanity. Thank you.
I can just add a small point to what you've just said, Agre, and you've said it before. And sorry, I forgot your name, but you also mentioned it in your question. So going back to the concept of the PPP, I think in my presentation I looked at the PPP model from a funding perspective, but if you look at the public component of it, I mean, each partner still has a role to play along the whole access value chain. So if you break down the public, that's where the people, the civil society can also come in on the consumption side of the, of the process. So, so it's been mentioned that it's still a partnership that should include the public as well. So public awareness, it's the community that's going to drive the success of these products, because if the people are not consuming the products, then everything we're talking about is really worthless. So I think the civil society has that role to play, if you're looking at civil society organizations, to actually build that confidence in the community through information sharing. So I think we often forget the public component of the partnership in there.
Yeah, just adding to what Isaac said, I think referring back to our Wolbachia program, community engagement is a critical part of that and is part of the public-private partnership, where they form a part of the public group where advocacy is critical for acceptance of newer technologies. So couldn't agree more on the need for civil society engagement and community engagement.
Yes, I think that's really important to really highlight that. Thank you. Another question. Sorry, Carolina, you're...
Thank you very much again, Professor Nessie, Deputy Minister of Health. Thank you for sending back the questions to governments, and it was telling me what I want to explain. Indeed, I speak on behalf of the political leadership of Africa, because we are all united. And for Sierra Leone in particular, in the manufacturing area, of course, the onus rests of us, the government, our Minister of Health, consider the health of the country, to make sure that whatever you produce in our country or continent, we are all in the same together. Whichever country you come from, we all Africa, we are on our own in terms of enabling the environment for local production. And as a government in Sierra Leone, I'm here with my chief pharmacist of Sierra Leone, Dr. Batima. We have made sure that those entering the manufacturing space, we give you a lot of soft landing. And we ensure that we consume your products. We actually ring-fence certain products where you produce, we are obliged to buy from you. We give you a lot of waivers. We give you maybe land space. But at the same time, we ensure as a government to make sure when we all cook together, we all eat it together. So you don't, and then we export others. That builds a lot of confidence in the local population. Primary healthcare is very important. 80% of our investment in Sierra Leone is primary healthcare. They are one of the greatest consumers. So these are some of the things we do as a government. I'm sure it's going to be replicated across the continent. The African Medicines Agency and lots of other agencies that is coming around will make sure that we consume our local commodities, to make sure that we believe in the quality. We, of course, keep an eye on the quality of the products in the long term. So I think that's what we do as a government. We believe in what we produce, and we consume in what we produce. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for that comment. That's lovely to hear. I don't know. Any other comments, questions from the audience?
Thank you. My name is Donna Kusamerera. I work for UNOPS in Denmark. I was intrigued by a comment that one of the panelists made about local production versus geodiversification. I think that's what he called it. And I wonder if, I think labels are important. We've been talking about local production, we talk about regional production, we talk about manufacturing. And I think the term local production tends to have a negative connotation. And I don't know if it reflects the sentiments. Over the last 2 days, we've been talking about, tech transfer, we've been talking about data, AI, I mean, all these high-level things. But when you talk about local production, there tends to be a feeling that it's something inferior to what other manufacturers are doing. And so I thought maybe it's time that we rethink the label that we have for the conversations we are having. What are we really talking about? There's been a lot of emphasis on manufacturing in Africa, for example. And maybe we need to think, how do we frame these conversations, especially as we look towards the next forum in Indonesia in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's a very good point. And do you want to?
I agree. So I totally agree. As I mentioned in my opening, the image you get from local production is really what you've described, and I think if we frame it differently, it gives us greater confidence.
Jishui, if you're here, I'm sorry, you're going to have to change the name of the forum. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to? We've got 3 minutes before I need to let you go, or you're going to miss the desert. No? Okay. I can't actually see with the light, so, but is there no hands up? No hands up? No. Okay. All right, well, in which case, I would like to conclude by saying I thought this was a very interesting panel, and I'd like to thank very much panelists. I'd like very much to thank WHO and particularly the local production unit, which will also have to change its name. Actually, it's a local production assistance unit, but still. And obviously the UAE, and thanking them in advance for this dinner that they're putting on for us tonight. So if you please give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much indeed. So just remember, it's gate E outside in 5 minutes.